imitate. Non-violent. Sometimes I wish I would've went to college. Probably. Cause where I'm from, they hate you when you smiling. Your face should be your gun. You can't leave home without it. The children being grown, cause all the parents acting childish. You show them your reality, I bet they doubt it. You tell them all about your dreams, just when they out it. Your own blood, in the family no more. They do you badly for sure. You try to patch up your soul, Lord knows you on a mission to show him you so submissive. The prayer said in silence, you know the devil can hear him, pay attention. Know the wars within. How much time do you spend? Try to balance your zen, then again, losses is lessons. You tell me you trying to win. We know about saving money. You tell me you trying to spend that blood on it. Sweat, tears, you put that love on it. Your best years was just a dumb moment. You tired of going hungry. Can't deal with fake making your life lonely. Your lack of faith that left your soul boning. But you gon' work and you gon' strive. Do what it takes to survive. What is true, what is a lie? You know that war's inside. Some get draped into the fake, they don't know what to decide. Wrong choice, meet your demise. Keep that between you and I. You realize some people you gon' let go, you visualize. The things you need to feed your soul is on the rise. They not gon' wanna let you go, but it's alright. It's cool to bury what's gon' grow. And from wrong to the right and to the dark to the light, it was a hell of a fight. You give it all your might. Gotta hold on tight and you stay strong and precise. You fight the war that's inside, cause it might change your life. Wrong to the right and to the dark from the light, it was a hell of a fight. You give it all your might. You just hold on tight and you stay strong and precise. You fight the war that's inside, cause it might change your life. I ain't the person that I used to be. So what I do today ain't things that you used to see. Stay the same, no, things change usually. Some folk I may know might get reintroduced to me. Yeah, I ain't the person that I used to be. So what I do today ain't things that you used to see. Stay the same, no, things change usually. Some folk I may know might get reintroduced to me. Yeah.
Yeah, don't be stressing on the dumb shit, cause God is gonna make a way. Just keep going and keep your faith, so you can win this race. This race called life, yeah, yeah. This race called life. This race called life, yeah, yeah. Race called life. Yeah, 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 yeah.
Coliseum of Arguments presents Titans Debate League, Clash of the Titans 1.1. The arena is opening once again, and only the strongest minds will survive. After an unforgettable first tournament, Pandemus the African Atheist fought through the battlefield of ideas and walked away with $500 in cash. But that was then. This time we're raising the stakes. $1,000, one champion, one title, one chance to prove you're the greatest debater in the league. This isn't social media arguing. This isn't trolling in the comments. This is intellectual warfare, where evidence is your weapon, logic is your shield, and every round is a fight for survival. New challengers are stepping into the arena. Veteran fan favorites are returning. Egos will fall, legends will rise. The question is, do you have what it takes to survive the Coliseum? We still have a few tournament spots available. Think you belong among the Titans? Message TitansDebateLeague@gmail.com and claim your place before the gates close. Coliseum of Arguments presents Titans Debate League, Clash of the Titans 1.1, where great minds don't just debate, they go to war. Are you not entertained? Coliseum of Arguments, only the brave speak here.
Y'all can hear me. I can't hear y'all.
Yeah, can you hear me, Humble?
Can you hear me, Quantum?
Okay, it's coming in clear now.
Yeah, I can hear you now. My laptop. All right, my laptop just froze up. See, man, look, my laptop just froze up. But so, let's get into it. I'm getting a little echo. Is that you, Quantum? What does that
That's
mean?
probably because I'm fixed to mute up. I was just making sure you knew you was choppy, but as long as you got it fixed, we ready.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, Humble, hold on, it's still choppy. I think you might have to leave out and come back, Humble, because you choppy. Or
All right. Hold on.
and if y'all hold on for just a minute, let me get another commercial. You know we have technical difficulties here. I want to say shout out for the evening part. Tuesday, you know it's Humble's Cave of Knowledge. That's what we're doing, so I play his commercial.
Are you tired of the same old echo chambers? Ready to stretch your mind to places it's never been before? Welcome to the ultimate intellectual battleground on the Coliseum of Arguments Network. It's time to step inside the Cave of Knowledge. Welcoming your host, Humble Mystic, every Tuesday. We're bridging the gap between the ancient world and the modern landscape. From the deep esoteric wisdom of ancient Kemet to a grounded naturalist view of our world today, no topic is off limits. We're dissecting philosophy, breaking down ancient civilizations, and clashing over modern day politics every Tuesday. This isn't just a lecture, it's a debate. A powerhouse arena where your voice matters. A premier space to step up, voice your opinions, and challenge your perspective with the sharpest minds around. If you love real, raw, intellectual fire, this is the show for you.
you. Elevate your mind, bring your arguments. Subscribe to the Cave of Knowledge with Humble Mystic today. New episodes drop every Tuesday on Coliseum of Arguments. Step into the cave if you think you can handle the truth. Titans Debate League. Only the brave speak here.
All right, we back.
All right, mic check 1 2 1 2.
That's it right there. That's it
All right,
right
that's
there.
it right there. All right, let's try.
Uh, yep,
Quantum,
yeah, I
can you
see
see
it.
that?
Yep.
All right. So I'm about to play it to see if you can hear it.
Out of the billions of testimonies.
Yep, I can hear it.
All right, family. So this is a video.
It's doing it again. It's cutting.
See, this pissing me off.
It's like you'll come in for a few seconds and then it'll start clear.
Let me get this together.
Attention all debate fans. You've been watching, you've been arguing, you've been picking sides. But now it's time to level up. From this point forward, all debates on this platform are going members only. That means the hottest clashes, the wildest arguments, and your favorite personalities going head to head will only be available to subscribers. You want real scholarship, you want the smoke, you want the unfiltered action, then don't get left outside looking in. Sign up today for as low as $3.99 and get full access to every debate, every moment, every knockout argument. This is Titans Debate League, where legends are made and debates get real. Join now or miss out.
Yeah, y'all bear with us for a moment. I know Humble getting his audio back ready. Humble, you there? I see your picture, but I don't hear you. Nope, you still chopping. We're trying to get it fixed, man. Humble got a new laptop that he been working with, and it trying to get it fixed, man. Humble got a new laptop that he been working with, and let me see if I can't. See if I can. But remember, this is the Titans Debate League. Had a nice show today. I see y'all in here. Shout out Roy Chess in the chat. Shout out everybody in the chat. Remember, this is the Titans Debate League. If you will, please bear with us for just a moment. And I'm sure Humble gonna be back to you. But remember, this is the month, and it's starting.
Coliseum of Arguments presents Titans Debate League, Clash of the Titans 1.1. The arena is opening once again, and only the strongest minds will survive. After an unforgettable first tournament, Pandemus the African Atheist fought through the battlefield of ideas and walked away with $500 in cash. But that was then. This time we're raising the stakes. $1,000, one champion, one title, one chance to prove you're the greatest debater in the league. This isn't social media arguing. This isn't trolling in the comments. This is intellectual warfare, where evidence is your weapon, logic is your shield, and every round is a fight for survival. New challengers are stepping into the arena. Veteran fan favorites are returning. Egos will fall, legends will rise. The question is, do you have what it takes to survive the Coliseum? We still have a few tournament spots available. Think you belong among the Titans? Message TitansDebateLeague@gmail.com and claim your place before the gates close. Coliseum of Arguments presents Titans Debate League, Clash of the Titans 1.1, where great minds don't just debate, they go to war. Are you not entertained? Coliseum of Arguments. Only the brave speak here.
All right, we got Humble back. I knew he was gonna be
What's
back.
up? What's up? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, it's clear?
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm gonna try to share my screen one more time, family. I apologize.
And I'm gonna jump down stage, Humble. Make sure I ain't messing up none of it. And I'll come back up whenever you need me.
Okay, most definitely. All right. So before you jump down though, Quantum, let me know if you can hear this or if it's choppy or anything.
But I had work to do.
Yeah, I can hear it.
That's good?
That's
Okay.
good.
All right, let's get it, family. So like I said before, we going free video. We going response video on Kosmon. And we just going to point out the incoherence, this man talking about and listen, family, it's a lot of incoherence that this man talking about this video. So we're gonna get into it and I'm sorry, once again, y'all. I apologize for the internet, you know what I'm saying? But I'm gonna get to information. Let's get it.
We are delving into the life of a modern quote unquote prophet to show y'all that this ain't nothing, in fact, spooky in that spirit, right? And this is why people can always say and they having interactions with spirits, the billions of testimonies, which, by the way, if only 1%
It started doing it again, Humble. It started doing it again. You moving good though. It's like it's just your audio.
Just my audio.
See now you slow. Now you might got a little lag. Yep, but now I can hear you perfect. But you're lagging behind now.
You can hear me perfect, but now I'm lagging behind.
I can hear you good. I can
Do
use
you
perfect.
see me? Do,
Whatever
do,
you-
do you hear me on the phone? Is the leg that's coming to the phone?
No, you caught up now. It's
I'm
caught up
caught
now.
up
For a
now.
second, yep. For a second, you was lagging. Now you caught up.
Okay, okay. Um, and see, I think it's because of when I play this video. Let me know, Quantum, if it's when I play the video.
Gotcha.
Was right, that'd be millions of people around the world telling the truth. Out of the billions of testimonies. Huh?
Is the video choppy?
No, it's working good now. Whatever you did, everything going
Okay,
through good now.
okay. So, family, I'm just trying to get everything together over here, family. That's all. Um, and once I get everything together over here, we gonna get it. Best believe it. All right. So we are ready, and I'm just testing. I'm just testing stuff out, and we already hear the incoherence coming out of this man's mouth, right? It's just crazy. So we gonna get into it, family. And without further ado, I hope the rest of the show be good and clear. Let's get it, family.
So we see, you just got to come out of the spooky. Even when they say angel, that doesn't not mean tangible, right? When you say angel, that don't mean supernatural. Doesn't mean because you can't see it. There are things you can't see that are still tangible. And if you always notice, those things are of the very high.
We gotta give a real early reality check when it comes to this man and his buffoonery on the word angel, right? In the Owaspi, an angel is a spirit man or a spirit woman. That's an Owaspi though. The real definition of the word angel is a supernatural being with greater than human power. That's the real definition. That's the definition. And so, what you would see is Owaspi took a sacred term, like angel, right, and remixed it into dead humans floating in heavenly realms of the earth. No, two things. We're gonna get back to that in a little bit. That he called John Melly a modern prophet. But yet, Owaspi is not religious. See, the incoherent inconsistencies that's coming out of his name. I'm flipping into it.
High electromagnetic spectrum or the very lowest of the electromagnetic spectrum. Unseen, yet still there and tangible. Physical. And tangible. Physical. It is the same with the spirit.
Humble.
It is the same with the spirit. Right?
When you humble, when
Yes,
you playing
sir.
the video, can you mute your camera? When you playing the video, can you mute your mic because it's
Got you.
So I know y'all scared of the white boy, and y'all always wondering how he do this, how it happened, right? So why not go into his life and times and hear it from his mouth? We heard it. He said, none of this came from my own mouth. And then, had I told somebody that I wrote this, they'd have giggled me back on home. Right? Kosmon, are you saying that you believe that this white boy didn't know what he was writing? Yes. He had no clue. Why? It's the level of information. It's not that there's information. It's the level of it. the information that he was bringing, no man could know.
See, like he's obsessed with John W. Right? He said it is impossible for John W. to come up with these things about his own mind, because the thing that he was bringing, the level of information he was bringing, no
You choppy.
man
Yo,
could know. I'm choppy again, man. Hey yo, I'm
no,
about to. Hey yo,
no.
it's
Now
probably
you
my
straight. I
internet,
don't know
baby.
what. When I came in, now you went back to good. Right after you stopped the video, you was choppy until I said something, and then I heard you regular when you said I'm choppy again. So let's go from here and see what we got.
That's crazy work, man. So pretty much, I'm stop video. Probably this. Probably this. Let me know how to talk to you now. Okay, go back to the video. You know?
Still choppy. I,
It's still choppy.
now
Come
it's
on,
not.
man.
It's
This is
crazy because it be
crazy
going choppy,
work.
and then when
This crazy, man. It's crazy. I don't understand. What I'm about to
it
do is I'm
is,
about to restart my whole laptop.
I got you.
I'm gonna come right back. I'm gonna come right back. I'm about to
I
restart my
got you.
whole
I
laptop.
got you. I'm in here with you, and we in here Titans Debate League. They all in the chat, and we gonna wait for you. Y'all know how it is with technology. Technology just ain't perfect. That's one of the things about technology that I understand that uh, David Anthony says, Humble, I don't know if you listening, you can come back and answer to this when he get Becky. He say that's Jehovah doing that. Shout out. Create a game. I know they watching, they'll be in. Um, Shout out David Anthony Roy Chess. Good to have you in the building. Babylon Dunn. We know you always here supporting. Um, and that's what it is. Let me see who else I see in here. Oh, Lamar Pope been in the last two live. So shout out Lamar Pope. And we thank y'all for y'all interactions. Like, share, and subscribe. Um, Oro 313 in the building. So we in here waiting on Humble, y'all. He having a little bit of technical difficulties. But we're going to get back to it because you know what it is. It is Tuesday. And on Tuesdays, what is it that we have, man? Humble's Cave of Knowledge on Tuesdays. And says exposing Owaspy for the religious doctrine it is. As you know, we having the tournaments. And Ray Chess said that's evidence for Jehovah. I think that's what he was talking about. Uh, David Anthony said he has a question, if I may. Um, I'm sure when Humble finishes with his, because he had quick presentations before he opened the panel, and so I'm sure he'll let you come up and ask a question, David. You also um, allowed to put it in the chat if you want, so he'll know what it is. But shout out, man, on this nice Tuesday information. A1 started today with a nice little presentation, so make sure you go watch that after you finish with this. And we got Humble back. Let's see. Let me get him to the stage. You muted, Humble, if you're talking.
Mic check 1 2 1 2.
Mic check sounding good thus far.
All right. I'm not gonna go into that. what I'm going to instead do is bring up this presentation I had for the little overview. Um, and I'm gonna just call out timestamps for certain things, bro. Let me see if this works. Hopefully this don't make me choppy. Yeah, this is the first time this happened. I know my laptop be running slow and stuff, but this is the first time this really happened. What that's
Yeah, I
looking
ain't
like,
never heard
Quantum?
you have no. It's moving. I ain't never heard you have choppy either.
Yeah, that's crazy.
But you doing good so
It
far.
was it was raining and storming earlier, so maybe everything just getting back together. Um,
You s-
all right.
they Roy Chess said if anything else goes wrong, just means evidence uh is building for
Hey, yo,
Jeremiah.
Roy
Or
is
I think
crazy.
you meant Jehovah. What's the name put it too right before you left? He said
Hey, yo, they doing some type of
that's
witchcraft,
Jehovah
man.
doing that, right?
All
That's
right,
funny.
family. So, we heard early in the video.
Damn. You was doing good and it went choppy. You was doing good and then it went
I'm
choppy.
choppy again.
Now it's clear again.
Yo, this is crazy work. See now it's clear. See, that's the thing. I think it's when I'm on those things is when I go choppy. When I share my screen and when I do stuff like that, I think that's when I get choppy. Let me see. That's crazy though.
It is. You clear now.
All right, so I'm gonna
Just go
deal
ahead
with.
and
So
start
this what
with
I'm
it.
gonna do. I'm clear right now, right? So this what I'm gonna do.
Yep. Every
I'm
every
a
time you ain't clear, I just tell you, humble, and you can just
no. So I'm not gonna speak. So what I'm gonna do is when I don't speak, I'm gonna switch my slide and I'm gonna come back and speak. Just
bet.
because I get it when I'm on my slide, then I'm choppy, so I'm gonna come back here always. So early in the video, y'all heard but see that's what's making me choppy, Smash. Whenever I put it on, hold on, let me see. Let me see if I can do it on dual video real quick.
And humble, you know how you be opening a lot of tabs sometimes. Can you go see and make sure the ones that you ain't using, you might can close them?
Yeah, I only got two tabs open right now.
Oh dang.
That's why I'm saying I don't know what be going on, man.
But you sounding good and clear
I
right
don't.
now.
Okay, let me get back to let me stick back to the program before it get choppy again. So early in the video, we heard the brother try to you but clearly, if we look over here in the Webster's Collins Dictionary, right, an angel is a supernatural being, right, and so whom are attribute greater than human power, intellects, etc. Fact: distinct supernatural entities exist outside of normal human evolution, supported by thousands of years of etymology and history. You see what I'm saying? So what he's calling a spirit and what a spirit actually is, those are two distinct different things. This is called word hijacking, family. Am I still clear, Quantum?
You still clear.
All right. So then what we're going to also hear when you go back to the video, right, is this is what I was talking about earlier, Quantum, right? So he claimed that Owaspy had a 15-year prophecy before Heisel Hertz, right, discovered a what he say, a medium what he called the radio background. And so he, number one, family, he don't know how to count, right? Owaspy was written 1881, 1882. Heinzel Hertz came out in 1887 with his experiments. That's number one. That's only 5 years. That ain't 15 years. That's 5 years. So that's crazy right there. And number two, family, Heinzel Hertz actually proved electromagnetic waves, which helped destroy the universal ether theory that Owaspie relies on. So I don't know why he be arguing for Heinzel Hertz. Like Heinzel Hertz be supporting him and Owaspie. Ain't nobody. Well, the moment he say Heinzel Hertz, he done lost any argument. Because Heinzel Hertz actually helped destroy any argument that he make with this vortice theory and the universe and nah. Right? And by the way, family, Heinzel Hertz didn't discover the radio background. That was discovered in 1964. Let's get into it. Am I still clear, Quantum?
Yep, loud and clear.
Okay. So when we go in and actually read the text, right, Owaspie claims that light and heat do not travel from the sun, but generated locally by mechanical friction inside a dense fluid ether vortex. This is what Heinzel Hertz modern physics say, right? Electromagnetic wave, vacuum of space. Heinzel Hertz 1887 proved a solar radiation travels as electromagnetic waves across 93 million miles of the vacuum of space. Atmospheric and friction cannot generate daylight in a vacuum. And so in the video I was going to play, you hear him say, it's not the fact that science don't agree with Owaspie, because science agrees with Owaspie. It's just that Owaspie don't agree with all science. Listen to that flim flam he be trying to feed y'all, family. Owaspie agrees with science. It just don't agree with all science. But now prove to me what science agrees with Owaspie. I bet you won't find none. And so he got to stop running around here saying that there is no science today that's modern science is catching up to Owaspie. These are lies. Ain't nobody put no prophet, because mind you, if John Bellew Newborough was the prophet that Kosmon said he was, then he would have came up with Heinzel Hertz theory before Heinzel Hertz. He would have came up with Newton's theory of gravitation rather than use outdated what's the Rene Descartes. Why would you use physics that's been debunked instead of using the correct physics? And then if that's the case, clearly John Bellew Newborough or these intelligent angel ambassadors wasn't aware of Isaac Newton, because he debunked Rene Descartes way before the Owaspie Bible was written. I apologize. Let's get into it. I actually want to play that video, family, because the video, man, this video is something.
Humble, listen, and I ain't gonna even lie, and I don't know why. Every time I try to mute my mic is when you start going, what's the name? And then when I unmute my mic, this is what I just figured out. When I unmute my mic, you ain't choppy. So try to play it, and I ain't gonna mute my mic, and let's see what it do. And before you do though, David Anthony sent a question, and I know you probably want to, but he say, the dentist has got some divine inspiration. That's supposed to be divine, I'm sure, but it say death. Was it divine for him and his congregation to have felony charges for touches and I didn't even read that whole thing. That's I don't know nothing about that topic.
If the dentist got some divine inspiration, was it divine for him and his congregation to have felony charges for touching and mistreating children? And see, I wasn't going to bring that up into next time, family. I was trying to let Kosmon live into next time with that one, family. But in that video, he speaks about how the FBI and the CIA, was trying to take down John Bellew Newborough and his followers after he passed away. And when you go and do the research,
CIA.
the only thing you find, number one, is you find allegations of what was going on in New Mexico in the city of Shalom, right? Because it was a gated community. Couldn't nobody just go in and out. So the people that was around was speculating. You see what I'm saying? You see, one of the this is why I wanted to, man, oh my goodness. This is why I wanted to show. Because one of the speculations was the fact that they said people always go in, but nobody ever comes out. So they were wondering what was going on. That was one of the speculations. Another speculation was grooming. Another speculation was grooming. And so when he talks about in this video how the CIA was coming to take down, you don't find no evidence for that. None. But what you do find is speculations of something crazy happening behind that gated community. And then the issue was, even with that gated community, why didn't Jehovah bring another prophet, if he knew that John Bailey Newberg was at the end of his time? Oh, in the video, I forgot to tell y'all that he said, they tried to kill that man. Man, listen. We gonna try to play this video. Listen, man. Listen, family.
That's what I was gonna say.
He
Try to
say
play,
some
we might be ready
crazy stuff in this video, family. He talk about the biology, and then the biography is full of flim flam too. That's what I can't wait to get to either. The biography, full of flim flam. Hold on, let me get to this, family. Let me get to this. Because I don't think y'all be knowing how incoherent this man sound when he be talking. Like he be sounding crazy. And
Better days, I pray for better days.
You
Wait.
still got the what's the name? You still got your slide showing, so it might be under it.
okay, I got you.
The information.
Go ahead.
I was gonna say you might need to do it like that.
No, because then y'all wouldn't be able to hear this.
And he was bringing no man could no.
All right. So, you heard what he just said. The reason it was impossible. Let me go back, bro, because I know we. Let me go back. Listen to this.
Present creator, man.
That's too far.
The big homie. Yes, my guy, man. Out of the billions of testimonies.
Watch this. Listen to what he said.
So we see, you just got to come out of the spooky. Even when they say angel, that doesn't not mean tangible. Right? When you say angel, that don't mean supernatural.
Family, we know a billion and one things out here that's non-tangible, but still exist, right? In this natural world. We know we got air, we got dark energy, right? We got ultraviolet, right? We got infrared. There's a billion and one things out here that's non-tangible but still exist. Angels are not one of them. I don't know why. And like, this man terrible. The Flim Flam family.
Doesn't mean soup because you can't see it. There are things you can't see that are still tangible. And if you always notice, those things are of the very high electromagnetic spectrum or the very lowest of the electromagnetic spectrum. Unseen, yet still there and tangible, physical. It is the same with the spirit. Right? So I know y'all scared of the white boy. And y'all always wondering how he do this. how it happened, right? So why not go into his life and times and hear it from his mouth?
And that's another thing about this video, bro, that y'all gonna find really strange. This is some Uncle Ruckus activity right here, in the words of my brother Usher. Uncle Ruckus. Oh, big up to my big brother JBN. Big ups to man. Listen, hey, you should be getting his wrong information correct. Is what you should be doing. And it's crazy, fam. This is why this is dangerous. Because they'll go to those Europeans, and then it's like, dag, like you act like your people didn't have a culture. You act like your people didn't. If you wanted to study or a mystical science or a mystical ontology, why didn't you go back to the roots of your people? Why you had to go pick up some European stuff and then try to push that as truth? This is the issue. And then he makes no logical sense. I don't believe that he was the orchestrator of this because when this came out, couldn't nobody, this was information didn't nobody know. Oh, so you saying Isaac Newton didn't know this? Rene Descartes didn't know this? Right? Like, people. And then we ain't even gonna get into the Greeks, right? Who coined the term atomos. Wait, like, bro, y'all got heads with what this man be saying, bro. It's crazy.
We heard it. He said, none of this came from my own mouth. And then, had I told somebody that I wrote this, they'd have giggled me back on home.
As they should. As right? They should.
Kosmon, are you saying that you believe that this white boy didn't know what he was writing? Yes. He had no clue. Why? It's the level of information. It's not that there's information. It's the level of it. The information that he was bringing, no man could know.
Out of the straight from the horse's mouth, family. So we just going to act like Rene Descartes didn't exist. We just going to act like Isaac Newton didn't exist. This the issue with this, family. He don't even give the people credit who worked that Owaspi stole. That's crazy. No man could know this. So you saying if we go into the Ra, the Council of Ray, and the Law of One books by the Theosophical Foundation, we ain't gonna find this same type of information, this same type of religious language talking about spiritual beings? If we go to the Council of Seth, in a Seth organization, we ain't gonna find with the Theosophical Foundation, we ain't gonna find the same type of bull crap. Oh, this is a unique book. Don't no book remember this book. So then how come, right, when we go into the occult section, we find rows and rows and rows of books just like Owaspi? Because Owaspi is a Johnny come lately, that's why. That's all. Let's get it.
It's impossible. So when he admits that this did not come under his volition or from his own mind, I tend to believe him. Ain't no way, huh? This Caucasian brother from Ohio, Ashland County, knew the cosmogony of the universe. Ain't no way.
It's crazy that Kosmon believes, and see now his incoherent thoughts and his incoherent thought pattern makes sense. Because we was on a panel the other day, and he was trying to argue me up and down that there was no such thing as a mass death of the native population on his land. And so it's like, bro, do you study anything? These are the same people that say reading is bad. Y'all just get off because y'all read everything. Yeah, we read because we want to make sure what's coming out of our mouth is accurate information. I would rather read the accurate stuff on Gemini than read this information, this misinformation. This is this is crazy talk, family. Crazy talk.
How could he know about science that hasn't been invented yet?
I want you to prove that Owaspi talks about science that hasn't been invented yet. Prove that to me, Kosmon. I need proof for that. I bet you he can't give none, family. I bet you he can't give none. He wants to talk about those same vortices and vortex motions and the ether in the air. He wants to talk about all that same bull crap. That's all that they've been already playing with years way before Wasp even came. Who you think you tricking with that Houdini flim flam?
He talking about sciences that even at the earliest, like with the electron, he's still 15 years before it. Describing the nature of all fundamental substances. Neutrons, protons, and electrons. The atom itself. How did he know it was swirling? How did he know it spin vortexes? How did he know? Before the science existed.
I told y'all this was gonna be some flim flam, family. I told y'all this was gonna be he say some crazy stuff out his mouth. How did he know before the science existed? Are you saying that they knew about the atoms before the ancient Greeks? Who Demetrius, right, came up with the term atomos, meaning indivisible. See, it's simple dealing with these books. They don't know just basic information. That's basic information. To sit up here and say a book talks about science that haven't even existed yet is some of the craziest claims I've ever heard. I bet you he can't prove it. I bet you when you ask him to prove it, he gonna dance all around the topic. He gonna use ad hominems, trying to get loud, trying to talk about this, trying to talk about that. But I bet you he won't. I bet you he won't show no verified evidence that show that the Owaspi Bible predicts science that wasn't existing in that time period. Let's get into it, man. This is crazy.
Huh? Years before Heinz Hertz proved that there was a medium that they call in the cosmic microwave.
Family, Heinz Hertz did not prove that there was a medium. In fact, he proved the complete opposite. The level of literacy that this man talks with, and he feel like if I just bring it with energy and passion, they'll believe me. Nobody's believing that. No studied person on the subject matter is believing that. And any person with common sense is going to go do research on that, and then they're going to find out that's wrong. Like, this is crazy. Heinz Hertz discovered a medium? Prove that, Kosmon. I bet you can't prove that either. Prove it. Let's get into it.
Microwave background. That's what they call it. Ain't what we call it. Huh? Right? How could he know? How did he know that there was a medium, an all-penetrating medium? How could he understand quantum physics when the the grandfather, James Clerk Maxwell, was just theorizing the medium. It hadn't even been proven until Heinzel Hertz, right? Some 15 years after Owaski.
All right. So let me go to something real fast, family. I'm gonna show y'all why this is so ridiculous, right? Let me show y'all something real quick. I'm gonna show y'all why this is so ridiculous, right? Image files. Watch this, family. Is this the chart I already had set up that I wanted to show? Yep. Bang. So look at this BS here. So mind you, this is exactly what he was just talking about in the video, right? Am I choppy, Quantum? Or am I all good? Hey family, let me know if I'm choppy, family. All right. Let's get back to the information. I see I'm good. Thank you. I appreciate the jewels, Jay Snakes. Hey man, everybody give it up to the brother Jay Snakes. Jay Snakes always supporting. I appreciate the rest of y'all for y'all engagements in the comments as well. Thank y'all for coming through. Let's get back to the information, family. So I wanted to show this because this is exactly what he was talking about. And see, this is the disingenuous. I'm choppy again. Okay. Mic check 1 2 1 2. Uh, see, I think that's what it be, man. When I be trying to switch these little screens and stuff. All right, let me unmute. Hit back out. Mic check 1 2 1 2. Mic check 1 2 1 2. Start from the beginning. All right, am I good? I'm good. All right, let's get it, family. Let's get it, family. Start from the beginning. From the few that survived. You guys believe? So basically, all right. So basically, what I broke down here was the fact that the ether medium that Kosmon is talking about in his video is dead. There is no ether medium. It was disproven a long time ago, right? From Albert Einstein to Isaac Newton to Heinz Hertz, they all disproved the medium. And so let's get into it. Let's get see the man that make me scared, man. I don't want to go back to the video, man. Because just you know what? Let me see. Alright. Let me take this down. Let me add this. Alright, let's go back.
In 1894 to 1897. 1897, it was for sure that the electron existed. 1881, they were theorizing about a thing called corpuscles. Was no atom. So how is he talking about the atomic structure of the universe in 1881 when it wasn't even theorized? 12 years before Heinz Hertz even proved that there was a medium.
I don't know why he's hell bent on thinking that Heinz Hertz proved that there was a medium. I don't know why he's hell bent on thinking that atoms didn't or the study of atoms didn't exist in 1881. I don't know. He need to go back somewhere because this ain't right information, family. This is crazy. This is crazy. Let's get into it, fam.
They wasn't even worried about the atom. They was just trying to prove that the sound and everything traveled through a medium first. That hadn't even been proved. So yes, I absolutely know there's no way that JBN knew this information. How do I know? I took the time to actually read the book from front to cover, from cover to cover, from front to back. Right? Like I said yesterday, Waspy don't toot nobody horn. It don't make no leader. Huh? Ain't no big U's, little me's. So since y'all scared of the white man, I got to show you the white man. Right? Ain't nothing to be afraid of, y'all. Salute to my big bro, JBN, man, for putting the work in on himself well enough to become a conduit of this information. Somebody had to transmit it.
So, family, y'all see how he is big up in this white man who performed in seances and was a conduit to channel spirits, and he want to come and make pretend to you this is something holy. And then all the religious people out there, they be like, well, humble, why you putting us in it? Because y'all are who he's talking to. And why is he doing mob work of this justice? Is because he's trying to bring more of my people back to the white man. We trying to get them away from him. We don't need anytime we followed anything from the white man, it led us astray. We don't need nothing There was no religion, no politics, no nothing from the white man. And so people ask, well, why are you so upset from him for saying what he's saying? He got the right to believe what he want. But he ain't about to come and drag my people to no white man that been dead for no who knows how long. He couldn't even keep a proper little city running. He couldn't have been that divine. Hold on, family. Let me check. Hey, Mike, check 1 2 1 2, family. Mike, check 1 2 1 2.
You still good, humble. You cut in and out one time, but you came right back in, so you still good.
Okay, my man, my man. So let's get into this, family. Let's get into this.
If it's come, first of all, Waspy tells us how these books get written. But for everybody understands also that every book is written through a man. But it's through the man. It doesn't mean that necessarily at all times that the man himself is the author of the words.
Did y'all just hear that? The book is written through the man, but that doesn't mean that at all times the man is the author of the words. I told y'all he's a salesman. I told you he can sell you shit on a stick and call it chicken. You try that in court, right? Steal something and then go in there and say that wasn't my hand. That was somebody else's hand that was operating through my hand. So I get off, right? Craziness. Let's get into this, family. Hold on, family. My background is loud. Give me 1 second.
Got you.
Many times he is the compiler. And what is that? Hold on, let me see. What is that? All right. Make sure y'all can see that. Can y'all see JBN? All right. Let me go back to this. I don't know why I was on that. And boom. Person anyway. It will be asked even before the book OWASP is seen or read, right? They're gonna ask, who is it? Who wrote this book? And that's all we hear and deal with for the most part. So I just wanted to, take away the fear by giving you knowledge, right? He be punching on your God, so he gotta be a bad dude.
So, he asked a question. I skipped a little too far here, but it's an important question. It said, he asked something like, what validates this book, right? Like what does it matter who wrote this book if the information in a book is valid, right? That would apply to something that we can go to and say, okay, this is a book, the person don't want too many, praises and stuff, okay. But this book ain't valid. So we most definitely should be questioning where this book come from and how this book was made. Because if not, then that means that we just accept anything. And that's something, no thinking rational human being should ever do. We should always ask questions. The only people that don't like to ask questions is the people who believe God did everything. Let's get into it, fam.
Right? He baffles your scientists. They be so mad. Oh, Kosmon, he can't be like that. Well, why is it objective? If it's not true, why can I point at it? Love, life, balance out there.
Point to it, Kosmon. Point to it. If it ain't real, why can you point to it? I'm asking you to point to it. I'm challenging you to point to it. Because I'm saying it ain't real. I'm saying it ain't real. And if you saying it is real, I'm going to need you to point to it. So you can show me it's real. Let's get into this, family.
JBN got them scared to read. Huh? They are terrified. This white man right here stalks their nightmares. They God wake up like, oh, JBN. Uh-huh. My thing is, if Owaski is just this Dr. Seuss book of one fish, two fish, red fish, blue fish, why can't nobody do nothing with it? Why you can't debunk it? Go into it, tear it apart, prove that what it's saying didn't happen.
I got I got about 2-3 videos on it. Easy debunctions. Easy debunctions. You acting like, oh, what's in a book is so hard to debunk because it's something super sacred. That's crazy work. When somebody, even anybody with half of a rational brain, look in this book, they can see that this is some synthesized, made up, Victorian spiritualist text. Ain't nothing true about this text. From the patriarchs to the characters to the realms to the events, none of that is true. Unless you can prove it, Kosmon. Unless you can prove it. Let's get into it.
Why Kosmon still up here talking with this big old mouth? Why ain't nobody shut him up yet? How he talk so forcefully? Why he so assured of what he's saying? And then how is it possible?
Because he think if he's assured and he talk like that and act like that, he think people are going to believe him. If he put just a little bit of passion behind the words he's saying, he think people are going to believe him. That's not how this game works, Kosmon. Flim Flammer. That ain't how this game works. You can have all the passion in the world, but if you ain't saying resonates or is valid, then ain't nobody listening to you. And that's the problem. He run around here think he knowing everything, think he got the valid rights to say what's right and what's wrong, and be able to tell everybody else about what they think they believe or what they know. But then he don't even got a good grasp on his own book, his own methodology, his own misconceptions and thoughts. It's a white man telling him what to do. That's crazy. But then he talk, well, I fight for my people. You can't be an agent. That's the Uncle Ruckus stuff. You tell us you fight for your people, but then you follow a book that's written by a white man who doesn't give a hoot and a howling about your people. Craziness. Let's get into it.
That the four horsemen always show us why they saying.
Am I good, A1? Can you hear me? Am I choppy?
You don't sound choppy to me. I just got in here though. I ain't really heard you say nothing.
Okay.
But you
So
sound
that's
clear.
one of
Yeah,
the
you been
issues I'm having right now is I'm choppy. You know, I just want to make sure I'm all good. We in here breaking down this information. Um, and man, it's looking bad for Kosmon right now. Man. It's looking bad. So if it get a little
Yeah.
choppy, anything, let me know.
Yep, they saying your mic clear. You
yeah.
got the floor.
You've been good.
All
You've been
right.
good for the last 15, 20 minutes, homie. So you straight.
All right, my man Quantum. Yeah, we had shout out to my brother Quantum. He been in the back holding me down. I see you back there, Quantum. I appreciate you. My man say JJ7K debunked the Waspy. He debunked that book. It was an easy book to debunk. I don't know why he run around championing it like it's some new revelation, a new truth. Like this is crazy. Let's get into it though, family.
And what they saying. It's because we're trying to be truthful. And when you on the side of truth and you on the side of doing good, you can't be stopped. The only thing that can stop you is you. The creator is undefeated. Who is this person anyway? Who is this JBN anyway? It will be asked. Even before the book of Waspy is seen or read. How did he accomplish such a feat? Yeah, that's what they be amazed at. A lot of the Hebrews and all the black people, the Commissions, whoever, they be so mad that this type of revelation came to a person with pale skin. They're
No, we ain't mad that time the information came through a person with pale skin. We upset that one of our brothers believed that kind of information came through somebody with pale skin. That's the problem. The fact that our brothers and sisters are out here falling to all of the traps that we already know coming. That's the issue. And this is just another trap by the pale skin that you call a pale skin. The revelation came through him. That's what all the white people say. That's what they all say. The revelation came through them. But then when we go do the history, we know that's not true. And then this put Kosmon in the bind because now he got to choose. Did the revelation come through the white man or did it come through the black man? Kosmon terrible on these tough topics, man. He terrible. Oh well, that's the problem with the black Hebrew Israelite. They don't like that this revelation came through the black man. But don't you know the Bible pre-existed the Waspy Bible, the King James, really, the Dead Sea even further. But then he keep talking about how unique this book is, as if he don't know about the law of one. He talk about the law of one in his videos. He know about the law of one book. He know about some of these other books out here. They talk about each other in their books. And so he's up here, he's reading about this brother that's talking about, I don't know how he could have made such a magnificent book. That brother obviously didn't read the Bible. Yeah, he is. Yeah, he is, J Snake. Yeah, he is. Let's get it, brothers. Let's get it.
Jealous. Can't no white man do that. I sort of agree. He didn't know the information, but to act as if he couldn't prepare himself and get himself together, right? To where
Did y'all just hear that nonsense? What's up, brother said? What's up, brother said? Did y'all just hear that nonsense? He said, no, a white man couldn't have did this. I sort of agree. So now you saying that the white man couldn't have did this. But then he say, but y'all act like that he couldn't have prepared himself. If you saying performing seances is preparing yourself, if you say performing transmediumships is preparing yourself, if you saying that talking to the dead or if that's preparing yourself, hey, you can have it. I don't want none of that over here. You can have it. But the main issue I have is, how dare you say this is more scientific than philosophical naturalism? How dare, like, this is the level of, I don't want to even say intelligence, I gotta say ignorance. This is the level of ignorance we dealing with here. Ignorance so high, right? Thank you, beautiful. Ignorance so high that it overshadows the little bit of intellect they might have. We see them roaming around here on other panels, right? They surely ain't got no intellect on history. We just had a conversation about the Native Americans and what happened over here, and they did horrible. I beat them all up. It took Kim Netta and Hurt to get me off of them boys. And then Kim Netta and Hurt had to destroy OTK and Kosmon in the conversation because they didn't know what they was talking about. They was up here reading sources that was disagreeing with them. How you bring a source that go against what you saying, but you call yourself a scholar and you say that you do this information and you study? Hey, you don't study well enough. Dang, you ain't studied well enough. Let's get into it.
Message could come through a man. Don't in the Bible it said he made a donkey talk? Didn't a wolf talk in the Bible? So your creator can make a donkey talk, but he can't get a intelligent, spiritual man who is preparing himself through his actions.
Hey, family. I don't know if y'all watch. Rampage, but Rampage is a funny dude. And whenever he see glazing like this, the first thing he say is, "Get his joint out your mouth, man. Get his joint out your mouth. How high are you off the ground?" So down his throat, man. Oh man, he's so spiritual and peaceful, and he equipped himself. But then it lets you know, brother said, he believed what the Bible be talking about. Didn't your creator say it was a talking donkey? What? So now you equating this BS with the next BS. And then you want us to believe you? Foolishness. This is why I don't deal with it. This is why when these have become such easy debates and easy arguments for me to disprove, that it's like, yo, after a while when me and him go back and forth, it just be like, yo, I ain't got nothing to say. Prove it. Prove everything you saying. I ain't got nothing to say to you. Because at that point, it gets redundant. Because then he start dragging the conversation all off track. He start talking in circles. He start trying to mislead the people. He put words in your mouth. He try to spin the narratives. And then he got the nerve to call you disingenuous. How did this work, family? I just don't understand how that works. How do you perform all the mediocrity and all the heresy, but then you got a nerve to call me disingenuous? And I'm up here teaching you more about your book than you probably ever learned in your life. Clearly, I'm up here teaching you. Clearly, you didn't know that Rene Descartes' vortices physics has been disproven. Clearly, you didn't know that. See, coming now, you be running. Hey, and see, that's the thing, brother said. That's the thing. I don't, and I'm always here for the challenge. Always. It's just I don't get these brothers. I don't be wanting to bring the challenge to these brothers. And because the reason I want to be bringing the challenge to these brothers, because I know I'm gonna hurt their spirit. I know I'm gonna hurt their spirit. Hey, the brother put something in the comments today, and I said early in the conversation that I was trying to hold that for later on, right? And so in the video, he's talking. I don't even think we got to it yet, but he was talking about how the CIA and them was trying to find out about John Bailey Newborough. And the brother in the comments said, hey, did they try to find out about all the allegations, right? The touching and assaults and things of that nature? I said, I bet they didn't. But guess what? It was all of that going on. We know that for sure. And that's what you want us to follow? That's like somebody hey, listen, man. He gotta go somewhere, bro. He gotta go. That's still like somebody up here champion. You know what? He on that. He on that mighty Hebrew. Right? You up here champion. You saying they doing good. You talking about, oh, these got good spiritual people. These are people of good faith. But then when we see their track record, we see all types of stuff we shouldn't be seeing from these faithful men. And y'all notice these faithful men always want to deal with the children. They all want to deal with the children. You feel me? They always want to open up homeless facilities for the children. They want to open up orphan facilities for the children. Like, come on. This is some sick stuff these people are caught up on. And Brother Kosmon is just loving it. He just like, yes, master. Yes, man, this is the right way to go. Hey, man. I ain't see so much boot looking in my life. Let's get it, family.
To receive a proper message for 10 years. He couldn't give him a couple words of inspiration. If he can make a donkey talk, you don't think he can give a righteous man inspiration?
So why didn't he give you any inspiration, Kosmon? Why he didn't give you Kosmon? Kosmon Cal. Hey, yo. Let's get it. Let's get it. Shout out. Shout out to my brother Jay Snake. Kosmon Cal. This is crazy. So why your Jehovah ain't come give you no revelations yet? Why he ain't come speak through you yet? Why you keep talking about a dead man that he supposedly spoke through? Cause it's foolery. Cause it's flammery. And I'ma stand up and tell you in your face. See, that's the problem with these brothers, man. They think they can get up here, they can get all big, bad, and tough, and then you supposed to cower down or whoop it down. Oh yeah, you right. No, that don't work over here, brother. That don't work over here. I'm in there exposing people. You gotta be on your P's and Q's when you dealing with humble. Always gotta be on your P's and Q's. Proved it the other night on them, said. They out here talking about, oh, well, there was no mass extinction of Native Americans on this land. And then when we get to going into it, you're talking about the South Side, brother. And then my man Hurt come in, he talk about the mass extinction in the North Side. Oh man, that ain't true. They start to try to twist their words. No, this what y'all saying. Come on, bro. They just they not ready. They not ready. They not ready for this kind of level of intellect. This intellectual war that's coming on their doorstep. This is crazy. And he talking about the talking donkeys. Oh, well, if he can make a donkey talk. What? Let's get it, man. Let's get it, family. It's some more. Listen, he's outrageous. Outrageous. Let's get it. And he think he gonna beat me in a debate? Not bringing this information. Not bringing this information.
That math ain't math. Owaski historian Jim Dennin. Shout out to the OG Jim Dennin. Boy, he did master work.
Another white man, y'all. Another white man, y'all. Hold on one sec. Another white man, y'all. Jim Dennin. Another follower of Owaski. He had to be persuaded to follow Owaski. Talk about magnificent works. Like, come on, bro. Where the melanated people at? I bet you he won't talk about no melanated people. I bet you, and throughout this whole thing, he don't talk about nail one. Let's get into it.
A lot of this stuff, we wouldn't even have if it wasn't for Jim Dennin. Dudes like Wayne Anderson, Susan B. Martinez, Brother Kendall, Brother Glenn,
And you see, he calling them brothers and sisters and master teachers. Yo, this is crazy. This is crazy. He said he the master. The master of what? The master of what? We don't know what he teach. At all. At all, Lamar. No indigenous knowledge. Let's get it. And any indigenous knowledge they do have, they stole. And they mixed up within their old bull crap. Let's get into it, man.
Brother Peter, and John. Oh yeah, John in her 90s. John got to be close to 100. You dig what I'm saying? So, they knew Wayne Anderson. All of them. You dig what I'm saying? Knew Jim Dennin.
Family, when you go look these people up, Jim Dennin, Wayne Anderson, right, you'll quickly find out, right, that these were also partakers in the Victorian spiritualism that was going on during this time. They was massive supporters of it, right? They wanted to get contacted too. The reason they are such supporters of this is because they wanted to feel the experience as well. And so once that experience didn't come, they moved on and started their own stuff. See, this is what he's not telling y'all, family. It was flim flam from the jump. Don't y'all know we was talking about the Fox sisters the other day? How they, they talked about talking to the spirits, making the little rap noises, right? It went on through the newspapers, the same thing. And then people started saying, well, wait a minute, once he passed away, well, wait a minute, all the mystical stuff stopped. All the spiritual, and he said Jehovah was looking down and he was making this happen, all that stopped once he passed away. So then what happened? People started to abandon it, people started to abandon the city. And that's my thing too, right? When at least in the Bible, when you read God send them somewhere, at least He sent them somewhere plentiful. My man sent them to Mexico where they ain't had no food, they ain't had no drinking water, the climate wasn't right, they couldn't grow nothing. He sent them to a wasteland. And y'all know all y'all gotta do is have faith on Jehovah. Isn't that how all the churches were started? Just have faith. Let's get it, family. Let's get it.
You dig what I'm saying? Live with them. So it's a different kind of report when we're looking back into these times. They are giving first person primary history. Owaski historian Jim Denham poses the question, what sort of man was he who could write such a wonderful thing?
The sort of man that partook in seances. The sort of man who was named after his parents' favorite pastor. The sort of man who studied the Vedic system. That's the sort of man who could have wrote this. And we see it when we open the text. We see it. We know ain't no ordinary man out here just know about Zoroastrianism. That's something you have to study. And even if the angels did know about the Zoroastrians, right, why would he call them the Zoroastrians? Clearly they had a name before that. Come on now, man. This is crazy. The Christians. Like, come on. Y'all, man, John Bailey Newberry didn't even have enough originality to rename the characters. One thing he did was he made sure the history wasn't the same, though. Talking about Abraham is from Persia. Come on now, what? It's crazy, man. Let's get into it. I can't stop laughing, bro, because he's funny. It's like the fact that you really think you educating people with this kind of information is ludicrous to me. Straight ludicrous. Let's get it.
What type of man was JBN that he could write such wonderful things? Such questions would be perfectly fine if they did not lead, as they often do, to misrepresentations and ultimately to ad hominem judgments and even attacks. Even today, JBN's daughter Joan wrote, after Newborough has been dead 54 years, right? So this had to be in 1944-45 that she's talking, right? And this is JBN's daughter. After Newborough had been dead 54 years, Newborough died in 1891, right? So this had to be 1944, 1945. Even murderers, after 54 years, even murderers who have committed atrocities have never come in for the spleen, vituperation, damn, malice, slander, rankling and scorn and hate that have been heaped upon Newborough. She's saying the worst murderers, the Leopolds of the world, the Pol Pots of the A.O. Watkins.
So we also seen that at the end of her quote, they said this was a good man until they nailed him on a cross. Yo, this is crazy. This is crazy. Let me put this down. I'm done dealing with this brother, man. We about to open up the the panel, right? But before we do that though, I do just want to share my screen one more time, just so I can give a little overview of just how relentless this is. Just a little overview, right? So we know that he don't know what angels are, and Owaspi redefined angels. We know that, so that's bogus, right? We know that the 15-year prophecy, right, that he's supposed to have said happened is bull crap. It wasn't even 15 years, it was 5 years, and Heinzel Hertz wasn't even saying what he was saying. He was going against what he was saying, talking about an ether. And then, Heinzel Hertz, right, proved solar radiation. Before Owaspi, talking about solar radiation isn't a thing. Light don't travel from the sun. It said light and heat don't travel from the sun, right? But are generated locally by mechanical friction inside the dense fluid ether vortex. Crazy stuff, right? The fabricated history, plagiarized patriarchs, right? The genealogy, right? The lost continent of Pan, that's more theosophical. The language, right? Stole it from the patriarchs, right? And the human history, they say he got a 24,000 year cycle, right? We know that our timeline span well over 300,000 years. Where do you get this 24,000 year cycle from? Let's get it, family. So stacking zero-weighted individual claims together does not equal truth, family. Historians reject Owaspi due to a catastrophic lack of physical, historical, and scientific evidence, not academic bias like he was trying to say. Always remember, family, always remember, it's not what you believe, but it's what you can prove. It's not what you believe, family, but it's what you can prove. So with that, we're going to pop this down here, open up, and then let y'all come up on a panel. And then let's have some good conversations, family. Quantum, you here? Nah,
Yeah, I'm still.
Okay. We opening up the panel, Quantum. Let me put this on. Put my daggone hoodie on. Cold downstairs. Ooh. What you think about that, Quantum? What you think about that? Despite the rough start.
Well, humble, you know me. When it comes to inconsistencies and like you say about beliefs, if you believe something, that's fine. But belief only means that you have to have some type of evidence, and the evidence most of the time when it comes to belief is usually some type of spiritual pleading, something like that. So,
What is called, A1? What's the song called?
Oh, I don't even know. It's probably the last one. What's the Coliseum Arguments or something?
This song
Coliseum
real fast, y'all. We gotta play the song.
You do have to say that.
Yeah. They say I perfected the time and again. Titans the base league, we here for the win. Born divine with all of my kin. I see they religious, they worry about sin. That's all they do and they be like, They say I perfected the timing again. Titans the base league, we here for the win. Born divine, and all of my kin. See they religious, they worry about sin. Hop out the Lexus and slid in the Benz. Pouring libations with all of my friends. Manifesting got me 10 out of 10. I live in abundance, got money to spend. They say I perfected the timing again. Titans the base league, we here for the win. Born divine, and all of my kin. See they religious, they worry about sin. Hop out the Lexus and slid in the Benz. Pouring libations with all of my friends. Manifesting got me 10 out of 10. We gone to the top, little shorty, get in. Yeah, watch how you address me when you step in the room. I'm the host and debater, HNXC in full bloom. I've been out for lashes like work to my floor. Check your epistemics before you knock on my door. Y'all talking circular, trapped in a loop. I'm slicing through noise like a razor through proof. Bring all the scholarly smoke from your schools. Watch me dissect every premise you brought. I do Socratic methods on all of your claims. Just turn your whole worldview to dust and remains. In choruses like work, I quiet the noise. You're fighting with myths, I'm adjusting the scales. Call a sum of arguments, heavy and cold. Dialectics are failure, your theories are old. Challenge the throne and you'll leave with no ground. We want the highest tier minds in the town. So check your logic before you speak to the king. Cause I break down a weak point before you even begin.
That's all. Fight, bro. Fight, bro. Hey, man, we got Chester coming up. Yeah.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you now.
Bet. Babylon Don said, play that again, man.
I'm gonna play it before I'm gonna most definitely play it before we end the live. Bet.
Let me see what we got going in the chat, man. Let's see. Look like we all caught up. But yeah, man.
Yeah.
John Baloo Negro, while he had some nice ideas, I guess the ideas wasn't his. He claimed that they came from somewhere else. And so this is the problem that I always have with these type of things. It's like the information could be viable, but when you have to give it to some type of extraordinary force of something that can't be examined or naturally explained in an intelligible and coherent way, there's going to always be questions. And the questions, people don't have the questions like you say. And I hope people understand this too. It might seem like you making fun of Owaspy and things, but you're not. What you're doing is pointing out the inconsistencies that people might not know, and this is real important. We laugh and we joke about these things, but we know that each and every individual only has a limited amount of time to be able to move humanity forward from that time. And so information like this, information like we get in a lot of religions, I ain't gonna say a lot of religions, especially theistic religions, all of them, all religions, they have a way of being intelligible but incoherent. It contradicts itself, and then they come up with all types of apologetics and all types of arguments where you'll have to argue all day for it because you can. Like I said, if it's an intelligible idea, that's fine. It's just the incoherence and the inconsistencies, the contradictions to itself.
Right.
And I can't argue with no contradictions of something to itself. I couldn't argue for something that has contradictions that I see. I heard one of the Calvinists speaking the other day, and a lot of religions they'll have they each and every individual always have their own little twist, own little certain twist to it because of, and the Calvinists. I think this is what somebody said they like about Calvinists. Calvinists don't deny the evil that the supposedly a God has done. They stand up with it. But this certain Calvinist was like, I see the inconsistencies in this and this and this, and so I just put it aside. What I'm saying, I answer it, but it doesn't stop me from his belief. But I guess he didn't understand that his belief automatically changed when he changed whatever it is view he had. And this is what we have with religions. This is why we have so many different sects within one religion as opposed to all of them being together. Like, shouldn't be no reason that all Christians don't believe the same, or all Hebrews don't believe the same exact, all Jews or people of the Torah don't believe the same exact thing. But the reason that is because each and every individual within themselves can find the inconsistencies, and so they have to find something to deal with. And like I said, Owaspy is very interesting to me. It's just that to be a follower of it, I could never coherently say that because I'd have so many questions that I can't answer, and I can't give that answer to just like, well, that's the creator and that's what you won't understand. Because at the same time I'm having that conversation, I'm explaining what I'm just said that people shouldn't understand.
There you go.
Gets
There you
incoherent
go.
again.
Me too, brother Omar. Me too, man. I want cause my opinion to try to talk about some of these things I brought up. Right? I want to talk about why he think his book predicts signs that have already been around way before John Baby Negro was even born. I want to talk about that.
Damn, humble, my bad. I messed it up and had you. I muted. I told you I don't know what it is. Every time I mute, it messes you up. It's crazy.
Oh, that's crazy. Oh, I was cutting in and out.
Yep, just at the last thing you said after you
Oh,
said that about Omar, you
I
pulled
was
up
saying
Omar's and then I muted.
yeah. So Omar, I was saying that I want Kosmon to come on up too. I want him to defend some of the things I was saying too. Definitely when he's talking about that the Owaspy predicts science that haven't even existed yet. I want him to come up here and talk about that claim.
Yeah, Omar, we give everybody a free chance to come up and defend their stance, even you. But you brought the Punisher with you last time, Frank Castle. I got put on put. I got put on. Well, I didn't get put on punishment. I did it to myself to make sure that you understand. But we gonna get back to it. You remember you talking about Cosmine defending itself. When I get back up there, you still got. We still got a Hebrew challenge that we gotta sort out, and we gonna do it.
Uh huh. That track was fire, family. It is going on to the 2 hour mark. Um, Before I shut it down, I want to make sure that nobody want to come up here and say anything. Come on up here, hit that link, family. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna play a commercial. Me and Quantum going to say what we gotta say, and then we gonna play that song to shut us out. So I'm about to play the commercial now.
You got a commercial?
Yep, yep, yep.
Attention all debate fans. You've been watching, you've been arguing, you've been picking sides. But now it's time to level up. From this point forward, all debates on this platform are going members only. That means the hottest clashes, the wildest arguments, and your favorite personalities going head to head will only be available to subscribers. You want real scholarship? You want the smoke? You want the unfiltered action? Then don't get left outside looking in. Sign up today for as low as $3.99 and get full access to every debate, every moment, every knockout argument. This is Titans Debate League, where legends are made and debates get real. Join now or miss out.
Everybody that's family and people that's new here, if you are new, please hit that subscribe button, family. Please hit that subscribe button. Go ahead, brother Quantum, close us out, and then I'm gonna close us out, and then we gonna play the song to get out of here.
Yeah, man. Shout out to all my Titans and everybody that's fighting to be enlightened. Remember to watch out for the snakes that's striking and the dogs that's biting. For tonight's presentation from Humble, it was wonderful. Another wonderful presentation from the Titans Debate League and the participants of that. Shout out to the information. Shout out to Kosmon and Owaspi. You know, come on up. And I know you got to defend yourself, but I want to make sure everybody do know this. Whatever Kosmon and them believe, they end results to what he believed is a good push. They push for making, and it's crazy to say this, but it's true. They push for moving existence in a way that is less friction and moving without having problems. Now they do it with Owaspi as their foundation. And so you might not want that as your foundation, but that overall outcome, let's remember that. And so while we get up here and we analyze and dissect beliefs to each individual, once we get past those religions, because people follow religions for a reason. If it makes them feel good, makes them live in a persistent manner, then I'm all for it. When you start trying to push that belief on people and saying that they should follow it, we might have a problem. Then I won't too much say nothing because, like I said, this is Humble's, and so I push. I want to end by saying that whatever you may find that makes you move in a coherent manner, even if it is incoherent, but your actions are for the well-being of what's going on, hey, I'm all for that. So like I said, shout out to individuals. I ain't gonna even say no religions or nothing. Shout out to individuals, the cause minds, the gang, creator gang. Shout out to Christians, Muslims, all y'all. Unless you trying Hebrews, I can't leave y'all out because I don't want y'all to say I left you out. But if you pushing for a good structure within existence and you ain't talking about hate and moving things back to where we've been, hey, I'm all for that.
That's a fact. That's a fact.
Anything
We got
else?
brother Sadiq on the panel. What's up, brother Sadiq?
Hey, Humble, what's going on, brother? Soul Tribe family.
You already know, brother. You already know.
And my brother
Hey, man,
only.
we about to,
Quantum only.
well, you know what? Before I even say that, hey, Quantum, do you want to change the title and then you stay up here while I go check out my laptop and see what's going on instead of me just shutting all the way out?
Shoot, I was thinking about that. I can.
Okay,
Let me see
yeah,
how many
yeah,
people. We got
yeah.
17 people watching, so I might.
Yeah.
If you don't mind, I might just stay up here a couple more hours and
Oh,
take
yeah.
this
But
actual
that's
show
just
to
because I
focus.
just Babylon done. Let me pop my man Babylon done up here. Babylon done is just because my laptop acting crazy. I don't want to keep cutting in and out on the people. I actually want to take the time to see what's going on, and then come back up here and check it out. You see what I'm saying? I was doing a presentation, so I had no choice but to push through it because y'all know I wasn't gonna stay away. But Now that the presentation is out the way, things of that nature, I can really go and check and see why my connection is so bad. And then once I get all that fixed, I'm coming back up here. So um, that was the reason for that. What's up, brother Sadiq? What's up, brother Sadiq?
Yo, 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 famo. Man, great presentation, first of all, as usual, brother. Great presentation. So, some people, have differences of opinion. They don't want it, but we need it. It is so necessary, see, in my opinion. And I agree what Only said, too, about being unique and then yet appreciating other perspectives at the end of the day, where having a good faith intent is concerned. I share that same sentiment. But regarding your thoughts on I'll be humble about about the overly believing where worship is concerned. Even though Cosmon say there's no pressure to worship, which I find refreshing, but you know the text isn't updated with revelation. There's no
And
new
also,
revelation. See,
I also think that Owaski isn't being Christian. Owaski is this all spread abroad. It's actually a book that's published that people just like to read and cling to. You see what I'm saying? And the
yeah,
people that read it and cling to it call themselves faithists. So there's not a real structured community. But if there was a real structured community of Awaski and faithists of things of that nature, I'm sure they would have to adhere to the covenant of Jehovah.
yeah. I let Cos respond, to that in that regard. But where's the new revelation? You know,
Exactly.
see,
Exactly.
I mean, automatic. We can't. We're gonna do more automatic writing, and then no, we can't. It's not that easy. See, your active participation is required,
Mm-hmm.
and so that's the main issue I have. But Cos, he does a great job at defending it, and I rock with Cos at the end of the day, because we're all on different pages. But every belief system or truth at any level must be updated to evolve spiritually and mentally, particularly if you're a teacher.
Right.
Because a lot of these religions are dying out over time. If you create an absolute, if your text remains absolute, virtually unchanged, in time it dies.
Mm-hmm.
See?
Mm-hmm. And
You know,
that's the
there,
issue.
right. That's the biggest issue I have is this absolute context.
Yeah.
See,
And for
and
me,
now and it's not this whole Owaski thing. NOI. See,
yeah,
which will keep repeating what Elijah said.
there you go. And for me, it's more so like I said in my presentation, why not get back to your roots? We understand you
Right.
don't want to be religious. We understand you don't want to be Christian, Muslim, Jewish, none of that. You don't want to be. But there's so many other spiritual systems that your people, you see what I'm saying? When you look at the
Right.
drawings and when you look at the text and when you look at the language and you look at the culture, you can see it mimics or it resonates something with you. When you go into all these other traditions, they don't resonate with you as a melanated person. Everything around you is white. This
I
is
have to
why in the
agree.
video I kept pointing out that you see him, oh, well, shout out to my man JBN and shout out to my man Jim Dunnan and shout out to my girl such and such. And it's like, bro, all of these are white people. And I'm not saying I ain't got no race against white, I ain't got no hate against white people or nothing. But you were saying that they are the forefront of pushing this new information that we haven't ever heard of before. But then when we go in history, we see how people even did that first. You don't even have the genuineness in yourself to even go back to the roots of where that comes from.
Yeah, we have to go outside of our comfort zone. I agree.
And my thing is this too. Believe what you want to believe, but don't
Right.
lie about it.
Right.
Don't be up here talking about number one, Heinzel Hertz proved the medium. That's blasphemous, bro. Listen, you can believe in Owaspi all day long, but when you come out here making statements that the Owaspi Bible predicted Adams way before Adams was even a thing, that's again blasphemous. That shows your lack of intelligence on the subject matter. Because anybody who have any type of knowledge on those type of subject matters know when these things occur. And so we can't sit up here and act like, oh well, everything was just revealed from the Owaspi Bible. And it's like, well, if that's the case, then what about all the stuff that's revealed in the King James version of the Bible? Because a large portion of this Bible come from there. I showed y'all the other day where word for word the Owaspi Bible takes from Matthew 10:34.
Right.
Word for word. He ain't have no originality to it. He ain't switched nothing up. He copied it. John Bailey Newborough copied it from word from the Bible. There's a couple more like that too, where they in a Garden of Eden and they doing this, and it's a whole lot where you can like, yo, why do I feel like I'm reading a religious book all over again?
Yeah. In Islam, some of the text comes from previous religious texts. And so, I mean, this is my personal conjecture that the organizers that start some of these belief systems want to prevent accusations of plagiarism. So they'll say it came about out of thin air to avoid being accused of stealing shit from previous uh, scriptural text, canonical text.
Right.
So, like we see here with automatic writing, they said, "Well, no, no, no. This was automatically written. We didn't copy this. This come out of the netherworld, right? You know what I'm saying, or
It's
whatever, right?
crazy
Yeah,
work. It's crazy
it's a
work.
little
The
slick little
very
move.
fact that he
It's
started off
slick.
his video talking about, and I'm free. Am I freezing it, y'all? I'm over here freezing, y'all. I'm about to hop off after this. I'm gonna say this, close out for myself, hop out, and I'm coming back, family. But in the beginning of his video, he was talking about angels, and he showed even how he don't have a very clear conceptualization of angels. You just can't take the word or take the concept of angels and make it natural. That's not how these things work. Angel have a clear definition, and the clear definition for an angel is something that is supernatural. You
Right.
can't then take that and make that natural, and then we can't measure that. So how are you saying this thing that is natural we can't measure?
Some texts will say, the NOI talks about,
Oh, really fast, brother
that.
Sadiq. Really
Go
fast, brother
ahead.
Sadiq. I'm gonna let you
Go
get
ahead.
ahead because I'm about to close it out. Hey, family, I appreciate y'all for kicking it. I will be back. I am just hopping off for a moment just to get my laptop together. But I appreciate y'all. Hey, I enjoyed the engagements in the comments. I appreciate you, brother Quantum. I'm out of here, y'all. I'll be right back.
For
You
sure,
got it,
brother.
brother
Peace, brother.
Quantum. And peace, brother Sadiq.
I got you. I got you. Thanks again. Like you said, I'll go ahead and leave it open since I got Sadiq Raw.
And that
What
track
up,
fire
Sadiq?
only. You that's you? You made that?
That the last track. Now I believe that's A1. I believe that's
That
A1
boy
on that.
that boy fire.
Yeah, it's called Coliseum of Arguments. He got that one. He got the last two
Got
he
the
done
Afro
made.
beats and piano flow on that motherfucker.
Yeah, yeah. Uh, humble, humble been on Owaspi's head for a minute, for a couple of weeks now. That debate gonna be a wonderful debate when they start that. Did you get to catch A1's presentation earlier? Oh, we got my Omar up.
Peace, brother Omar. Shalom.
What's up, Omar? Omar.
What's going on, family? How y'all doing?
All right, all right. How you got?
Oh, I'm chilling, man. Chilling, man. You know what I'm saying? I wanted y'all to continue the show because I was like, man, I took a little nap, man, and I got up. I probably saw like maybe like the last 25, 30 minutes of the show. I missed the majority of it. But I wanted y'all brothers to keep the flow going. You know what I'm saying? That's about it. Yeah, yeah. One of the other, a couple of other brothers said it up in the chat too. They was like, "Nah, keep it going, keep it going." So,
Yeah, we know you got. We definitely can keep it going. You got anything you want to say about the show about Humble? Or,
so I already knew. Well, even though I didn't, like I said, I didn't hit a majority of the show. I saw that Humble was going at Ospie. You know what I'm saying? Um, and of course, I don't agree with it. You know what I'm saying? I'm an Israelite brother, Bible guy, but I did want to see the brother Kosmon come up and have a chance to retort the things that Humble said. I want to hear uh brother Cosma from his point of view where he think Humble went wrong and some things that Humble may have messed up during his presentation. You
yeah,
know what I'm
yeah, that's what
saying?
I was. That's what I was hoping for too. Cosmon always come in and
He a night owl though. You know what I'm saying?
yeah, he is. It looks
he's
kind of
he's yeah he's a night owl. You know what I'm saying? I ain't gonna be able to hang out that long because I got I hang out until I get a little tired, but because I got shit I got to get up early as shit in the morning, but. You know what I'm saying? I hang out, I hang out for, a couple of hours. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, I wanted to hear, what I'm saying, I wanted to see what Cosmo had to say about some of the information. Of course, I'm not an expert on it. You know what I'm saying? I did look into a few things before. When me and Cosmo was kind of going at it for a little second. You know what I'm saying? But I ain't trying to throw nobody no alley hoop or nothing like that. So you know what I'm saying? Hey,
yeah,
you gonna have to
cause
get
y'all
that on
might
you.
get
You
hit.
gonna have to get that on your own, brother.
That's right. Especially if you got a debate
So
coming up, I feel you on that.
yeah, but no, man, I'm up in here. I got a couple of hours. You know what I'm saying? Ain't no sweat. You know what I'm saying? Hear what the brothers got to say.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? But I go ahead and mute out though. Oh yeah, shalom to Sadiq too. I forgot to tell the brother Sadiq shalom too, man. Good to see you up on here, brother.
For sure, for sure. We man, you had that challenge.
Brother Sadiq, shalom too, man.
Shalom, brother. Shalom, brother. Good to see you, brother. As always.
All right, same here, Sadiq. But no, Oli, I know we still got to finish that joint though.
Yeah, man, you came in with Frank Castle. Frank Castle got us flagged, and
Nah,
I had to.
see, nah, brother. You already know, man. Look, I didn't do that on purpose. From
I know.
from the last time y'all told me, because you was like, oh, uh, he ended up getting flagged. Um, so
And then
I thought if I just played, because remember the second time I didn't play no video, I just played the audio. I didn't
right,
know, like I'm not a YouTube guy, so I didn't know we couldn't play the audio either. You know what I'm saying?
but
So
think
it,
about this, Omar. The computers when it flag you, it don't even pick you up for the video. It picks you up for the audio. If you would have played that video and put it on mute, it probably would have played all night. It's the audio that it actually catches up that it
oh,
uses
see, I
through
see.
ASCAP and BMI and all of that stuff.
Oh shit, my bad. Okay, yeah, I didn't. I see. I'm still learning. You know what I'm saying? But 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 yeah. But I know. I told A1 or you if I ever wanted to show something, I could shoot y'all the email to how y'all verified to see if because like I said, I'm kind of new to this, so I don't know the standard on what you can show and what you can't show. I'm still learning on the fly, of being on these panels too. So, I didn't try to, it was a couple of people up in the chat saying, "Oh, Omar did it on purpose." I'm like,
Yeah,
man,
no, we
yeah,
know
I was
you.
like,
We know you
yeah,
didn't
no,
do that
I
on
no,
purpose.
that's what kind of had me pissed off a little bit. It was, I did see a few people in the chat was like, "Oh no, he did it on purpose." I'm like, why would I do something on purpose when this is the panel in a channel that I spend the majority of my time on. That don't even make sense. I come here
Right.
often, very often. I support it, but I'm gonna try. But I did it on purpose to try to get a shot. Yeah, that kind of had me a
No,
little
no,
hot
no.
though. I
Let me
was like,
come up when I say this.
why in the hell would
The,
somebody
on-
put
the
that up
only
on there?
the only way Omar did that on purpose is if he was trying to run, and I don't think Omar was trying to run
Hell
at
nah,
all.
shit. You already know that. Hell nah. But
But
nah though,
yeah,
you know now that I know, you know what I'm saying. I ain't one of them brothers that keep making the same mistake over and over and over. You know, you tell me one thing, okay? Just one thing. You tell me one thing, man. Not two
that's
things,
all
just
you
one
need.
thing.
Right. And like you say, you learning, I'm learning, we all learning it. I know some of the things that we can show, is like other podcasts and documentaries, things like that. We might can show as long as we pause it and have ample conversation about the video. We have we can't let anybody's review that we doing. We can't let their video be the most information on our show, and so we can use those things. But when it comes to like movies and things that's been put out officially through broadcast companies, media companies, record companies, those things, we can't play those without permission. So,
Okay, I see. And then also, I've been hearing this term go around a lot. People saying, "Oh, I'm monetized," and then some people say, "I'm not monetized." What the hell does that mean?
um, monetized mean you've met the requirements to have ads, or you paid for ads on your page, and you get paid for it.
Oh,
Not
okay,
monetized
okay.
means you just doing it for free. You don't have any ads coming up, nothing
Okay.
that.
I got you. Okay. I got you. That makes sense now. Okay, I got you. I got you. I got you.
Yeah, and it means a
Yeah,
host of
man.
other things besides just that. That was just basic info.
Gotcha.
I know somebody probably gonna come up and say, "Oh, if Roy Chess and Roy Chess could probably break it off." Shout out Roy
Yeah,
Chess.
no, I get you. It's probably a whole bunch of other guidelines too, but like you said, that's probably
Right.
one of the main ones. But I can always kind of look it up or research it, doing some of my spare time. That way, I just make sure when I'm on somebody's platform, I do a due diligence because, like I said, the last thing I'm trying to do, especially a platform that I spend a lot of time on, is to mess what they got going on up. You know what I'm saying? So yeah,
Yeah. But we gonna get it right, man.
yeah,
Moving. We
yeah.
moving in a persistent manner over here at Titans Debate League. I'm glad I joined it. Shout out to the rest of the community and all the other pages. They've been showing love um, in a way that's information spreading. When I said Cedric been coming over, speaking on some of the scientific things because that's what I tell people. After my philosophy, when I talk about other topics, I'm more doing reporting. Like when I'm doing this challenge that me and you doing, I'm not refuting it or anything. I'm doing reporting of my findings because I'm not an expert in the Hebrew Israelite religion and stuff. And so when I when I ask questions and things, I hope people understand I ain't asking them from a what you call it, a expert's perspective. I'm asking from a reporting, more investigative perspective. And so it might sound like I think I'm smart and stuff. I don't. That's just my voice. This challenge for me, when you issued it to me, was just that. You was telling me, go do your research. Go, you know what I'm saying? And so you know that that's not actually going
You,
in and
you answered the call. No, that's what you did. You answered the call. I completely understand. Ain't no sweat. I completely
yeah,
understand. I issued the challenge. You answered the call. You know what I'm saying? So it's not. I get it. It's not like you coming at me like you're the authority or you know more than me.
yeah,
Like you said, you coming at it from like if you was like if you was working in the like the media field or like the or like the news field and you just trying to you just trying to you trying to cover the story and get the information pertaining to the story and then put the information out there for another person with the expertise to answer those to that to answer some of those tough questions, so I
Right.
absolutely get it, man. I absolutely get it, ain't no sweat,
Yeah,
brother.
yeah, and that's what I like about this. That's why I like, and I hope, I think everybody kind of understand that though. That's my disclaimer. I am not an expert on anything I say. I have done my research, and I do have my own interpretations. And this is what Omar is here to clear up for me when he do answer my questions, um, and those things. And that's what we're doing. Um, so to get into it, what do you think about my man Amaziah? I think we was on about slide 17, and that's who we was talking about. That's who I was talking about before I ended the live the last time we was on, and but Amaziah, let me see if I can't pull up my slides
Yeah,
real quick. I might can find it.
yeah, that kind of slipped my memory a little bit, you know what I'm saying?
Um, was it Covenant Justice or this one? Let me see. Yeah, it was this one. We was talking about 2 Kings 14 and Chronicles 25. Um, and of course, when we was talking about this, we was talking about how Amaziah's father was murdered. Um, Amaziah executes the people responsible. He does not execute their children. The text explicitly appeals to the law of Moses. And so I guess my first question, since we're back here, is what does the how does the Hebrew Israelites um, I guess I could say um, act with the law of Moses, or what is their perspective on the law of Moses? Is that a commanding doctrine, or is that something that's out of the way now?
Well, for the most part, just about, we still got to keep all those laws. Uh, the only thing we don't do now is we don't sacrifice. We don't have to sacrifice a animal to cover sin because Christ was the sacrifice. So really, that's the only change. Um, there's also something else to where it deals with the um the tabernacle, because we don't have a standing tabernacle. Our last tabernacle was it was torn down. They stacked it. They stacked it and they burned it down. So you know we don't have that tabernacle. So there's a few things, but I mean for the most part, you know what I'm saying. Still keep you still keep the Sabbath. Uh, no shrimp, no crab, no lobster, no pork. There's still certain fish you can and you can't eat. So for the most part, those basic things, you still got to follow. And here's the thing here: nobody can follow 316 laws. So that's another thing going around. Oh yeah, yeah. Y'all got 316 laws you got to keep. Don't you know a man can't keep a law that's meant for a woman when she on her menstrual cycle? So there's certain laws that are made for men. There's certain laws that are made for women. There's certain laws that are made for both. They even got laws for business owners. But they got laws for being a merchant. from people that's gathering, like, hunters, fishing, certain things, so you don't overfish. You know what I'm saying? So there's a plethora of laws that I don't even have to follow because they don't even pertain to me. But the ones that do pertain to me, I keep those. So when I hear when I hear like a lot of Christian people and all that, oh man, it's so hard. You can't follow all them laws. Like, just a lot of those laws don't even pertain to somebody. But for the laws that are easy, like once I found out that I couldn't eat pork no more, which I well actually I stopped eating pork before I even became found the truth. It's just not good for you. You know what I'm saying? That wasn't hard to do. I really never ate fish. So I never ate seafood. I still don't eat seafood to this day. I don't eat no seafood. I don't eat no fish. Even though some fish are lawful, I don't even eat fish. So I never had a problem. Oh, I just can't stop eating catfish. What about eating the crab and putting the butter up on it? Oh, I don't can't give that up. Then you got a nigga that, oh man, I just gotta get that pork chop. I gotta have it bacon. I'm like, you telling me it tells you that the laws are not grievous. Grievous means it shouldn't. It's not hard. So you telling me a person is struggling to stop eating? A nigga can't stop eating pork. You know what I'm saying? Now other certain things, because I use a smoke squares, right? It's cigarettes, for those who don't know. So that did take me a little second to stop. You know what I'm saying? Because that's more, with the nicotine and stuff like that. So I had to narrow it down. You know what? Actually, I was never really a smoker like that. Anyway, it used to probably take me like maybe 2 weeks to smoke a pack of squares, because like normally when I'm working, or during the week, you know what I'm saying, I'm not drinking or nothing like that. But during the weekend, I mellow out. I may chill with my guys, my buddies. When I'm drinking, nigga might want to smoke a square or something like that. So that took me a little second to stop, which I finally did. But um, it just shouldn't be grievous though. But uh, so just kind of back to your question with Moses, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, there's certain things that we still gotta follow to a T. You know what I mean?
Yeah, man. And that's real big too, because that covenant. When I be thinking about it, like I think about some of the things in the covenant that I don't do just naturally. Like I ain't never liked it. I ain't gonna say like, because I've never even tried it. Shrimp, crab, lobster. My homeboy tried to pay me $100 to eat something, and I just couldn't. Not because of the law or anything,
Yeah,
just
it just
because
looked
I
it looked like a roach.
yeah, I just don't like it. Now, when it comes to the dietary laws, do you think which I guess I gotta say it like this, and I don't know if y'all group them like that, but which laws do you think are the easiest to go against? Like the dietary laws seem to be would be hard to me, especially after you know it.
That's a way to answer, because I know every brother has a different vice or something that he's struggling that other brothers may find easy. So there's brothers that may find to oh, I can't smoke, weed. I can't smoke cigarette no more, and they can just drop it like that. Other brothers might struggle with that. Then you got other people that say, oh well, that's easy. If I can't eat, bacon no more, or shrimp, crab, and lobster, that's easy. Then you might have another brother that maybe grew up in New Orleans or somewhere like Baltimore, DC, somewhere like Seattle, Washington, to where you grow up by the sea and you used to eat those things up on a daily basis, yeah, a brother from a brother from something like that may struggle more to stop eating those kind of things than another brother who's really never even ate those kind of things. So that's a hard question to answer, but I mean, I would just say it's that's upon one situation upon another, and that can vary depending on the brother or sister. You know what I mean?
Gotcha. Yeah, that's kind of what I figured. I was, like I said, for me, once I looked at some of the laws, it's like the dietary laws would probably be the hardest for me because of that thing that you said. Where I grew up, um, we never knew. Of course, we know that anything you eat, um, if you eat it at nauseum, it might be, it's gonna be a hazard to it. Um, when I grew up sleeping at my grandma's house and stuff, eggs and bacon and toast was always the breakfasts that we got. And so I
Yeah.
never, we went to church and everything, but of course that was Christian church, and they didn't do that dietary or push it like that. Now that I know um, that that's against that, and I'm not a Hebrew or Israelite or from a Muslim from Islam because a lot of them have it. But when I look at it though, I guess that's part of the beauty of it because those struggles make you call on. Oh my bad. But yeah, those individual laws and those struggles are kind of what, if I was following that, I would see that that's why I would need to call on God at times to give me the how they say it, the fortitude to fight these temptations and be against God.
So I'm gonna drop it real quick. Okay, this is what it goes. Your normal Christian narrative on when you battling certain things, you don't want to keep praying and praying and praying and praying and praying and praying and praying over again because you know what that does. You know what that demonstrates.
That you have that you haven't been able to be self
No,
sufficient
that no that demonstrates to the Most High that you don't have faith in Him because and you know what absolute faith is. You pray to the Most High one time, you ask Him for something, and then you ain't got to keep doing it over and over and over and over and over again because you doing it over and over and over and over and over again. It voids the first initial reason why you ask it anyway, because now it's like you're praying over and over and over again, like the Most High didn't hear your first prayer. So the thing what I found out coming into this truth, uh, and I actually found this out recently because you know what I'm saying I watched the little classes or whatever for you know who I watch, the classes, and that's something that I recently learned is that you don't want to just be you don't want to over pray. You don't want to pray for something and then 2 3 days later you're praying all over again. Then another 2 3 days later, you're praying and you're no. So this is kind of and I'm not saying to only pray and ask the Most High for something one time. I'm just saying whatever you're praying, you asking for, believe in the Most High to fulfill it. Now, just because what you asking or what you praying for don't come right away, you know what I mean? That's not bad either. Because sometimes you may have a trial or tribulation, but to recommend. So let's use this for instance. Let's say you have a brother that's struggling with eating pork, or a brother that's even struggling with smoking cigarettes. So the thing is, of course you want to pray to the Most High to to get that up out your life. But what's more important is just like how you have Alcoholics Anonymous. You have a support system. Your support system is the brothers and sisters that's up in the truth with you. So what you want to do, a brother that's struggling smoking cigarettes, you want to surround your people with like-minded, you want to surround yourself with like-minded people that hold the same truth, same ideology, same things that you believe in. Hold them dearly. That way, when you look at them, they're setting the example because you seeing them not doing it. And you may see a brother that used to smoke a pack of cigarettes, go through a pack of cigarettes every 3 days, getting it, 2, 3 days smoking a pack of squares, and now he don't smoke squares no more. So the thing is, when you dealing with certain things and you struggling in these areas, it's always good to get, like I said, you definitely want to, pray to the Most High. You want to go get counsel, and then you want to surround your people with like-minded values like you. So you have a good and a pure example to follow, if that makes sense.
No, yeah, that definitely makes sense because
Yeah.
that's what I was getting at, and when I'm talking my reference, I'm talking reference to the Christians. Um, you have conversations and dealings with the pastors of churches and stuff, but when you in the congregation and you dealing with the people in the congregation, and like you say, a person is steady going to church, praying for this, and then go back out and do the thing that they did that they had to pray for, and then go to church the next week or pray for it again. Oh, forgive me for this again. Go, come, preacher ask anybody need to be prayed for. And they stand up. Yeah, could you pray for me? And it's the same thing that they did. And so I'm like, to me, that's a redundant action. But they keep doing it as if I know that temptation is there and I can't fight it. But God give me a chance to pray for it and ask for forgiveness. And so that mechanism right there, like I said, it drops all the way back down to when somebody do something to harm somebody. And then they say, well, I have a chance to pray for it because I was tempted. Most of the things when we talk about that and people actually committing evil that we know is evil against other people, they start blaming that on the devil and the temptations. And that crutch right there was one of the things that I have contention with and concern about because of the ladder that it climbs or goes up to. It goes up to the accountability of people not just eating when we talk about dietary things and stuff. There's other laws and stuff that go, and not just those laws, but things that we know are wrong. And the law might not state it like that, but the law gives reference to it in a different way. And if you know what the law is saying, and so that accountability being taken away, and people saying that they're able to pray to God and ask for forgiveness, I have contention with that. Can you kind of expound on that? How you deal with that?
This is one thing that you got to understand first. This is one thing that you got to understand first. When those people of those Christians up inside that church, when they say, "Oh, it's the devil tempted you," it's the devil. Guess who's trying you? Guess who's trying you? It's the Most High that's doing it. It's the Most High. It's the Most High that's doing it, and He's doing it like any good parent. And I'm gonna give this example. When I was younger, right? I remember my mother used to tell us, when I leave, do not answer that phone. Whatever y'all do, don't answer the phone. And I used to be like, well, what if daddy called? Don't worry about that. I just told y'all, don't answer the phone, right? Yo, one day my mother left, and I remember my father was supposed to be coming. He was supposed to be coming by just to hang out with us at the crib, right? Because he was going to be up in the area, and I was like, so my mother was leaving out. She said, I got to go run an errand. She said, whatever y'all do, don't answer that phone. I said, but Pops was supposed to be coming over today to come hang out. She said, I don't care. I said, don't answer the phone. Me looking at my brother, okay. You know what my mother did? 20, 20 minutes
She
after she
called.
left.
She called.
Oh, she called the crib. And my brother looked at me. He said, oh, don't answer. Remember what Ma said? I said, but remember, Daddy was supposed to be coming by. What if it's Daddy? He said, don't answer it. Oh, don't answer it. I picked up the phone. I said, hello? She said, boy, I said, oh, man. I said, God damn, I'll tell your ass up when I get home. You know what I'm saying? I was like, so as a shorty, right? When she did come home, she didn't whoop me. She just was like, I don't know why you so hard headed. I told you, she put me on punishment though, right? So you know, I didn't, I didn't understand that. I was like, I kind of felt betrayed. I felt like my mother set me up. But as a good parent, after telling me to do something to test me, she was giving me the test to see if I was gonna F up or not. And I effed up. And it's so say a brother coming into the truth. Now, coming inside the truth, a person may have a hard time understanding that. Now, once you get settled in, and you get to figure out these things, the Most High is like any other good father. Yeah, you're gonna get punished. Yeah, yeah. So it wasn't no devil or nothing like that. That was after my mother gave me a specific order. She was gonna test us to see if we was gonna follow the order. My brother listened to the order, and I disobeyed the order. So guess what? There was a punishment for that. So I just kind of wanted to bring that out. That's just like the Most High. He get these laws, statutes, and commandments. He give us things to do. So the thing is, it's not Satan. Oh yeah, the church. Oh yeah, Satan and that. No, it's the Most High doing it to you to test you, to see what you gonna do, to see if you gonna adhere or to see if you gonna disobey. If that kind of answer that for you, Oli.
Yeah. That's the perspective I kind of figured out that people had, and that's another one of my, like I say, man, that's another one of my contentions, because I don't feel like it's enough tests already in the world for God to be testing me some more. Dang, man. But yeah, that's what
Yeah, I mean, just like I said, when I was going through trying to quit smoking squares and shit like that, you know how many times me being around people and I see them like that square, boy, my mouth would just water and I'd be like, oh man, like what come on, just ask one. Oh, just ask one. Go ahead, smoke one. You know what I'm saying? It would call, especially after having a drink, you know what I'm saying? Be like, come on, just smoke one, Ain't ain't nobody looking. Hey, you ever seen that movie Cat's Eye?
catch
Cat's Eye back
with
from
the
the 80s. It
yeah with
was
the
it, it
cat that
was
with the little
yeah
monster.
yeah it was a multi-story. Remember, one of the stories was with I forgot the actor name, James something. But remember, he went to Smokers Anonymous. He was trying to quit smoking, and then his friend gave him the card and said but believe you me, you gonna quit smoking. He said, well, how did you quit smoking? He said, we have very unorthodox ways to convince people to stop smoking. And then remember what he told him. He said, remember, we'll be watching you. And to remember that every move you make, every step you take,
Yeah,
I'll be watching you. Yeah,
watching.
man.
Yeah.
He was trying to sneak it. He was trying to sneak it through. Yeah, hey, man, look. Hey, look, man. When you think you're trying to sneak and do something, man, look, man. There's somebody that see you, all right. The Most High see you. So they look, man, you know, and that's kind of the way I had to approach it. You know what I'm saying? And that was a vice that it took me a little it took me a little minute to fully stop. You know what I'm saying? To quit smoking weed was kind of easy. Like I ain't smoked weed probably in over 10 years, man. But for some reason, like I had a hard problem quitting smoking squares and stuff. So that was tough, but I overcame that, man. So yeah.
So now, with all of that in perspective, what justice do you think should be brought upon those who do keep breaking these laws and thinking that prayer? Is there a time that you think that God would say like, "No, I said don't do it. There is no forgiveness." Is it justice to keep giving people chances?
Well, this is what I will say. There's a scripture that says a righteous man may fall down 9 times. You know, and that's something for the Most High to judge because there is people with real good hearts that may have a vice that is just real hard from them to 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 break. So that's kind of more on an individual basis, but the Most High, knows a person's heart. And to give you a quick example, like I said, I'm gonna use my own self for an example. Like I said, for me to stop eating pork easy. For me to stop doing a lot of things was easy, but some things was more harder for me to stop to do than others. So does not the Most High see my attempt to say, okay, he stopped doing this, stop doing that, stop doing this, stop doing that, but he's still doing this and he's still doing that, but he's making an effort. So that's something for the Most High to judge a man's heart. And like I said, a, a righteous man can fall down 9 times. But the most high knows a person's heart,
I got
to
you.
see if that person is genuine or not.
I got you. And this is why I say this is why. And remember, I just be doing my investigative work. So when I asking these questions and proposing these situations, I ain't trying to get you stuck or caught in nothing. This is just how my mind works. So just like you said, the Most High know my heart. A man can fall 9 times, but remember you said God is the one that's testing us. And if God testing me, I know He fits to put the tests in there that's probably the hardest to pass. He ain't gonna give me no little test that because this is and so at the same time that these 9 people was falling, they following because they getting tested by God. So now I didn't turn around and say that God knows the hearts of the people that's doing those things. They're only doing it because it checked like you said, and it's each individual. Now check this out. Omar a Hebrew, I'm a Hebrew. We both trying to stop smoking. I don't never buy no cigarettes. I only smoke when I see Omar because Omar have one, and Omar only smokes because God is testing him. It's becoming a string of what I call incoherence to me because that's hard to answer for. If God don't want me to do it, and it can be done without God testing me, why is God the one testing me? Where's that justice that comes after that? That's what I'm saying. That the justice that comes after that is an unfair justice because I didn't do it myself. In the end, I didn't do that temptation myself. God actually tempted me to see if I was strong enough not to do it, knowing that I wasn't strong enough not to do it. and didn't have to be tempted in the first place.
And then, like, just so, given that situation, you say we both Israelite brothers. So then, what I would do, what I would do, I would make a recommendation of us both hanging around people that don't smoke. And let's say I overcame it. I overcame it. And then and then because we are one in Christ. We are one. We are brothers. Then I would take it upon myself to even go extra to be like, okay, well, what do you need me to do? Okay, well, check this out, brother. Every time that you feel that you need to smoke, I want you to call me. I don't care what time it is at night. I answer the call. You know, me spending more time hanging out with you, being around you, so that way when I get free, I can be around my brother to set the standard, to be a good example for him. So then I would personally take it upon myself because what's what's love? That's an action. So I just can't say, "Oh, brother, I love you," but then I'm gonna leave you alone just to struggle by yourself and let you keep falling after being tested. No. So there's things that I can do that can actually assist and that can help you overcome those things, just like how I struggled and I overcame those. So it's just being and that's just being a true brother, being a true sister, having brother and sisterhood for one another and loving one another, and instead of just saying it, actually executing that by just being a good example and being there for your brother when in the times and tribulations or when they really need you.
Got you. So the contingency plan to fight God's test is to ask God for help. Because when I pray, I know I'm praying for God to forgive me for doing the sin. I'm acknowledging I went against the covenant. I did the sin. But God, I'm weak. I need help stopping this. And so he sends you, right? And like you said, you found a way to overcome the cigarettes at this one moment. But are you still not responsible for me still smoking? Because I didn't smoke. The only reason I started back smoking was because you always had the cigarette when I came around. Now you don't have the cigarette, but it's caused me to go get cigarettes. And I understand what you're saying when you're saying, well, that's why you gonna be there, and that's a nice contingency plan. Like, cause we know that we have to be there for each other, as opposed to me praying to God and God actually giving me the strength. Omar, you'll give me way more strength than any God ever could.
You know what? That's an awesome question. That's an awesome question. That's an awesome question. So the way I would look at that situation is, if I just sat there and I did nothing, if I just sat there and I did nothing to assist you, nothing to help you, nothing to show my brotherly love for you, then yes, I would be held accountable. But but if I was steadfast and I was there for times when you needed me, times late at night when you called me and you just needed that good word, some words of encouragement, and I've stressed myself out and did everything that I possibly can, then that doesn't fall on me. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, yeah. And I I wasn't never
I get what you're saying, Omi. Ain't no sweat.
yeah.
I see where you're coming from, brother.
I just and that was just another one of my things. Like I say, like, cause then let's just say the shoe was up on the other foot, and I was seeing that, and I'm like, damn. Omar had stopped smoking. Omar started coming around me. I was trying to stop smoking. I was giving Omar. Now I done stopped, and Omar is still smoking. And yeah, I could try to help, but Omar's still smoking now because that one cigarette that I gave him that one time was the one that pushed his thing over the edge. And so now I feel like I'm accountable for Omar, and Omar might be feeling bad because he's still smoking. It's my responsibility because I started it, but Omar knows that that ain't what I was trying to do. So now we all in a like a bunch in a fight for who to blame and who not to blame because of the downfall in one of our choice, and really in both of our choices. But the real first choice was me because I was trying to smoke and I knew you had stopped, but now I stopped, and so now you the one that's against the Lord now because of me. And there is no way that I can take that away when it comes to accountability. Even if I stopped and you kept going and I went to try to help you, because the addictions of men come in droves. And yeah, we would hope that you're strong enough, but it made me like see like, damn, I got Omar smoking, and now he's going against God because of me, and then it'll put me in a type of pariah. And I'm not saying this will happen to everybody. You know, this is just a hypothetical situation that I question when it comes to things about a covenant and people breaking the law, how we all live together. It would be better for me not to even have ever even interacted with Omar if I knew it was going to send his life to what it is now. Even after all the things I did, now I'm good now. I shouldn't worry about Omar because I'm straight, but Omar not straight because of me. That's hard for me, Omar.
No, I get exactly what you're saying, but like I said, as long as you make that value that valiant effort, and you're trying and you're showing that brotherhood toward me, you know what I'm saying? And here's the thing, if if I still continue to disobey, then that falls on me, and that means there's going to be repercussions for me.
Got you.
You, 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 you know and that's why I talk about the good and the bad. I never make it seem like it's this utopia to where you know everybody is going to be good, and once you come into the truth, everything's just going to be 100%. Actually, you get tested more once you actually come into truth. You know what I'm saying? And there's a scripture that I think it says two-thirds of Israel ain't gonna even make it. Yeah, you ever hear that saying? The the gate is wide, but the path is narrow.
I'm talking about narrow. Because when I look back through the Bible, and this just my own, I look at all of the people that God interacted with and was giving these blessings to, all of them turned their back on God at some time and didn't get the promise. And that's why it was promised to the descendants, because those people just didn't. Moses didn't even make it to the land he was trying to lead Israel to, did he? Omar, did Moses make it? He didn't
Nah,
make
he
it to the land he
didn't.
was trying.
I think only
Saul.
only two of them made it.
Solomon.
Moses wasn't even one of them.
Think about Solomon and the power and the understanding of and interactions with God that he had, that he could control demons. And this nigga still sent the man out to war for the lust of his wife. I, these are the things that I say when people be talking about the ancestors and stuff, and me being like, I'm cursed for that type of stuff. That's hard, boy. And I say this, and people be like, well, you can't just say that. But Omar, if I ever had any type of idea and any type of evidence that the Bible claimed that these people had, and this is why they was following God, there's no way. I'm gonna cam up when I say this. People be like, you can't fight it. You just do it. But there's something about knowing things when you know it. It's like, yeah, I might walk by that poison ivy because I didn't know it was poison ivy. But since I know it's poison ivy, I'm gonna make sure I don't walk around it. Now, people had beliefs. You had people in the groups of Israels and stuff that they didn't interact with God like Abraham or Moses and stuff. So they was believing what Abraham and Moses and them said. But Abraham, Moses, and those like they were interacting with God. And at the end, they still went against that, and they had ample evidence. That's hard for me, cause I don't care what nobody say. There ain't no tip. If I knew it was God, if I knew, there's no anything that could be happening that'll make me go against that. There's no woman that'll look good enough to make me ever turn my back. There's no deed that I would do that'll ever make me turn my back. There's nothing I'd eat that'll ever make me turn my back. Can you tell me, and I know this will always just be an opinion too, can you tell me some of the things that you believe was going on that was making these certain individuals still turn their back on God?
Yeah. So during your walk in the truth, there's going to be always trials and tribulation, and there's always going to be tests. So a person could be 80 years old in the truth, and guess what? He still can fall. He still can fall. And that's the true meaning of being saved. Like some Christians say, "Oh, in order to be saved, all you got to do is confess Jesus Christ is your Lord and Savior and be baptized." That's not true. In order to be saved, you have to endure till the end. I'm a, I'm a, I'm gonna even give I'm gonna give you an example too. So I'm gonna give you an example. So there's there's a brother named Aria who's one of the I believe seven heads of the UPK. And this was a brother who was steadfast, who was strong in the truth, you know, uh, who was an upright brother. And during his old age, he actually fell, left, started up a whole new doctrine and a whole new church. Um, so that's now I still think overall he was an excellent brother because without this brother, we wouldn't have a lot of things that that I hold steadfast to. Now, is it up to me to put judgment on this brother? No. Is it up to me to put punishment on this brother? No. The only thing that I can do is continue to be a brother, even though that this man is passed away, is to still honor this man and respect this man, and not to put slander, even though the brother did fall off. You know what I'm saying? So you just gotta endure to the end, man. your walk of faith is never in a safe zone. And that's why I love the Bible, because we can have imagine if we just had all these stories to where all these Israelites just kept all these laws. It was all so perfect, all of them. No, we got some of our most dear and recognized patriarchs that like some didn't make it into the promised land, some broke the law. But does that make these men overall bad men? I absolutely think not. You know what I'm saying? I'm not even saved. I could wake up. I could wake up tomorrow and say, you know what? F the truth. I'm going back to the old Omar. You know what I'm saying? So every day is a new day. Every day is something to prove, and every day is a test. And that's why you just got to be steadfast. You got to read. You got to read your sword, your Bible. You got to surround yourself around like-minded people. You got to keep the faith, and you got to keep studying, and you got to keep striving, and you got to strive, and you got to make it till the end, because that's what being saved is. You have to endure to the end, if that makes sense, Oli.
Yeah, it makes sense. But
Yeah, not,
like
not,
you
not, not
said,
saying not saying that you have to agree with it. I just want to make sure that it makes sense the
yeah.
way I'm breaking it down, or if I need to break it down some more. You know what
No,
I'm
no,
saying? I don't, yeah, I don't, I definitely not, I don't want to run and not answer in any of the
no, no.
questions, because that would make me being disingenuous, and just
Yeah, no.
just not being adequate to the conversation we having.
Right. No, no, no. You answered it. That's how I would have answered it too, probably, because I wouldn't. I wouldn't have a way to answer for Moses or Solomon them. But see, I ain't talking about people like us who just had faith. It would be different if we just had if Moses just had faith and didn't interact with God. It would be different if Abraham just had faith and didn't interact with God. It would be different if Solomon and David just had faith and didn't have direct interactions with God and still turned their back. That's what I'm talking about. We ain't had no direct interactions. I know. Well, let me take this back. Let me take that back when I say that, because some people have different ways of interaction. Me myself, I've never had and have no reason to believe that anybody has had direct interaction with God as as Abraham or Moses did, for sure. Solomon, David, um, theirs is a little different, but Abraham and Moses, we can talk to it first, because when we talk about Torah and the laws, that's where we're gonna find those at. But those guys had a different interaction with God than what we have. They didn't just have faith. We have faith in what they supposedly encountered. That means when they came back and was telling us, when Moses came off that mountain and was telling them people he had encountered God up there, and
Well, this is something that you also got to understand, Oli. These are some of our patriarchs, and some of the and some of the most so-called righteous men that even fail, or may have disobeyed at one point. You know what I'm saying? So to me, it 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 puts the text in a it puts the text in a in a how can I say, in a realistic arena. It puts it in a realistic context, as far as me and you, even till this day. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, it didn't make it some perfect old utopia. You know what I'm saying? But there's also stories of people that actually kept the law blameless. I think there's one about a guy. uh, uh, one of the biblical patriarchs, not patriarchs, but uh, one of the Israelite brothers. I think his name was Zacharias, where it talks about him and his wife kept all the laws, statutes, and ordinances, and they were blameless. So there's plenty of stories of men that actually, fail once, maybe fail twice, fallen 9 times. But there's also stories of people that was actually that walked and they were blameless, aka perfect, as far as abiding by the law. You know what I mean? So um it's not some feat that's just impossible to do, because we wouldn't have these stories of other people that walk blameless, aka perfect. But like I said, um we have uh some of our most patriarchs that we really hold dear to heart that actually fail. You know what I'm saying? So I think it puts the biblical context in a realistic format. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it put it in a realistic format. And for me, the realistic thing that I see is that when the divisions start within religions about people believing this and doing this because this person is believing that, or this person is, and they still stay acquainted with it, it starts a hierarchy within that sect of the religion. And I see the beneficiaries of people following those religions always changing it to fit their shortcomings. And this ain't what like Abraham did. This ain't what Moses did. Like Moses didn't keep fighting to try to make it to the promised land. I think when God told him, he and this is what gets me. Like Moses knew he wasn't making it to the promised land. Moses knew before he did whatever he did not to make it to the promised land that he could have made it to the promised land. But he knew the finality in God's judgment at that time. And and today the religions try to shuck those responsibilities. And that's why I have contention with that, just that part. Well, not just that part, but I mean, when I have contention with that part, it's because of that. It takes the accountability away from people in a certain way for me that that would take justice away
I,
still.
I, I, I get exactly what you're saying, but here's the thing. Here, it takes the accountability away for people that don't want to be held accountable. So that's for people that say, oh well, all I gotta do is just get baptized and accept Christ as my Lord and Savior, and I'm good to go. Now, guess what? I can still go out and just sleep all around and sleep with any woman I want every weekend. I can still go out, do drugs. I can still go out, beat people up. I can still go out, as far as a woman, get on a stripper pole. I can still go out, hang out in the corner all night, and sell dope. No, that's for people that that wants to grasp onto an ideology or a belief, but don't want to have no accountability ability. And that's for people that say, "Oh well, look, Moses didn't even make it. Moses didn't even make it to the promised land." That's for people that want to grasp on to a belief, a religion, and have no accountability because they don't want to hold themselves accountable. This is for people that still want to just do the same things that they was doing, but they want salvation, but they don't want to put in work. It
Yeah.
takes both. It takes both because if a person say, "Oh, I love the Most High, I love Christ," is that not an action? See, this is what a lot of people is forgetting. Let's say if I let's say I tell I tell I tell my wife, "I love you, baby," but but then you beating her, you abusive, you beating her, choking her out, punching her in the eye. She calls consistently call, and then you using this word. Oh, I love her. Love. In order to love somebody, that takes a certain actions. You just can't say, "Oh, I love somebody," and leave it at that. "Oh, I love you so much, it just make me want to beat you." See, those are excuses. Love is an action. So, in order for a man or a woman to demonstrate love, which is an action, that means there's certain actions that you have to do and follow in order to show somebody that. And for the person that's creating all these excuses, that's the person what you call all talk and no action.
Right. And I'm with you on that. And when you talking right now, we talking about the people that's more than likely in our position when it comes to um, our beliefs. We're part of the community. But what about them people that's in higher positions? These are the ones I'm talking about who use these positions. And well, I already know the answer for that. They got an answer for that. I ain't gotta ask you that. I already know the answer for that. I already know what I believe. I know what you're gonna say. They're gonna answer for that. And this is
Oh,
the
yeah.
beauty of it is
To no to quickly answer that to people to those people that in high positions that are using that and actually taking advantage of the people, their punishment is going to be 10 times as worse because now they're abusing their power or knowledge to actually take advantage of the masses of people. So that punishment is going to be 10 times as worse if it was just a regular person that is just that's just looking for an answer and may slip up from time to time once they do find that answer. So the person of authority is absolutely going to pay a higher price and a higher judgment than just any regular old person. Just to kind of answer that real quick.
yeah. Now, what about the people that they lead astray? Because we know these some of these people and some of these beliefs, if you push it in a certain way, you could be misleading people and and causing them to do injustices that they're partaking in and not even knowing, unknowingly, unwittingly. And this was what I was talking about earlier when I was talking about me and you not smoking, you not smoking, I'm not smoking. Then you come around me, I still smoke every now and then, which causes you to smoke every now and then. We get on further down the road. I am able to stop it, but you not. And it's because that time that you started smoking with me. The accountability then, as you said, is your choices that you making, but I'm responsible for that choice that you making. And so the justice in these type of situations, um, I know it's gonna be a special pleading type thing. Like God's justice is still gonna reign supreme. I understand what you're saying when you say that. Like they
I'm,
still
I'm,
gonna
I
suffer.
already know where you're going, Oli. I already know it. I already know where you're going, and
Got
I'll
you.
answer that. I'll answer
Got
that.
you.
So there is something called grace, and there is something. So for those people, so let's say we have a person, and the person of the higher power. Let's just use a Christian pastor, and he has this big congregation, and he's leading his people down the path of doom. Now, the Most High will have some leniency on the sheep because those are what they call sheep, right? As far as the biblical context. So if you have the shepherd, which is would be the Christian pastor, and you have the sheep, the herd, which would be the sheep. Now, let's use a shepherd. Now, let's say the shepherd is leading the sheep, and he lead the sheep to the end of a cliff, and all the sheep fall off. Now, who's going to be held the majority accountable for that? It's going to be the shepherd because the sheep are following. So the Most High is actually going to show leniency, and I'm going to show you how leniency is showed. Now, there's something called grace. I'm sure you're familiar with that word, grace. So there is grace through Hamashiach that we are given. And this is what I
I'm
mean by
I'm
grace.
I'm familiar with it. I'm familiar with it. Omar, you know I got my. Can you kind of give us a definition of it, though, just for the people in the chats, just so they won't be. We need to know the kind of grace that me and you speaking of right now.
So the grace I'm talking about is a time period an individual might need to get their shit straight. That's what I'm talking about. I'm gonna give you a quick example. Now, let's say, for instance, I'm not sure people, a lot of Israelite brothers probably heard this example, but I'm gonna go ahead and reinstate. I'm gonna go ahead and reinstate. So let's say, let's say I got a light bill. Now, do I got the money right now to pay the light bill? Damn, I'm just short. I'm short. Now, the light company gonna say, okay, Omar, you short now. This is what we gonna do. I'm gonna give you a grace period. I'm gonna give you. I'm gonna give you. I'm gonna give you 3 weeks, 4 weeks, 5 weeks to pay this remaining balance. We need you to pay it. Grace period. So let's say I get this grace period, right? Now I get paid, but I go out to the bar. I go buy a new pair of shoes. I go buy a new outfit. Am I honoring my debt that is to be paid? No, 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 because I was given grace. Now, how the Most High know that you really trying to get your shit straight is okay. I was late on my light bill. They gave me 3 weeks, 4 weeks to pay it. Okay, boom, I get the check. I'm calling them up. Hey guys, I know you guys gave me that grace period. I got the money for you. Y'all ready for the money? I got my card ready to give it to y'all. Now that's somebody who's honoring the grace period to get their shit straight. Now, if you listen, if you get a grace period in the same things that made you late on paying that goddamn light bill, and then you get the money and you drag the money off, and you're doing the same things that got you in the situation in the first place. Guess what? There is no more grace period. And then that's when you see people start to face the repercussions. So there is grace, there is leniency. So this ain't some vicious cycle to where, okay, now because the sheep herder led the flock down the wrong path. Now the sheep got to pay. Nah, the Most High is going to show leniency. and give those people a grace period. Now, once they find out the truth and they have a grace period, a certain amount of time. Now, each and each this is what I'm saying. Each and every individual has their own specific time, because as far as mentally, our mental capacity, some may be more brighter or smarter than others. Some people may need a short grace period. Some people may need a longer grace period. So that's on an individual basis from person to person. But you still got a grace period to get your shit straight. So the Most High knows if you're taking advantage of the grace period, or be really genuine and saying, "Look, man, I'm gonna really strive. I'm gonna really put a forth in effort to fight." Now, if you really strive and put a forth in effort to fight, so let's use this example. Let's use you late with the bill. Let's say you got a brother, right? And he's late on a light bill. He's really working. He done picked up a couple of extra hours on his shift. He's instead of driving his car to work for gas, he jumping on the bus or riding the bike. Like he's putting forth the effort. Now, let's say at the end of that 3 or 4 weeks, the light company calls him and says, "Hey, man, we gave you a grace period, brother." And he like, "Man, you know what? I was really making a forth an effort. I cut this out, I cut that out, but I'm still short a couple of bucks, man. I'm still short a couple of bucks." And the light company said, "You know what? We still gonna give you leniency. So this is what we'll do. You ain't gotta we know that you're short, but we'll do this. Let's say you short $50. They say, okay, this is what we'll do for you, brother, because you know what? You was genuine. When we called, you knew it was us calling. You didn't let it go to voicemail. You actually picked up the phone and you let us know your situation. So this is what we'll do for you, brother. We'll show you a little bit more leniency. We'll show you a little bit more grace. This is what we'll do. Over the next 5 months, we'll just add an extra $10 on to your monthly bill until that leftover balance of $50 is paid off. That's what we'll do, because you answered the phone. You didn't bullshit us, and you gave us a logical excuse, and we understand that there is certain hardships. You know what I'm saying? Some people are living check to check. Some people may be putting forth a value effort to do that, but still fall short. So guess what? Now you may qualify for an extended grace period. And that's something that the Most High will do for you also, because the Most High knows your heart. And he knows if you bullshitting around to say, "Oh, well, I knew I was short on the bill, but I'm still short. I don't got the money yet." But this nigga don't got the money, but when he got paid, the nigga bought a brand new pair of Jordans. The nigga went to the bar, hung out all night, spent his money at the bar. When the nigga should have been calling the goddamn company to pay the bill. So the Most High knows your heart. And I just wanted to, drop that bomb for y'all too. Boom.
Let me drop that bomb. Let me see. Let me drop that bomb for you, man, because I like that. I like that.
You like the way I broke that down, right?
Yeah, I love it. And
Thank you, brother Oli. Thank you, my brother. Thank you.
You know why? You know why though? You know why I love it? Because that's my answer to you right there. Then we probably won't have to go no further with this, because that's my answer. My answer to what justice should look like is grace. Each and every individual should be held accountable for their things from the past. the people now and the descendants of those who did those things should have a type of grace because they're not the they're not the shepherd that led the sheep. Now, oh Omar, you put it together so wonderfully. We don't need that justice that the whole race of people need. Omar, I'm talking about, you just actually killed your argument. Thank you so much. That was beautiful. That's it, guys. It's grace. Grace is what God should have for the world. After all of them people who led us to where we are now led us here. We all just been sheep. There are certain individuals who have always been the shepherds. Those are the ones who should be held accountable. Each and every individual one. Because we know it can be done. Omar just gave us an explanation for it. So Omar, that's what I want to say to you. That last thing that you gave is my answer to how justice should look. It should look like
Oh,
grace.
Oli.
I
Listen.
got you. Go
No,
ahead. Go ahead.
no, no. Guess what, Oli? I was always three steps. I was always 3 steps ahead of you, and this is why.
No, I think you caught up, but go ahead.
I was always 3 steps ahead of you, and this is why. I knew for a fact. Once I said what I said, I knew you was gonna go there. But guess what? Grace, grace is only for the children of Israel. Grace ain't for for all these other nations. So all these other listen, all these other nations, listen, all these other nations, if guess what? I'm talking about if an Israelite brother or sister called the telephone company and asked for the grace period. That's what I'm talking about. I ain't talking about everybody else.
I got
I'm
you.
talking about I'm talking about a specific people that fits the criteria to even be given the grace period. And in order to be given this grace period, you have to fit a certain criteria. So not every nation, every person, every people, every creed is not eligible to be given this grace period. So like I said, I was already a couple of steps ahead of you because I knew when I said what I said, I knew you was gonna go there, brother. You know what I'm saying? But go ahead, Oli. Go ahead, Oli. I'm enjoying our dialogue, brother.
Yeah. See, and listen, I'm gonna tell you something. I don't think you knew I was going. I think you realized it about a third of the way through what you were saying. I think you realized it about a third of the way, but you wasn't gonna go back on it. But like you said, this is for a nation. But you asked me, what would it look like for divine justice? Well, it wasn't those words. I don't want to put words in your mouth. What I said I was going to give you was what divine justice should look like. And you turned around and gave it to me. So while you saying this for Israel, I'm saying I think that should be for the whole world. And why is that not a viable source for you? Why do you still think that you should be able to strap them little white? No, I ain't gonna even take it there, because that'll be still man in your argument. And I don't want to
No,
still man. I want to
I,
straw. I want to straw man. I want to straw man that argument to make
go,
it
go, go, go,
less.
go, go, go
Less.
ahead and land because I got a retort for that too.
Gotcha. Yeah, because I don't want
Okay.
to give you that
No,
that steel man and make it, because the steel man is worse than the straw man here, and so the straw man is what we need. Why do you think, with you knowing what grace is, and you knowing that there's individuals who did stuff, and they probably wasn't even thinking about their descendants. Some of the people who was doing it, they might have not even knew that the world would make it past certain things. So descendants wasn't even on their mind. They was doing it for the well-being of themselves, and if it lasts through the centuries and the life goes, it was. But so we can't actually say that They did it knowing that their people was going to have to suffer, because again we have to remember that we have to keep Israel a part of this. If Israel is the only nation that grace is for, then that curse should only be for Israel. Anybody who was involved in it was only involved because of God, then that in turn leads it back to Israel. But if Israel can't be the only ones who's punished for the deeds that they did, then there has to be, and this is me, in divine grace, there has to be that thing that you're talking about, which is grace, and it has to be for the world, or else then that justice isn't even divine justice. Um, it's contradictory justice, for the fact that if no one is a part of that covenant with Israel, no one should be, no one should benefit or um, have any type of turmoil due to that covenant. And then grace is actually that thing that would knock that out. But um, I want to hear. I gotta. That's just
No,
my reasoning for that.
I get exactly where you're coming from. And remember, I'm always 2 steps ahead of you. So check this out. I already know what you're getting at. So here's the thing here. Now, when I say that this, remember when I brought up the one scripture, the son shall be punished for the iniquities of their fathers. Now,
Yeah.
here's the thing here. And like I said, I'm always a couple of steps ahead when it comes to this beer. Maybe not about everything else, but like I said, my specialty is the biblical narrative. I am a couple of steps ahead, and this is why. Now, according to the biblical narrative, there are going to be other nations, not a lot of them, but there is going to, it speaks about, there is going to be some of them that actually says, you know what, our people effed up. I'm ready to bow down. I'm ready to serve. I'm ready to give up all my riches and give it to y'all so I can bow down and serve for the iniquities of my fathers. So there is going to be those people of other nations that is going to bow down and actually submit to the Israelites.
You
Now,
did say that. You did say that. You said that.
so those people, they're not going to have to face a harsh punishment. They're not. They're not. But guess what? Guess what? There's something called the majority. There is going to be a majority of them that says, you know what? I still think this is wrong. I'm not going to bow down. I'm not going to give up the billions of dollars that my forefathers handed down to me, and me growing up with a silver spoon in my mouth. I'm not willing to give it up, and I'm willing to die for it. Now, those which is going to be put it like this, is going to be more of them that's going to agree with that sentiment than more that it's going to say, you know what, I actually bow down. I admit the wrongs of my forefathers. I'm willing to pay for it, and I'm willing to give up all my family riches and everything that I've inherited to truly show. Because remember, forgiveness is an action too. I listen. I just can't say, "Hey, I'm sorry for slavery. Forgive me," and leave it at that and walk off. No. How do you truly show that you're sorry? No, what you're gonna have to do, you're gonna have to cough something up. You're gonna have to cough some land up. You're gonna have, in order to show me that you're truly sorry, you're gonna have, it says you're gonna have to kneel down to the ground and lick the dust up from lick the dust up from the tip of the boot. So like I said, there is going to be a small portion, a small percentage of them that are going to say, you know what, we agree. You know, my forefathers committed some atrocities, inequities. We should suffer for that. I should give up all my land. I should give up all my riches. And you know what? I don't mind serving you. And you know what? Their servitude ain't gonna be a hard servitude. So they not going. So guess what? Unlike our people that didn't have a choice, they're not gonna have to work from sun up to sundown, getting cracked over the back with the whip. They're not gonna have to get smited upside their head and beat down. They're not gonna face that harsh punishment. You know, they're not gonna face it. But for the majority of them who is not gonna be willing to give it up, for those the majority of them that are not willing to submit, for the majority of them to not willing to apologize, for the majority of them that's gonna say, you know what, I don't care. I refuse to apologize. I refuse to submit. I refuse to repay back what my forefathers did. And you know what? I'll go to the grave with it. And guess what? They gonna have to be unalive. They gonna have to get cracked over the back with the whip. They're gonna have to get smited upside their head and bashed down. Those are the people that I'm talking about. The people with a wicked heart that's not willing to submit, apologize, and just to go ahead and do what's right. Those are the people that I'm talking about. So remember, when it comes to this biblical narrative, I'm 2 steps ahead of you, Oli. But go ahead, brother.
We're on the same page. Well. I'll give you your 2 steps if you want to say, but that 2 steps doesn't take you out of distance of hearing the exact thing that's going on here.
But
Because
but I want you to pay attention to the words that I'm closely choosing and I'm using to say. I listen, when I talk in context, you've never heard me say all of them, all of them are going to. Now, I did say they do have to pay in the nation. Now, even though I said that they are going to pay as a nation on an individual basis on how they pay. Some may have to pay with their life. Some may have to be some may pay with working in the field all day like we did from sun up to sundown. Some may have to pay with getting cracked over the back with the whip. Some may have to pay, and it may have to be a light. Some may have to pay. It may be a light payment to where they're not going to have to work out in the field all day from sun up to sundown. They're not going to get cracked over the back with the whip. They're not going to get their head smited in and punished that way. But in some light of punishment, it may be very light on them to where they may still have some enjoyment in life. They may have to serve. So if you notice, I'm choosing my words carefully. Like I said, I did say they all have to be punished as a nation, but the judgment and punishment on each individual, there's going to be different levels of it. They're all not going to face the same punishment, if that makes sense.
uh, yeah, yeah, yeah. I feel what you was trying to get to. Now,
No,
let's
no,
say
no, 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 no,
hold
no,
on,
no.
hold on, now, hold on, Omar.
What
See,
I
you
did
done
get to,
interrupted me
what
two
I
times.
did get
You
to.
you yeah, hold on, Omar.
Go ahead, brother
You
Salaki.
interrupted
Go
me
ahead.
2 times. Yeah, you interrupted me 2 times. I let you go with that first one because you know what I'm saying. But you went on for about 15 minutes, and I didn't interrupt. So let me get my point out, cause you know you that you ain't mess up because like I said, this is only just me doing reporting and trying to finish. Cause now I'm just gonna always stick to it, Omar. It's grace, and we know grace is. And now, let me be fair, cause while I'm listening to you, I gotta say that it does kind of sound like you're saying exactly what I'm saying when you're saying like There's gonna be people who gonna still go against it. Yeah, they're gonna be held individual accountability. And it's people who understand or who are going to understand that the way that they've come about, the things that they have in life for the most part was due to being taken from another people. And they're accountable for that. Um, they give some type of reimbursement or restitution to the people, whether it's saying, okay, well, I'm a white man and my business was taken over, so I'm going to give Omar Muhammad my business. Okay, Omar Muhammad, you black, can you take this business and you have this business, and that's for me to have my reparations and retribution for the evil horrors that my family did. But that's not good enough, because you say they ain't gonna be up to sun down like we was. Of course not. There's this thing called technology that allows people to not have to be out there in the sun doing that type of work. Now, for me to suppose that there would be a situation where they would have to go out in fields as we did would mean the total destruction of what we have now in infrastructure and technology. So that means it would have to be a war taking place, and a lot of people wouldn't be, I'd say, be killed, but the war would knock the technology off, which would make us have to go back to farming and gathering the way that we did in the past. So I don't think that's viable in the first place. I'm sure you're going to come up and give us an explanation for what they will be doing that isn't from sun up to sundown. Because I think of the things that they could do, and the only thing that we would have to have the white folks to do with the technology and the knowledge that we have now is for them to build houses for us. We could put them there all day to build houses for, but how many houses we gonna need? Is they gonna be building the houses for? I mean, it ain't too much they can do now, but be gone. When it comes to, so that's something. But grace, we was back on grace because, as I stated to you, that's my thing, and I'm looking at the screen too right now, and they're talking about the perpetrators were punished. You said that's what God did for Israel, and I'm gonna keep it there. The grace is for Israel, and God can punish Israel in such a manner. So I'm not gonna believe that He can't punish the rest of the world. And death doesn't get you past God, because we know that. But when we be talking about this, I think about the idea that I've always had of people dying, something's gonna happen, people are gonna be raised again. They're gonna have some type of meeting before God where God will tell each individual what they did and then tell you if you get to heaven. This isn't the same doctrine that's being taught. I think, and you can speak on this a little too, because we got all night. Because again, like I said, I'm just doing my understanding. And when I read the Bible, it's different from y'all actual practices. But when we start talking, when I get into the thick of it, and I say these things they believe are, seems to me they believe are going to happen in a time where men are living. There's going to be something that happened that we get the upper hand, and not just the upper hand, but the Hebrew Israelites are going to have the power where the rest of the world knows they have the upper hand. People will start bowing down. Some people won't. The way that we'll take over these people, I don't know if it's just them going to be saying they won't, and will they have the power to fight back against the Hebrew Israelites who are saying that, or is it just like, nah, y'all lost, but you still got to give up, and they just not giving up? Is the world gonna be tattered and sworn again? Is that what y'all gonna have them rebuilding? And why do we have to go through this injustice? Like, I got a lot of questions, but I'm gonna just stick to one right now, because I know once my mind start rambling, it seemed like I'm off track. But I'm up here with you, and so you know what we talking about and where we going. But the first thing I would have to say is that grace that we talking about, and the way that you said that, no, it's gonna be people going against it, and then it's gonna be people that's gonna say, nah, yeah, we did wrong here, this is it. But they still have to suffer physically, and I think you can keep this question kind of short. Do they still have to suffer physically then and be slaves and out in the field or up day and night or something? Because like I said, I think the only thing that they be able to do is build houses, because we can do everything else now that we got the technology, unless y'all talking about destroying everything that's been um, created or formed by man. You know what I'm saying? Civilization and stuff like that.
All right. So there's two things I want to say. I'm gonna give the first. Well, actually, let's do it like this. That's an excellent question, Oli. Now, as far as the classes that I've been looking at and taking, they haven't. Well, I haven't stumbled across that class. That's something in the next class that I can actually answer. My bad. That I can actually ask, because that is a good question. That is a good question. Um, and because I'm careful on what I say, I just don't want to just go off and start rambling. Um, so for that specific question on what it's actually going to look like as far as the actual structure, I don't have that answer. I can get that answer though. I can get that answer easily. So I do got to be genuine, and I got to be honest to say if I don't, and I got to be honest to say if I don't know, I don't know. Um, Now let's go just off of my logic, which I'm just off of Omar's logic, and I want you to take my logic from a grain of salt. So this ain't my final answer. I'll get the real answer. But me using just my basic logic during the Israelites' captivity, they were some Israelites, brothers and sisters, that actually had it very, very harsh. There are some that had it very, very easy. So we can even go back to the Babylonian captivity and the Assyrian captivity. Now, where there's some people that had to tend to field, yes, that would be hard. Where there's some people that had to break down rocks in the sun all day, yes, that's hard. Now, you had some other people that worked closer to the castle, which would have been a little bit more easier. You may had to drain a moat, go get buckets of water all day. That's a lot more easier than tending to the field and breaking down stones and doing other grievous work, back-breaking work. Now, did you not have some Israelites that did servitude that was actually inside of the castle, being around all the gold trimming, all the marble floors, all the gold outline, and all the travertine around all of this, and all they had to do was maybe go fetch the king some water, or cook the king a meal, or oh, he wants some grapes. All I just got to go is go in the kitchen and get the grapes and serve it to him. Now, those are different levels. Now, even going back into slavery here in the Americas, are there some slaves that stood up there from sun up to sundown, busting up their hands, picking cotton all day? Yes. Being out in that sun all day? Yes. Very little to eat? Yes. Now, are there some slaves that worked around the master house that maybe just had to maybe shovel hay, maybe just had to uh, go refill water? Yes. That just maybe had to go feed the animals? Yes. Now, that's a lot more lighter than tending to the field all day, being out in that sun. Now, were there not slaves that only worked in the master's house? Now, that would be a lot more than working out in the field, working out around the Massa house. So those duties would be, oh, Massa hungry? Oh, I just got to go in the kitchen and cook Massa something to eat. Massa want a back rub? Oh, rub Massa back. Oh, Massa want me to breastfeed the wife's brand new baby? Okay, yeah. Now those in-house slaves had it better than all the rest of the slaves. So the way I look at it, as far as my own independent point of view, I think would be somewhat structured like that. But in order for me to give the final answer, I would actually have to go ask some of the elders specifically and see up and see if what they say, and me just using basic common sense, if that would actually coincide and match up. But that's my answer right there, brother, if that makes sense.
No, yeah, that's kind of a cool mechanism. I'd be scared. Would you be scared to let them cook for you or crack your back? They could all coordinate at one time to be able to. At this time on this day, we're gonna do this. I'm just gonna break the master's back. I'm just to poison this baby. Would you even want them to be doing stuff like that? I don't know, but that's a whole nother discussion. But I'm sitting here and I'm still thinking about that wonderful mechanism. Oh, well, I think let me see what was my next slide, man. Oh, we was gonna talk about Jeremiah. Every
Hey,
person for
hey,
his
hey,
own.
hey, hey, Oli, hey, Oli.
Boy,
You must
Grace is
say
a boy.
I'm
Grace,
giving some pretty good answers, brother.
hey, yeah, you gave the best answer for the whole thing. The cracking the heredity thing is the grace. Um, that best answer that you gave all night was you gonna check with your elders, but I know your elders gonna have to check with some other people, and then your elders might not be the elders of other Hebrew Israelites, and they might have different ideas in what it's gonna go. So it's gonna be a hard thing to get. I mean, I know the mechanism you're talking about, but I guarantee you that that mechanism would just be one likely proposal among many, and then there's going to be wars about whose mechanism is going to be used. But that's a whole nother topic for the future. Because see, if we really think about it, it's going to be some of them saying, "No, we're going to put them in the field even if it ain't. We're going to make them grow cotton even though we got tractors, and we're going to watch the tractors over there, but we still going to have a little plot that they can do." There's going to be some who going to want to do that. There's going to be some that be like, well, we got the upper hand now. We really don't even have no need to for these people. Like I said, the only thing that we could have them doing now is building houses or putting down roads. Like it'll never be the same thing that we went through. And this is why I love being me. I ain't gonna lie, this is why I can't be no Hebrew. The 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 hereditary traits that I have, I know are from America. The people that I'm descended from, especially when it comes to my grandma, grandpa, their mother, my grandma, my great grandma, my great grandpa, and my great great, all the way to my great great ancestors. They all are the American, what we call the American black. They have wronged nobody in the world. They have been in no covenant with nobody to be able to wrong any gods. They haven't put war on anybody. They haven't done none of the atrocities that anybody, including the Hebrew Israelites, did. And they did it to themselves. The only thing that we have when we have problems is within our own community battling against. So the first the first up that I got when it comes to origin unknown is that I don't have to take accountability for nothing that nobody done, especially my ancestors and stuff. Like, we ain't did shit to nobody. The American nigga, my bad, we ain't done nothing to nobody. I don't want to be no Hebrew and have to answer for all of this stuff. And they still don't got no mechanism in place that's going to be justified, because God is not going to be the one administering this. It's going to be the minds of men who come up with what they want to. And this is why this is illogical. Now, I never knew the mechanism I was looking for. I was saying individual dignity, which would cause for individuals to have their own iniquity and be the culprits as well as the recipients of whatever happened within your life by yourself. We know that it can be done. Omar, knowingly or unknowingly, he said he was 2 steps ahead of me, gave us an ideal of grace. And that's why I think it was unknowingly, because his ideal of grace, I think he recognized it afterward, like, he just to try to switch this up all the way to the art, to the challenge that I proposed. Yeah, you know he was. You know he was gonna get to the challenge. And you gave grace, and you know what grace is. You said God knows each and everybody's individual thing. You said that. And now the mechanism that you gave, like I said, once you started talking and you started talking about it's just gonna be some people who don't go with what's going on, and some people that do, those people that do will have it less bad, but they'll still have to be out in fields. When you got to the be out in fields and doing stuff, I didn't agree with that part. As far as the people who don't agree with it, they're gonna be fighting it. I understand that they're gonna have some type of pushback, and something's gonna be happening to them that's not happening to them. So I understand that mechanism. It's just we have to be precise when proposing these type of things. If this is what we're gonna be going by, you said you're gonna ask your elders, the people that teach you, and I want to know if there's any elders in the community of Hebrews who would go against what your elders say. I know we talked about what you follow. You didn't say their name specifically, so I ain't gonna say it, because I don't know if you trying to keep that on the hush, or that's just the way y'all do things. But that certain community, which was one, and 125th group of 7 started something. As time went on, that thing that they started split from one was to different other things within that. And I'm pretty sure it was because they didn't agree with some of the doctrine that these people was teaching, or they didn't agree with the hierarchy. They couldn't get enough wives in that one. I don't know what it was. It ain't, but we know I know the biggest thing is gonna be when it's time to say which mechanism is used. If different Hebrew Israelite camps propose a mechanism, doesn't this cause more disruption trying to figure out how the mechanism gonna work instead of even making the mechanism work? I could see General Kekazak going up against Captain Tazariak, and what would they do? Would they debate who wins? Would they go to war? Would they say who have the most wives? I don't know. The mechanism would be hard to propose. And you know I'm being lighthearted, like you said, I'm being funny, but I'm not being funny because the things that I'm saying is true. I'm saying it in a funny light, but it's real. You know it. when we get to what the mechanism has to do and stuff, your elders, and you're gonna have to go to them for answers. But remember, your elders ain't the only elders. So then why, God, should I listen to your elders? And do you see some of the inconsistencies and incoherences of the view, especially once you mentioned grace? And when I ask you, do you see them? I'm not saying you agree with them. I'm just saying you really still man my view with grace. You actually, I ain't gonna even say concede because we wasn't. You gave me a challenge, and that challenge has now been set. We still gonna go through the thing because you might find a way to get yourself up out of this. I ain't gonna lie, you might find a way, but boy, I knew my questioning would get you there because that's what I always use. Like I say, this is an interview. I'm not an expert in what I'm saying, and this is why I'm asking you. And like you said, you ain't. You can ask people higher up than you. Um, I might take the time tomorrow to go find my local chapter and see exactly what they talking about. But can you give us a little bit about how you think the mechanism of choosing which Hebrew Israelite doctrine will be followed, or do you have to answer to your elders about that too? And do they know? Probably not.
So those are all great questions, but a lot of those is questions that I've already heard before. Um, so let's look at this first. As far as my authority, I don't go by different so-called camps or whatever. I only go by one. And whatever they say is the end all say all. And this is the reason why. I don't need to I don't need to get all these different point of views, and I don't need to worry about if my elders got to go to other elders and those other elders got to go to other elders, because my elders are the elders. They are the authority. They are the authority. So all I need to do is ask them, and believe you me, I'll get an answer, and I'm gonna roll with that answer. So I have 100% confidence in the men and the leadership that I look up to, and I get and that I ask these questions to. And when I get an answer, I don't need to fight them on an answer given, because every time I didn't had a question and I get the answer, it resonates with my spirit, and my spirit don't fight it. My spirit don't say, "Oh, well, damn, well what if they lying to you, Omar? Hey, man, you might need to go back. Hey, man, you might have to ask. You might have to ask some other Israelite brothers that." Listen, my spirit don't tell me that, because my spirit resonate with them brothers, and that's why I call them my elders. This is the leadership and the man that I look up to, and I do it for a reason. I've already vetted them. Before way before I even start actually looking at the classes, doing the things that I needed to do, you know what I'm saying? I've already vetted them. You know what I'm saying? So this ain't something. This ain't and even though I am not an official member, I do want to state, I don't know if other people have heard that. I am not an official member. These are still men that I call my elders, men that I look up to, and I only look up to them and nobody else. I only call them my elders and nobody else. So I'm pretty confident in their leadership and their structure, to where I know once I ask a question that I'm gonna get a valid answer. And like I said, all my other questions always have been answered. They never had to say, "Well, hold on, I want to give us 2 months to get your answer. Give us a week to get." No, them. Them brothers go right to the scripture, break it down, and my spirit resonate with it. So as far as that, I don't need to question these men. I don't need to second guess these men. I know that I'm getting a viable question because I know that those brothers love me. And guess what? And they not gonna pussyfoot around and they not gonna bullshit me. I know I know that for a fact. And that's why I'm there. That's exactly why I take the classes. I'm not going to be in classes or based upon some rhetoric, you know what I'm saying, or or take instruction or take correction from people that I don't even believe in the first place. So that one to me was very easy to answer. Now, some people may disagree with me, and that's cool. But the thing is, I can't be moved off my square. I stand on business. And that one question you asked me, I will be back with the answer for that, only too. I stands on business and I ain't gonna be moved off my square. I got faith. I got faith. I got faith in these brothers and in their structure and in their leadership and these men that I look up to. And the thing is, I ain't never been no guinea pig or nothing like that. I have a I have a strict criteria in order for me to take instructions or in order for me to listen to somebody. And I think that I've demonstrated that time and time throughout. No, no matter if somebody disagree with that sentiment or not, you know what I'm saying. So I stand by that. But then go your answer, brother Oli.
Got you, got you. Yeah, that would make
Y'all funny in the
y'all
chat,
funny in the
man.
chat, man.
That's not gonna break
That's
me
not gonna
either,
break me
man.
either,
But
man. But
here's the thing here. I
here's the
do want
thing
to say
here. I
this.
do want to what they say.
I
Who you
appreciate the
I
chat.
appreciate the chat. Who
I
you
really
see?
do.
You
I
say?
appreciate the
I
chat
appreciate the
because
chat because
I like to push
I like to
back,
push back,
and I
and
come into these
I come into these
platforms knowing
platforms
that
knowing
the
that
majority
the
of people,
majority of
is
people,
not going to agree
is not
with
going to
me.
agree with me.
So I
So
embrace
I
that,
embrace
and
that, and
that makes me be
that makes me be
steadfast, and that
steadfast,
makes me
and
have
that makes me
discipline,
have
just to be able to
discipline, just to
brush
be
that
able to
off
brush that
and to
off
keep the
and to keep the
conversation up. So shout
conversation
out
up.
to the
So shout
chat,
out to the chat,
even though y'all
even though
disagree with
y'all
Brother
disagree
Omar
with Brother
sometimes. You
Omar
know what I'm saying?
sometimes. You know
Still
what I'm
much
saying?
love to
Still
the
much
chat though.
love to the
Still.
chat though. Still. Yeah, yeah. Especially we especially like the pushback over here and North Side 777. If you would like to come up and talk to Omar about some of your pushback, uh, we do have this. Me and Omar just discoursing because I think I done came up with my answer now that I'm going to always push, and I'm pretty sure I can push it through the rest of the thing, and Omar will be able to give me some answers because he has the whole time, whether I agree with him or not, and that is what we're doing. So Omar probably wholeheartedly rejects anything you say or your teachers and all. So I'm sure it's vice versa. But Bomb Squad is in the building. So shout out that my man Dios Mios says, why hasn't it resonated thus far, leading you right into the ditch? Uh, then Northside said, you see the word and still reject what you see 100. Probably talking about the difference in the one West, I mean, in the Hebrew Israelite community, period. The entire, anybody that says they're a Hebrew Israelite. Um, but like I was saying, like you said, your elders, that's how I would be too. If I had certain elders, I wouldn't worry about anybody's elders. And if I asked my elders and they told me they had to get back with me on the answer, I wouldn't think that they going to talk to God or an elder or something. I think they going, or they might be going to talk to God, but I wouldn't think they needed elders as much as they would just need. I ain't gonna come up. I hate God in the Bible. Shout out to Northside 7777. Um, if that's why you don't want to come up,
Hey, hey, no, and my bad, man. It's Taco Tuesday. My wife just made some tacos, man. Shit's is banging. Oh my
no
gosh.
doubt.
So forgive me, please. So some of these brothers that are making these uh these these uh these responses back up in the chat. I would love to know their ideology. Like, what do they hold dear to? What do they believe in? Are they atheists? Are they Christian? Are they Muslim? Are they Israelite brothers of a different so-called camp? Uh, like, are they into Kemet? Are they Christians?
I don't know. I asked.
Are they Hindu? Like, what do they hold dear to heart? Because this is what I notice when I do come on platforms.
I don't know.
See,
Uh,
this
Northside said.
this is what I notice, and and this has always been my sentiment. Once I Ever since I first came on a platform, even when no matter what platform I'm on, or if I'm in a chat, everybody knows my sentiment. Some people look at my name and be like, "Oh well, why is you talking about this? But you a Muslim?" And I just say, "Well, that's just a name. That has nothing to do with me. That's just a name. A name is a name, just like a slave name. A name is a name. A name doesn't identify a person, especially when it comes to our people, because we got slave names, of course. So the thing is, I be seeing a lot of these brothers in the chat always got something to say, but I don't see none of these brothers stand on business to at least say, you know what? I disagree with Omar because this is what I believe. This is what I stand on. So this is why I disagree with Omar. All I see is, Omar did, like, stand on something. Listen. Stand on something, because I listen. It's obvious to see to read something in the chat and see that y'all disagree with me, and that's cool. But the thing is, tell me why you disagree. At least tell me, well, this is so at least let's use this for an example. You write something in the chat. Let's just say, well, you know what? I stand on Kemet. I believe in the Kemet philosophy. I believe in the Book of the Dead, and I believe in this, the 42 laws of Ma'at. This is what I believe in. So this is why I agree with or disagree with Omar, is because my belief and my teaching says this and this and this and this and this and that. So a lot of these niggas just want to sit back in a chat, which is cool, because the chat actually makes the dialogue more better, to be able to dialogue with somebody on a panel, and then you can address things that's in a chat. But what I don't see enough, and like I said, ever since I've been coming on platforms, even before I've been coming up on panels, when I'm in a chat, people always knew what I stood on. So if I had if I had an argument, people would know brother Omar is a Hebrew Israelite brother. So everybody knows my sentiment. A lot of y'all brothers, I don't know what the hell y'all sentiment is. I don't know what's your moral compass. I don't know what's your religion, your belief. I don't, because all y'all do is want to is want to talk stuff in a chat. But the thing is, like I said, I'm never mad at that. And I don't care if you do want to tell people what you believe in or what's your moral compass. But my thing is, before you criticize, have you looked at yourself in the mirror? Have you broken down your faith? Your moral compass, your square, have hold on, have you questioned your own self by looking at your own self in the mirror and asking your own self all these questions that you want to ask me? Because I'm gonna tell you something. No matter if you disagree or agree with me, Brother Omar stand on his business, and I come up here and I answer these questions. You don't never see me running. You don't never see me ducking. You don't never see me in the chat being all vague. You don't ever see me in a chat when somebody else is giving a presentation or somebody else is talking about they believe and I'm being like some rogue ghost that is not looking at my belief and looking at myself in the mirror before I say anything about somebody else. And that's the business that I continue to stand on. So here's my thing. I don't mind a chat. It's not a big deal. But at least if you're gonna say something, tell me exactly where is your sentiment of disagreement for what Brother Omar believes, and then you tell me your sentiment and your belief from what you believe in. But guess what? I guess I can understand if that's a little bit too hard to ask brothers to do. But you know what I'm saying? Let's go ahead and push this information forward. Go ahead, Brother Oli. And guess what? Remember, this is an open panel.
Yeah, yeah.
They
So if
do
you in
not
the chat,
charge. Thank you, Babylon Don. And to some of these other brothers, they do not charge you to hit that button and to bring y'all ass up on this panel. Respect to
and if you don't
Babylon
want to
Don. I'll
come
go
up,
ahead and mute out.
and if you don't want to come up and you in the chat, remember to like, share, and subscribe. That would help. We don't have any pushback in you coming up and stating what you want to. You know what I'm saying? But it would be good for us to kind of know. Shout out Max Leisure. I see you in the chat. But right now, on the stage, I got my man, Babylon Dunn. What up, my guy?
What's up, Oli? How you doing, brother?
Oh man, I'm
Hey,
all right, all right. We just
all
discoursing
right.
with Omar.
Yeah, peace to the panel and peace to brother Omar, peace to A1, and everybody in the chat. Um, brother Umar, I heard your challenge, and I just came up to say, like, if you're a brother with an open mind, then you would see why a lot of people reject Hebrew Israelitism, Christianism, and Islamism, and Hinduism, and any other ism or religionism. If you had an open mind, you would see that. Because from my standpoint of view, from what I heard you say tonight, it's a beautiful life. It's a beautiful way of maintaining morals and, having something larger than you to look up to or to look at or to counsel with. But, when it comes to like people that say stuff like or think like, like, hey, that's my responsibility to do those things. Like some people would say about Hebrew Israelites that instead of y'all having dominion of the earth, y'all done succumb to the devil and y'all just a bunch of weak dudes running around while the devil got dominion over the earth, according to y'all story. But according to the real story in the Bible, y'all, the people, man, Adam, human, were given the dominion over the earth. And y'all don't seem to take responsibility for that. Y'all seem to pass it off to some God or some devil. Even if God did the creation, I hope you see my point. That even if I agree with you and I believed in God, I wouldn't accept what you teach biblically because God said he gave dominion, right, to the people of the planet Earth over all the animals, over every creeping thing, even the devil. So then when y'all lose control of that, y'all lose my respect in the realm of, having a religion. You could go ahead, brother Umar. I want to hear your response.
That's some good pushback
Okay,
right
yeah.
there.
I just don't want to make sure I didn't cut you off, Babylon. Like I said, me and Oli been up here talking. I wanted you to have your fair chance. So um I want to address something that you said. When you first came on, you said that I don't do what? I forgot what you that word you used. You said I I
Don't have an open mind.
thank you.
Yeah,
Yo,
echo.
Babylon done. Yo, brother, I would I, I would honestly say I am one of the brothers that consistently comes on this show in the chat and on the panel that definitely has an open mind. First of all, I just hold on. This morning,
I
this
thought I
morning,
asked.
listen,
I
brother.
thought I
You
asked
know, I didn't.
if you
Yeah,
had an open mind.
remember. I didn't cut you off. I let you cook. So this morning, I watched Cedric, who talks about scientific literacy and other things in A1 go at it about Unc's critique of what Dr. Fauci was talking about when it came to COVID. And what did I say when I was on the panel? I just had a few simple questions, and there wasn't questions of pushback or contention. It was me being ignorant, not totally ignorant, but saying that A1, Cedric, and Ox information and critique as far as scientific literacy, and things dealing with the COVID vaccination, that they would know more than me. So I came up there. Hold on. I barely even spoke. I barely spoke. You know how many other times I seen the brothers and sisters from Soul Tribe come up here? They mama, I forgot her name, mama, humble call her mama something, and the rest of his Soul Tribe brothers and sisters come up there on the panel. I have nothing but good things to say. I don't give no harsh critique. I actually find, instead of arguing with them, I find things that I actually agree upon. You know how many times I done came up on this stage and on this panel? Let's Dr. Ash this weekend. Dr. Ash came up here. He's not an Israelite brother. He does use the Bible. What did Brother Omar say? He did an excellent job. I didn't critique him hard. I actually agreed with him on a lot of things that he talked about when it came to systemic racism, and then the other things about what he brought out in the Bible. Did I go off on him? Hold on, finish hearing me out. I didn't go off on him. I didn't. I used the open mind when Hercules came up here with his presentation about because like I said, I can tell you what all these, when Hercules came up with his presentation about racism as far as science. Did I have harsh words for Hercules? Even though me and Hercules had fierce battles to where we was damn near where we was cussing each other out. When he gave his presentation, did I come on and be disrespectful? Did I not harshly critique him? I found the areas that I agreed with him, and I didn't bring up no contention. So as far as what you say of me not having an open mind, I think you don't have an open mind, because if you had an open mind, you could have said, you know what, Brother Omar, I disagree with some of those sentiments, but I see some of the good points that you made here and there, even though I disagree with the overall sentiment. But see, all brothers have to do is have nothing but pushback and harsh words for me. I've I've been the most understanding brother up here, I think, because when I hearing people cook and giving it certain things, depending, you know what I'm saying, especially on the presentation, I never come up here with pushback. All I have is kind words. So the thing is, I think that I'm very open-minded. I'm very open-minded. It's brothers like you that want to put that you don't have an open mind. And I must say, based upon what you said, Babylon done, I think, I always respect my brothers and show love, but I think you're closed-minded. You have a closed mind. I have an open mind. You can go ahead, brother. And
Okay,
and and,
man.
and I've demonstrated that. I've demonstrated that. I brought up multiple situations. I've noted the exact subject, showing on where I had an open mind. I
Brother,
want you to
show some
demonstrate the same,
disrespect.
brother.
You yielded
Brother,
the floor,
brother,
so
brother,
give the floor. You yielded the floor.
Brother,
Show
I'll mute
some
out.
respect.
I just want you to
Listen.
demonstrate the same, brother.
Okay, I got it. Don't demand nothing of me. I heard your conversation. I'm gonna do what I want to do. I'm my own man. I got this. I rock it. Let my God handle it. All right. So now, so Brother Umar, you didn't address anything I said, and
It's Omar.
in the
It's
middle of
Omar.
Omar, Omar,
Yeah,
Omar,
not
Omar,
Umar.
brother
Not
Omar,
Umar.
brother
It's
Omar. I'm
Omar.
got it right
It's a clear
already, bro.
O. It's a clear
You don't have
O.
to beat a dead horse. You don't have to be one either. Okay, I got it. Okay, you said one time, man. People got it. You don't have to repeat it like you talking to a child or something, or you rambling on. We good, bro.
Okay,
I'm
Tony. I
good.
just
I
want to
need
make
a
sure. Just gotta tell you one
no,
time,
I'm
man.
good. I'm good.
Just one
I'm
time,
good. I'm good.
Babylon.
I'm good.
One time.
I'm good. Now, don't play with my name. I don't play with your name. You just said your name was Omar. I tried to pronounce that right. Now, don't start clowning with my name. My name is Babylon Dunn. I'm sure you could say it is just like the one in the Bible. All right. So now, when you started out, you didn't address anything that I said, brother. When I first started out, I said everything you said had a lot of morals and a lot of value to it, and I respect that. That's the first thing that I said. The second thing that I said, brother Omar, I don't know if you have an open mind. But if you have an open mind, then you can see why people don't respect or don't follow everything your religion or in which your way. And then I demonstrated that by explaining to you that, hey, this is why a person might say, I didn't even say I do. So you saying that I said this about you and I said this about that? No, I was very careful with my words. They order. So I said to you, I said a person may say, or a person may say that about what you say. I said a person may say, hey, you say that you believe in God, but God say He gave humans dominion. And then it appears to me that y'all have succumbed to giving the devil dominion over the earth. Because I hear I say the prince of the air, the devil got rulership of the earth right now, this, that, and the other. So, and I don't see that nowhere in the scripture. I see that we have dominion. So I said a person may say like, hey, I don't agree with that. And then they don't agree with your God. They just don't agree with your concept of God. And I said, how you feel about that? A person not agreeing with that. So would you like to answer the question now, or would you like to go ahead on and keep feeling like you feel it?
Hey, hey, yo, Babylon. Hey, my bad, brother, man. I I walked away, man. I went to make me a couple more tacos. I, I apologize. I'm on my phone and was turned down low. I could barely hear. If you just want to quickly just recap what you said, so I can officially answer the question.
If
I
you want me
apologize. I
to,
walked away. I made me a couple more tacos. Salakia, brother.
yeah. You don't have to apologize. You know, apologize is from the root word like Apollyon, which means destruction, the city of destruction. You can read about it in Revelations, or you can read about it in the book of Isaiah 19. So yeah, that's related to my name, Babylon, Apollyon, destruction. So now, like I was saying to you, is that uh, I, I I don't want to check you, brother. I don't want to try to come up here because that's what you said before I came up here. You said, hey, I want brothers to come up here and have they pushback respectfully, state what they gonna state, and then when I did that, you came up on me like, hey, I don't think you do this, just like the Jews do. They do that on TV right now. You notice that when somebody say something to the Jews, like if they say like, "Hey, you're a terrorist," the Jews will say, "You're a terrorist." They say the same thing back. It's a very powerful device. It works like a mirror when a person does that. It's just like a person mimicking you or saying the same thing you say back to you. It's irritating. So So when I asked you a question, that's what you did to me. You mirrored it back to me what you thought I said. Like, hey, you don't have an open mind. You thought I said that, but I asked a question or made a rhetorical question. Said, if you have an open mind, you will understand. So then you say, I said, you don't have an open mind. So you get mad about that. And I tried to stop you, brother Umar. I said, brother, I said, if I asked the
It's
question,
Omar.
didn't I? Omar, I asked the question, didn't I? And then you said, no, no, be quiet. I got the floor. You need to, and that's one of the things I want to point out. For you to claim to be this person of the Bible, where is your patience with the non-believer or with the person you talking to? Like you shouldn't be the one so ready to tell the other person, no, 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 I'm talking. Now I know it. You do show respect. You show restraint on your end. You quiet while they talk. However, if it's a comment in between what you're saying and it's not offensive or ad hom, then like something like I said, like where I said, hey, it was a question. We could have resolved that right then and there had you not been that type of person. And then before you end it, I wanted to say something. And you went on and then you finally put the nail in the coffin by saying like, hey, that's the type of dude you are. But that's not the type of dude I am, bro. So we got to be careful and be ready to listen because a lot of times our experience on these podcasts have us in a state of mind where we already, you know, set on what we think and how we handle everybody and we treat everybody the same way. So I thought you said it was gonna be a respectful show, no name calling stuff like that. We was gonna get down to the facts, talk about this God thing, and I thought you didn't mind people challenging God. You spoke so eloquently and poetically about God and all the good things about all the things how the examples you gave. But when I asked you about the Dominion, you gave me another example, and that's something I want to tell you. You just moved the goalpost when you started talking about those other people and all that other work with him, that wasn't addressing my question at all. So will you address my question? If you have an open mind, brother Omar, would you be able to see, have empathy, or even sympathy? Just be able to see from this person's eyes why they see the God that you say you serve as not being adequate.
So here's the thing here, brother. I'm just one of them brothers that's straight to the point. So I don't pussyfoot around. As you can clearly see, as you can clearly see, like I said, I've demonstrated that with Oli during this whole conversation. So as far as your question, listen, you said, do I think the God I serve something being adequate? See, here's the
I can
thing here.
repeat the question. I can repeat it right now.
Go ahead,
I
brother.
ask I ask you, do you think that somebody could think that the God you serve is inadequate because of the dominion thing? Remember, dominion, you got dominion, but you don't gave your dominion up. You don't rule the earth. The devil do. So that person got to. So yeah, that's what it's like.
Well, first of all, I don't, my bad. I don't force. If you notice, I come up here. I don't tell people what they should do, or you need to do this, or you should do that. That never comes out of my mouth. So number one, I never force my beliefs or try to make somebody understand, force them to understand, or force them to come inside this truth. All I'm here to do is to give out the information. Like you said, I'm my own man. I make the own decision. So first of all, yeah, the reason why we don't have dominion is because we broke the law. And what does a good parent do to his children when they don't listen? There's punishments and repercussions. So that's one of the punishments and repercussions is that our enemy has dominion over the land. That doesn't mean that we still is not the chosen people, or we shouldn't have dominion over the land, which we will have one day. You know what I'm saying? And we're going through a grace period to where we got to get our shit together. But guess what? My ideology and my belief doesn't require validation from you or any other person in the chat or anybody. I don't need validation from you. You don't make me who I am. I don't make you who you are. I can't be moved off my square, and I don't need validation from nobody. Guess what? If you want to get with it, cool, get with it. If you want to take the information down, cool, take the information down. If you don't, and that's cool too, and I can understand. But you never hear me up here forcing things on people or telling people what they need to do or what they got to do. I'm very kind and respectful when I had these dialogues. So I don't need validation from you, and whatever your criteria is for what you would say is my God or my belief or my ideology or standpoint. Who are you to you are you to critique it, but who are you to set the precedent on what my most high God should be doing, on what I should believe in, how I answer the question, which I do. So in order for me to be effective, in order for me to spread this truth, in order for me to have a good dialogue, in order for me to believe in whatever I want to believe in through my most high God, whatever you have to say is not the standpoint or the stance or whatever that I have to fit that I have to fit inside the box that you trying to put me in. And that's something that I will not do, brother.
Let me see, bro. I don't even know who you was really talking to the whole while. I didn't feel like you were talking to me. I felt like you were talking to somebody else. And so, I mean, I'm pretty much done with my line of questioning on that note, though, because concerning Dominion, you haven't even spoken the word Dominion or even spoken anything about Dominion, and I wanted to hear that. I wasn't trying to tell you to do nothing, and I'm the last person to try to make like, I ain't trying to sound perfect, but bro, I'm talking to you, but I never try to talk personal or try to put the person, and I'm always telling other people that. So I don't think that's what I'm doing. I don't think I'm committing the crime that I say everybody committed against me. So, but yeah, I think we good. Go
Well,
ahead.
you have to understand, Babylon, that the reason I didn't have to answer Dominion is because you came up with that question, and I answered that question about Dominion. I told you, yes, we were given dominion once we are in a righteous state. So the reason we don't have dominion, I said because we broke the law, and like any good father, when his kids break the law, there's a punishment. There's consequences behind that, and the punishment, some of the consequences that we going through now, and like I said, until now that we have a grace period, we trying to get our shit straight. We don't have dominion. So I've answered that question. The reason why
There's
is because I'm
two
dead.
questions I can ask regarding that. All right, there's two questions I can ask regarding that.
If I'm not mistaken, you just had the question about dominion. Oli
Yeah,
never
but you
asked the
changed
question
the
about what
subject. But your answer right there, your
during me
answer
and
right there,
Oli's dialogue.
your answer
He
right
never
there.
posed a question about dominion, and that's why I
I,
never addressed it. I'm
I
only
didn't think that
addressing
I was
questions that I'm being
restricted. I
asked.
didn't think that I
If
was
that makes
restricted
sense,
from coming up here to ask my own question. So to make Dominion off limits type of thing, or make like it's something I
brother,
brought
I
up
didn't
and
make it
then
off
it's
limits,
something. What?
brother.
I'm talking
Did I?
now. I'm talking now. Can I talk though for a minute, for a second? Because it was about my turn. So I'm saying though that, bro, that when you avoiding me again, you want to make it personal, and the question is about dominion. And I heard you say that any good father will do, which is an example or an analogy. And then you said you didn't give me scripture, is what I'm trying to say. You didn't give me a precept. You didn't like. You didn't show me in the Bible where it says or reads like, hey, man lost dominion here, and this is why I believe I don't have dominion over the devil. That's the answer to the question. Like not just like being emotional and just having a chasm up here talking about, well, you already answered the question. If I thought you answered the question, I wouldn't even keep going. You didn't answer my question. It's obviously some type of misunderstanding here. And then you keep answering the question as if I'm trying to say that your God, whichever God that is, the Most High, um, is like I'm saying that your God is inadequate. I'm not saying that your God is inadequate. I'm saying if a person thinks that your concept of God is inadequate, what do you think about that? How do you feel about that? What do you tell a person that says like, hey, I hear everything you're saying. It's very moral. It's got a lot of value to me. I like what you're saying. But when it comes to this God thing, I'm trying to figure out like if man was given dominion, why don't you have dominion? And then you say, well, we lost it. And then I say, well, where in the Bible? Show me where in the scripture where man lost dominion of his thing. And I'm trying to give you time to Google all this. So, just that's what I'm saying. Just figure out when man lost his dominion in the Bible.
So, see, I listen. I listen very carefully. You did not say show me in the Bible in the beginning of our conversation. Now, if you would have
No,
stated that,
thank you. Upon
brother,
your last answer, I changed
brother,
it and fixed it. If you
brother,
ain't
I,
listening,
I
you ain't
didn't cut
listening.
you off. You're being emotional
Okay,
now.
you ain't listening.
You nope,
You
nope,
ain't
nope, brother.
listening. Go
Babylon,
ahead. Go
Babylon
ahead.
done. You're being emotional now, brother. I didn't cut you off. I let you rock. Okay, so I heard very detailed on what you said in the beginning. You did not ask me. You see, the thing is, I know in your head, like in your head when you was asking that question, you probably had that direct question, but you didn't ask it like that, brother. You never said, Omar, if you can go to the scriptures and
I
explain
did.
why y'all, brother, you didn't, brother. Do you want me to
I
rewind it?
did. I
Do you
didn't.
want me
I
to
did
rewind
not.
it, brother?
I'm agreeing with you. I'm
Oh,
agreeing with you. I said,
all
but I did not say it though. I'm
right.
agreeing with you. Now what?
All right, brother. All right, brother. So,
I'm
so
agreeing with you.
all
Now
I'm
what?
saying is, brother. Now,
I didn't
now,
intentionally.
now. Hold on.
You trying to
So
make
in
me
the
a
big
liar, and I'm not.
brother. There you go again, brother. Why you getting all emotional, Babylon? You just said I.
Now,
You
you
just
trying to
said I
make me
was
a liar, and
emotional,
I'm not.
man.
You trying to make your brother a liar, and I'm not.
Dang,
And you
oh,
jumping ahead. You got your cart before the horse. Go ahead.
brother, brother. I understand, brother. It's gonna be all right, Babylon. Just relax some. Brother Omar got this. So everything gonna be smooth, Babylon. Don't worry about it, man. It's gonna be all right. So you were you were vague in your questioning. Now that you're more detailed in your questioning, I can go there. I can just get my laptop. I didn't have my laptop. I'm on my phone right now. I'm downstairs. So I could easily get that and go bring up the scripture if that's where you want me to come from. But
Yeah,
the
I get
thing
you.
is, yeah, okay, cool, and I'll grab it. I'll grab it. So
So why
the thing,
filibuster? Just go grab it.
all right, but
Yeah.
I don't know, no. You said that I was getting emotional, and the thing is, I didn't want to dance around. I didn't want to pussyfoot around. And the thing is,
You
but
bump dancing all night. Go ahead.
no, you instead of listen, it's, and I must
Okay.
say, you pussyfooted around because you were vague. You were vague in your questioning instead of just getting right to it and say, "Hey, Omar, look, boom, 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 brother. If you can just grab a scripture to validate your point, boom. Guess what? I could have been answered that 10 minutes ago, But
Brother
because
Umar.
you put no, because you pussyfooted around
I mean
and
Omar.
you hold on and you were vague. Now you persecuting me because your questioning was very vague and it wasn't decisive and right to the point. Now I have to pay the penalty for that, which is not fair, brother. But I'll
Okay,
grab the
now,
scripture. I'll get the
brother
scripture.
Omar, brother Omar. Okay, brother Omar. Okay, now listen, brother Omar. While you grab your scripture, oh yeah, your phone gonna be low, so you might have to stand by for a second. But brother Omar, I tried to stop you again and tell you like, hey, in the middle of that, I said, yo, you changed that, you changed the thing. So I said, so now let me ask a question. That's what I said. I said, as a matter of fact, it's two ways, two questions I can ask for that. I realized that you had moved the goalpost. So then once you move the goalpost into this little hazy field, I said, well, let me just go on and get the brother to document this whole thing about his reason for um, telling me that man has lost dominion. Reason why he say man lost dominion. Show me in the scripture. Because at first I wasn't asking you that. I was asking for you to tell me whether or not if a person felt that way about your scripture, but you never got it. If a person felt that way about your scripture, basically, what would you do? What would you say to them? How would you feel about that? What would you say? Because it seemed like you're in a catch 22. It seemed like you wouldn't know what to say, like you're doing now. Because there's somebody here that's then put on the table, hey, there's a person out there that's saying, your God gave you dominion. And because you being a weak man and you saying you lost dominion, and you're not taking responsibility for yourself. And so when you do something wrong, you can blame the devil. And when you do something good, you can give credit to God and you can live a fictitious Santa Claus type life. And realistic people in the real world just ain't gonna buy that. And and I could go further and on and on. Like for instance, your God communicates with you and talks to you. He's the universal God of all things. But what if that God don't talk to this person or that person? Then they responsible for hearing a God that they can't hear because that's the way God gonna have to communicate. We can't see it, can't feel him, can't taste him, can't touch him, can't smell him, but we can hear him. Obviously, they say, or I dream about him. They say so. Then when we do hear him or whatever, how that's gonna go down. If you know, Are you gonna just tell me like, oh, that person just cut off because I could tell already? Then I'm gonna say, then the answers is already built in. The person was damned if they do and damned if they don't. It's like the Salem witch hunt. Like you throw them in the water, if they swim, then they're a witch. If they drown, they was a witch because that's the way it's supposed to go. So that's how y'all playing the game, and y'all don't really want to answer the real tough question where y'all fall off. Like you got a God, He communicate with y'all. Where is all the Godhood at? Like on the earth, where's all that peace, tranquility, and stuff that God give off? Abundance and all of that, patience and all of that with y'all. You can come in when you want to, brother Omar. Well, I
He
think
probably
he fell out, brother Oli.
he probably did.
No. I'm still here. I gotta be quiet. I gotta be quiet because I'm trying to get this laptop, but my family's asleep. Give me a second.
Okay, bro, don't worry about anything going on. I ain't that concerned about it for real.
I definitely appreciate you coming up, both of y'all. Um,
Yeah,
whether
what's been going on with you, Oli, in the other field though, on the quantum things like that
uh,
in that realm, philosophy, on me and your level.
shoot, I've been working on getting back into school. That's what I've been.
Okay,
That's what I
damn.
did the other
Okay,
day. Just to get back in there and go ahead and Yeah, I hate to say it, but I guess get indoctrinated with their information, um, so I can push mine out there in they little field. And so I've been doing that, but I'm still waiting on my shit to come back from the copyright thing, but it don't go up till October. So I'm really at a standstill. I've been putting together little ideas and stuff, but nothing major. Everything I got really still the same. I just you know how you
Yeah.
write
Okay.
little stuff every now and then once I get it compiled, I just put it in another book or find the right time to use it if somebody asks the right question. But you know how that goes. Shoot, just still compiling and stacking, getting it in the right order so I can put it out.
I'm in the same mode. I'm kind of proofreading and just editing, but yeah, I'm in the same mode though.
Yeah, that's what it is. Don't you got how many? You got one book already finished, don't you?
Yeah, my book. I got a couple of books. Well, I got one book finished. Yeah, yeah,
Okay. Yeah, man, we're gonna have to. We really need to do some private work, man. To exchange each other's information and talk about it amongst ourselves. You
yeah.
know how
We
that.
do, bro. Because the thing what I'm trying to get is I'm trying to get published, but I need some help with the arrangement, font,
Oh,
latex, numbers, mathematical symbols, things like that.
oh,
You
okay,
Okay? It's
okay.
something called latex, right? It's a program called latex that the person has to buy, and then like you get latex, and then latex will translate your mathematical symbols or allow you to put mathematical symbols that can be published in a book.
Yeah, LATX. Yeah, it's
Yep.
latex, but it's it's rather easy. Yeah, you get that program. You can do it in other programs too. But
That's what I
all
want to
the
talk to you about.
oh, okay, okay, bet. Um, the
Cause
Python
that's what
system.
I don't know nothing about. You see what I'm saying? I did the research, but when it comes to that part, I'm hopeless, useless. Like
I
when you
bet.
said the other program, I'm done. The minute you said the other program, you can use other. I'm like, fuck, I'm done.
Yeah, they got the Python. You can use Python coding. A whole bunch of other ways to get your. You just got to. We have to get your symbols and then basically create your own lexicon. That's what you're doing, lexicon of symbols for your
See,
mathematics.
bro, you the first person to mention Python to me. I mentioned Python to a few brothers and sisters, even people that said they were computer scientists or into programming, into coding, whatever. They said they was into it. And then I say like, well, I'm doing a math book and right, so I got a new math that I want to program into a calculator, right? So I was looking for somebody to help me build a Python calculator. They just go brain dead as soon as I say that.
No, yeah, we can definitely talk about it. That's just coding. I got a couple other people that be helping with coding, but like you said, I had to make my own codex and lexicon, so I know exactly what you're talking about for my
Okay, yeah.
geometry part.
But man, I'm telling Oli, I got something for them though for the world, man. If they just will listen, man. They don't waste about 20 years though, bro. This been 20 years in the making. They don't
Man,
wasted like 20 years of not supporting, not looking at, ignoring, overlooking, whatever they trying to do to avoid contact with this information. I don't know whether because it's mathematics and they got this, you know, whatever dyscalculia, you know, that disorder dyscalculia. I don't know, but our people, even if you don't like math, you know it around the world. You know you got children. You know the future generations. Don't be so selfish. Take a look, and even if you don't understand the whole thing, if you could get just a little bit, you should be able to get some of it. And then you can legitimize it or vet it, but they don't even vet the information. Kind of like what you was talking about when you said you express your information and then people was comment. Or was that brother humble? One, but people was commenting on it about before they even knew about it. I know that
Yeah,
was a while back.
yeah, that was my my information. People was just commenting and saying it was pseudo and taking the title of it without actually asking what I was using the word for, what it meant. They didn't. A lot of people don't know steps in different fields, and in the field of philosophy, they got this thing called
Yeah,
nomenclature, and you know what nomenclature is. And so they all, and I don't know. As soon as which was kind of my idea, but it everything go backwards when I use quantum. I thought people would see me use quantum and be like quantum. There's quantum physics, quantum mathematics, quantum. So if he using quantum, that means he ain't going against that. But it was the exact opposite. People see quantum and they like, oh, what is he going against quantum? No. It is crazy. Like, no, if I see the word quantum in something, that actually, my first correlation would be, oh, they must agree with quantum, or this is going to be something that matches whatever I know
yeah.
about quantum. If it said anti-quantum or some shit like that, quantum, you know what I'm saying, neo-quantum, I'd say, oh, this some different type.
Non-quantum.
But I don't know.
That's funny. Yeah.
People's reasoning these
Mm,
days be different. Well, I'm gonna just say my reason is different than people I come across.
yeah.
Uh, Max Leisure say
But
what,
you're right
huh?
though. Quantum means a lot to a lot of different people, and it means a lot of different things on a lot of different levels. You really just can't even assume what a person means if you read a book title or do that. You gotta actually at least get to where the author say what he means by quantum.
I mean, even today, if I see a title that says vampire government, I'm not gonna automatically think, I'm not gonna automatically think you talking about a government full of vampires today. I'm a,
Fact,
I'm probably
fact,
me myself. I'm probably gonna think about you talking about how the government sucks people dry,
yeah.
and uh, to for you to have a
But
book
if you hear
called
me say it, if you hear me say that, you should think exactly that they turned the vampire. Go ahead, I'm
No.
joking.
But yeah, just think about it, Babylon. If you got a book called Vampire Government and you talking about the way the government formed, you done have intricate thoughts about how the government forms and how it basically bleeds a life dry if you ain't a part of it, how it's
Fact.
done, you know what I'm saying? And then I get on there, I don't need to read it. All you doing is talking about vampires running the building, how they got blood banks and you ain't talking about none of this.
That's right. Yeah,
That's what
that's a
that's what it seems like. That's what it do to me. And so that's why even when I talk to other people about they books, if they beliefs and stuff, I tell them I'm really doing an investigation. I know I'm not a expert in those things. I do have my own assumptions. So when I ask you questions, know that I'm asking them blindly with my own personal bias. I ain't using nothing else except for my bias. And this is a report. I'm doing reporting, investigative reporting, because I'm not an expert in the field that I'm asking you about. And that makes it a lot easier too when I start talking to people and questioning, because they actually see that even though the question might not sound like it's a genuine question, I really don't know. Some people ask you questions knowing or thinking they know what you're gonna answer. I don't. I don't. I have the slightest idea. I know a lot of things you could say, but I don't know which one you're gonna say and in the least. So yeah, I got to make sure I'm discreet about when I'm saying stuff, because if I want the same, if I want the same, what do you call it, respect, I have to do the same thing. You say you can barely hear me, Max Leisure. You probably
I
need to
can
go
hear. Oh,
No, that's Max Leisure. Max Leisure probably been swimming. Yeah, it's just you. Cut the phone up. It's these buttons on the side of your phone. You got no, I'm just fucking with you, Max. I don't know what it is. I usually sound pretty loud, so you might want to adjust your hearing. Let me see what my mic looking like though, because I think I can adjust my mic.
Yeah, cut it up a little bit there, brother. Yeah, Oli.
Make sure. Edit mic settings. Oh no, I can't even move it.
Yeah, but yeah, so on my end, brother, like I was saying, like I'm dealing with a lot of quantum. My thing deals with quantum and a lot of meta too. You know what I'm saying? A lot of meta linguistics, meta mathematics, a lot of quantum computing, quantum processing on that end because it's a mathematics book. So I'm mainly into the computing and processing end and things like that. So when I say quantum, it's not talking about quantum chromodynamics or quantum physics. You see what I'm saying? Like we can make correlations, and I do have some correlations in my book, but my book is not about that. My book is about how quantum relates to that.
I got you. I got you. How my mic sound now, Max? Is that better?
It ain't really get louder if you want to ask me. Just to help Max
I
out.
hope that's for you. I hope that's better for you, Max. Uh, while we still here, real quick, Omar was getting this computer together, so let's go ahead
Yeah.
and bust this real quick.
Let's pause the noise for a second because if you're still here right now, you're already different. Not everyone gets this. Not everyone understands real debate, real scholarship, real intellectual smoke. But you do. This is Coliseum of Arguments. This is Titans Debate League. And what happens here doesn't survive on algorithms. It survives on the people who believe in it. When you support through Cash App, you're not just donating. You're fueling the arena. You're the reason we can bring in high-level guests. You're the reason we keep unbiased judges. You're the reason these debates stay sharp, fair, and uncompromised. This platform is built by thinkers, sustained by supporters, protected by the ones who know value when they see it. If this show has ever sharpened your mind, has ever entertained you, or has ever challenged what you thought you knew, then Cash App is how you say, keep this going. Not everyone contributes, but the ones who do, they're part of what makes this real. Coliseum of Arguments, Titans Debate League, powered by the people who get it.
My heart is bleeding in a pool of blood, I'm drowning. Yeah, my heart is bleeding in a pool of blood, I'm drowning. I look in the mirror now.
Yeah, we back, man. Shout out to the chat. Babylon Max said, Babylon said he's into what type of quantum? Yeah, yeah,
Processing,
listen.
quantum processing, and quantum computing. Because I'm a mathematician, so I'm into the processing end and the computing end. Like I think I was saying, not really. My book is not really about quantum chromodynamics or quantum physics or some other type of quantum. You know what I'm saying? So I was just agreeing with Oli that when a person say quantum, you really have to know what context they are talking about when they use the word quantum, especially when they're talking about a book cover. Come on, everybody knows you can't judge a book by the cover. And Oli just gave a good example of that. That was funny. Yeah, that
Yeah,
was that was funny, bro. Yeah,
that's the only way I could put it
okay.
where people could. But yeah, quantum
Yeah,
processing. Um, mm, you say that a lot of people might not know what quantum processing is, so they automatically, yeah, what's quantum
yeah,
processing? How did that got to do it? And quantum processing is an actual thing. There go Max
yeah.
Leisure to the stage. Max, good morning. It's
But
Oh
Max,
yeah,
I
morning.
good morning.
also, oh, what's up, Max? I also get into quantum thinking.
Quantum what?
Thinking. I invented that.
Tell me, can you Elaborate.
Yeah, it it's got a lot to do with my mathematics. And so I'm gonna tell you the name of my mathematics. Now I'm not trying to be impressive or nothing, bro. You ask a question, I'm asking a question. All right, Matt. All right, bro. I'm just
Absolutely,
asking
yeah.
a question. Okay, so my mathematics is called new meta mirror morphic mathematics. Meta mirror morphic. Okay, and so
Yeah.
when you're talking about meta mirror morphic states, then those are like dealing with conformal geometry, conformal circles, invariant, where constants, universal constants, and things like that in mathematics. So that's a part of mathematics that I work in, that I specialize in, and a part that I invented that I'm gonna be teaching people about. And so quantum thinking is on that level. And one of the reasons why I call it quantum is because it's based on four. So to me, now when we talk about quantum computing stuff like that, everything is based on four. I know people say binary, but it's still four. Okay, and I can show you why. And I'm gonna show you why in a
As in
simple way.
the number four
Yeah, the
is
number four
based.
is
Okay.
quantum. It's quantum because you
Yeah.
have quark, which is four, quantum, which is four, quattro, which is four. So quantity is four. So when you deal with quantity or quality, then that qua is from four. Like even when you do a proof in mathematics, you say quad, demonstratum. So quad, so that four is important. So you have four directions, you have four this and four that. So it starts to be obvious that everything was always quantum, but you just call it four because it's big and you can manipulate it. But when it gets small, right, you call it quantum. But that's still four things, the same four things acting on a level where it's not big, instead of macro, is micro. And that's all quantum really means in this terminology of what I'm talking about. Is
Brother
that
Omar, this brother Omar, I'm back, but y'all, I'll let y'all go ahead and finish y'all bill right quick. But I just want to let y'all know I'm
okay?
back. But I don't want to interrupt y'all bill. I'll mute out till y'all brothers done, and
All
then me
right.
and Babylon can pick up where we left off at.
Those
Yes.
tacos is good, Omar.
I'm sorry, what was that again?
Those tacos were good.
Hey. I'm still eating, man.
Go ahead, Babylon.
Okay.
Hey,
No, yeah,
hey,
go ahead.
real quick. And guess what, Max Legion? I,
What's up?
I did go grab the hot sauce and put some on it.
My bad, Babylon. I just gotta fuck with my boy Omar,
Okay.
man. That's big smoke
No,
right
but
there. I love you,
okay, I
bro.
think I got some for you though. So what I'm saying is this right here. Now, the reason why this is important to my mathematics because the four major operations are subtraction, minusation, alienation, division, addition, adding, and multiplication, timesation, right? So those are four, right? Minus, subtract, minus, divide, add, and multiply, right? Those are four major operations. And so if you can understand that those are four major operations of mathematics, then you will understand that those four things, is the thread to everything you look at. Because everything you deal with is based on mathematics or based on qu- quantity or quality. So now you know that. So you take those four things and then you incorporate them. So you say, how do these things operate and how do they interact? Well, you say, well, subtraction is basically division and multiplication is basically addition. And then you say, well, multiplication is the obverse of division and addition is the obverse of subtraction. And then you see how that works. And then if you're able to make the correlation to the way the the mind work or the brain work and do those things for, then you got a mathematical model for the brain and how the mind works, and that's called quantum thinking.
Now right where you landed is exactly why I'm interested in you speaking on the quantum thing, because I feel like you're linking quantum mathematics and computing with you said how the brain works, right?
Yeah, quantum
I
thinking. Yeah,
I I
cognitive
like to
consciousness.
link my thing is linking quantum physics, mechanics overall. Although I'm not familiar, I ain't gonna lie. 80% of what you said went over my head, but I caught the gist of it. But
Hmm.
breaking down the mathematics, I would have to like see it visually to be able to actually follow along. But I connect quantum mechanics and consciousness, and I feel like that when you deal with those two things, you really dig into the true nature of reality, because that's where existence, like the nexus of those two things is where existence blossoms in my understanding, like just quantum mechanics and spirituality, just consciousness, because
Yeah,
quantum mechanics handles the physical nature, but then spirituality, consciousness handles everything that physical mechanics can't explain, and it's two natures that come together to create our existence. And I feel like, religion deals with one of those natures, science deals with the other of those two natures. But quantum mechanics is where those two meet. And so physics, they don't deal with it because it's not all the way in the physical nature of things. And then spirituality doesn't deal with it because it's not all the way in the spirituality nature of things. But I feel like that's where it's at. So just if you it, can you explain it to me as if I was, in the third grade, what the major difference between computing and quantum computing is, just like in a nutshell, the
well, you
major,
talk
what
about
makes
on
them
your
different
level, because I said that,
as
like,
far as
well,
what you deal with.
oh, okay, that's what I was asking. I thought you was going to ask me about regular computers that work off ones and zeros and work off a binary system and work off of bytes, right? And then you have
Okay.
bits or qubits, which is Q for quantum, right? Quantum bits.
Uh-huh.
Bits are smaller than bytes. You see what I'm saying? So that's why I
Okay.
said you move from macro to micro. So that's the difference between regular computer and quantum computer. And then what they're doing with AI and Chat GPT and Chat GPT, CGI and Gemini and Claude and all that stuff right there, that's only scaling. Okay, I'm digressing a little bit. Just allow me to say it though. That's only scaling. They only putting a bunch of what they already know how it works together and calling it like a supercomputer, like Elon Musk named his thing Colossal. That's all
Uh-huh.
it is. It's just a bunch of little parts brought together
So
into one big piece, but it's not
so you
really quantum computing. It does no quantum computer. It's a regular computer, and it ain't even an avenue toward quantum computing. Quantum computing is the avenue toward when you see something frozen and you see the little circle computer and the stuff dangling down, and they got water around it, and it's submerged, and they call it the deuterium, and they soaking it in deuterium. That's a heavy called heavy water and stuff like that to stay cold and so that they can slow down the quantum bits in there. That's what that is. So it's the difference between controlling quantum bits and making them putting them into a binary or a quantum state than doing a regular computer and putting it in a binary or quantum state. Go ahead.
okay, so
But I
regular
do
computing. Oh, now
go ahead.
which one deals with bits? Regular computing or quantum computing?
No, quantum qubit.
And then what does regular computing deal with?
Bytes, like megabytes,
Bytes.
gigabytes.
So which one is capable of more? Like which one has more capabilities? as far as
That's a
fits
good
or
question.
lasts?
Now, that's an excellent question because that's a matter of preference. It becomes a matter of um, whether what you put in is what you getting out. Is it worthy? Like for instance, they built the big hadron collider in CERN, and it cost all them $1 trillion, right? But then
Mhm.
look at it. It's been able to prove the Higgs boson. They say, and this ain't on record. This ain't concrete, but they say it's been able to prove the Higgs boson, which is the root of what they call would give things a mass. So we'll get them that. So they say they found it. It was estimated mathematically. It was guesstimated to be there, and they found it using the machine. But now they need to scale up. They need to scale up. They saying they don't need to come up with a new technology. They saying they want to scale up. See, that's what Elon Musk them did. Instead of coming up with a new technology, they trying to scale up, and they losing a war with other people, Japanese, the Chinese, and stuff like that. They ain't telling y'all that they losing bad. So yeah, so and they keeping things like what I'm trying to teach ignored and keeping it undercover. So then people don't even know it exists even in America. Like it don't even exist here because they don't give a person like myself an opportunity on a platform to talk about it. But I'm gonna stop right there. We'll be like, wait. Last thing I want to say this. I want you to know this though. When it comes to quantum thinking though, and it comes to quantum computing, remember quantum is mathematics though. At the end of the day, remember that you got
Right.
quantifiers, qualifiers. So now I want to give you four. You can write this down if you want to. Don't. This is not hard. This is easy. It's just four operations I want you to keep in mind. Keep this in
Uh,
mind.
uh,
Zero divided by zero. Zero divided by zero. That's one.
okay.
Zero divided by zero. The second one is zero divided by some number. Zero divided by
Okay.
n.
Okay.
The third one is n divided by zero. Any number divided by zero.
Okay.
Okay. And the last one is n.
Did he cut out? Did I drop out?
No, I think Babylon did.
That was Babylon. I can hear you, Max.
Okay.
I can hear Oli. It's just Babylon. Babylon was
Okay.
talking, and then he just fell off. It's
Babylon,
still
you got
showing
it.
him on a panel, but I don't know if it's something to do with his volume or whatever. You know what I mean?
Right. Well, I got the first three. He had zero divided by
Babylon.
zero, n divided by zero, and then zero divided by n. I didn't get the fourth one. But is he back? He back, Babylon? Well, because I'm just get to what I was getting at if he, while he's dealing with that, because I don't know much about quantum computing, but I wanted to see if there was a correlation between quantum computing and quantum physics, because in quantum physics, my thing is with regular physics, classical physics, they deal with everything that we could physically measure, and anything outside of that they don't deal with. And quantum mechanics deals with what you can't measure, because when you measure it, you can only measure it using physical mechanics, and in doing so you break down the quantum state. So you can't make quantum measurements, you can only make quantum predictions, and the quantum predictions play out the way you predict, but you can't see, you can't study and observe the quantum state. And so my thing is that that's how we exist, as that's our existence. That's the description of our existence. We have a physical nature that you can physically see and measure, but then we have an inner state, which is the quantum state. The quantum state is the inner state of physical mechanics. So we have an inner state that you can't measure. You could take studies of people, they study us all day and do research on us all day, but they still can't understand us fully, because you can't, the only thing that can understand the state of being is the being itself. And so I just I just feel like the most pivotal conversations to have is the correlation between how we exist on a quantum level and what's being taught in all these different mythos, all these different mythologies, because I feel like they all talk about how to manipulate our inner state of being, but people get caught up on the like the laws and everything. But when you actually listen to what they tell you to do for yourself as a person, they all tell you to meditate, look inward. The Bible tells you the kingdom of heaven is inside of you, all of that type stuff. So, I was just hoping I was trying to, like I said, I was trying to find a correlation between quantum computing, because I feel like in the quantum computing world, they're trying to come up with a formula for how to create consciousness, how to create a sentient being out of AI, but they can't do it. And it's just because that's the nature of whatever you want to consider it to be, the universe, God, the I don't know, the all soul, whatever your religion is, it can't be studied by physical mechanics. You got to look into something else. And that's it.
I
But
got
what
you.
you think, Oli? Because your thing is quantum. Uh, you got quantum onlyism. Like, how deep into what's your nature of the quantum field? Because what he was explaining about quantum computing, that was going over my head. So I know it's different fields of quantum isms. What's your specific field, and how far away from yours is mine?
It's very far, so far that I can't even. No, I'm just fucking with you, Max.
But I ain't even mad, man. But I'm just curious.
No, well, we've talked a lot, and I actually don't know like your your full thing. I know there's we have the same idea about whenever we find the consciousness that we're looking for, it's gonna be smaller than we are. The components of it are, and so I do
Right.
believe we have that in common. And the more we look, it probably be the same. But like I say, my total philosophy is just an argument for existence, and I call it quantum onlyism because, like I said, the things in quantum, the small parts of existence, the things that everything that is seen is made up of things unseen.
Mhm.
I believe that's actually a verse in the Quran
We
or
agree
something
on
like
that.
that. But I think everybody has that saying in some way. Everything that we see is made up of things unseen, which means that when we talk about air and particles and um, gluons and bosons and the small things that they say are passing through us at every second, billions of it, billions. You know what I'm saying? Those are things that we know are there. We haven't found a way to actually understand them, but we identify them. And those are the things I'm talking about, the things that we haven't identified. And so I just put forth experimentation on how we might can look at those things to be able to use them in a productive and intelligible way. Oh, I see you came off of mute. Um,
Yeah. So I would actually love to give my output
oh,
on this
Babylon
quantum
back too.
thing.
Babylon back too.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
And I like to clarify to Oli too, because he said he hasn't really fully got a thing of mine. I could explain it in like 2 minutes after you, Omar.
oh,
Yeah,
okay.
let's go ahead and let Omar and Babylon finish their discourse, Max, and then you can.
Well,
Yes,
well
sir.
I I did want to hop into this quantum conversation. I don't know if y'all remember when I
Oh,
had the
go ahead.
dialogue with brother Hercules about quantum fields and things like that. So I do want to state I'm no mathematician, but uh I always had a love for science, even though I disagree with a lot of things. But um I could say I could hold my own weight in a conversation about these certain things as dealing with these type of quantum fields. So what I'm gonna do I just need maybe two. Damn. So this is what I'll do when Babylon come back up. I can because he asked me a certain question about why was the so-called world taken out the hands of the Israelite and put in into these other people's hands. So I do have the scripture pulled up and I have a precept pulled up. But I like to expand the conversation. And even though I hold reverence to biblical and the scripture, okay, Babylon back. So let me address this, and then I just want to
Hold
quickly
on, Omar,
answer.
before you finish, let's make sure Babylon can you hear us, Babylon? Because I think that's why he had to leave.
Yeah, I can hear y'all.
Okay,
I'm
okay,
good.
okay,
Okay.
I
okay.
hear
You
you.
ready now?
Thank you,
Everybody
Oli.
can hear Babylon?
So all right, so I'm gonna go real quick. So to Babylon's question, and once I answer, I just want to leave it at that because I want to address. I like this conversation about quantum fields, different aspects of mathematics. Like I said, I'm not some mathematician, but this is kind of my speed too. I choose wisely on what I decide to have conversations about. So let's quickly jump into what Babylon done asked me. So um this is all right. So this is Leviticus 26:1. So this says, "Ye shall make you no idols nor graven images, neither rear you up a standing image, neither shall ye set up any image of stone in your land to bow down unto, for I am the Lord your God. 2, ye shall keep my Sabbath and reverence my sanctuary. I am the Lord. 3, if ye walk in my statutes and keep my commandments and do them, then I will give you rain in due season, and the land shall yield her increase, and the trees of the fields shall yield the fruit, and your threshing shall reach unto the vintage, and the vintage shall reach unto the sowing time, and ye shall eat your bread to the full, and dwell in the land safely. 6, and I will give peace in the land. Ye shall lie down, and none shall make you afraid. And I will rid evil beasts out of the land, neither shall the sword go through your land. 7, and ye shall chase your enemies, and they shall fall before you by the sword. 8, and 5 of you shall chase 100, and 100 of you shall put tens of thousands to flight, and your enemies shall fall before you by the sword. 9, for I will have respect unto you, and make you fruitful and multiply, and establish my covenant throughout the world. And ye shall eat old store, and bring forth the old because of the new. 11, and I shall set my tabernacle among you, and my soul shall not abhor you. 12, yeah, I'm moving too fast. Okay. 12, let me scroll back up a little bit. All right. 12. And I will walk among you, and I will be your God, and ye shall be my people. 13. I am the Lord your God, which brought you forth out of the land of Egypt. Thou ye shall not be their bondmen, and I have broken the bands off your yoke. I've made you go upright. 14. But but if ye will not hearken just mean listen. So check this out. 14. But if ye will not hearken, just meaning if you will not listen unto me, I will not do these commandments. And if ye shall despise my statutes, or if your soul abhor my judgments, so that ye will not do all my commandments, but that ye break my covenant, I will also do this unto you. I will even appoint over you terror, consumption, and a burning, in a burning ague that shall consume the eyes and cause sorrow of heart. And ye shall sow your seed in vain, for your enemies shall eat it. 17. And I will set my face against you, and ye shall be slain before your enemies, that they hate you shall reign over you, and ye shall flee when none pursueth you. 18. And if ye will not yet for all this hearkening until me. So just meaning if ye will not listen and doing all these things I just told you, and you still won't listen to me, then I will punish you 7 times more for your sins. And I will break the pride of your power, and I will make you heavy as iron, and your earth as brass, and your strength shall be spent in vain, for the land shall not yield her increase, neither the trees, neither the fruit of all the world. And if ye walk contrary unto me, I will not hearken unto me. I will bring 7 times more plagues upon you according to your sins. Okay, now this is the precept. This is Proverbs 29 2, KJV. When the righteous are in authority, the people rejoice. But when the wicked beareth rule, the people mourn. So I hope that answered your question, brother. So you asked me to go to scripture. I went to scripture and I validated my point. Um, it really shouldn't be no more pushback. I want to address this quantum thing, but if the brothers had a little bit more to say, but I really wanted to hop in because I do have a little knowledge as far as this mathematics slash quantum stuff, dealing with things upon subatomic, well, atomic and subatomic levels, and also dealing with dark matter. I got a lot of insight on that too. Hold on. Hold on. Just to show, I am not closed minded.
Okay, brother. Yeah, you could go ahead with that. Come on, Omar. I want you to go ahead and go ahead with the quantum thing too, brother. You could go ahead and
oh,
ask that question because I don't feel like you addressed my question. My question was
oh,
regarding dominion. I
I,
think you
I, I,
addressed.
I fully
Oh,
addressed it, brother.
Brother Omar, let me let you off the hook, bro. Just let me let you off the whole thing. So then now we could just move on. And now I'm gonna respond to the other brother. Um, I forget his name, but we were talking about the quantum thing. So I want to respond to some
Max
stuff
Leisure.
that him,
Max Leisure.
Yeah,
Max Leisure.
Well,
Max
you
is
know what?
good.
Yeah,
But
yeah,
wait,
Max.
Omar,
So
no, Omar, no, Omar.
no,
Can
no,
I
no,
talk,
no,
Omar?
no.
Please, Omar, can I talk? It's my turn to talk, Omar. Can I
Babylon,
talk, brother?
Babylon,
Omar,
Babylon,
can
brother,
I talk? Please? Omar,
Babylon.
can I talk?
All I
Yes,
was
I
getting
do.
ready to say, brother,
I know
Babylon,
how you gonna
relax.
get ready
I
to
was,
say, bro.
I
That's
just
not how
said I
you
was,
do it, brother.
brother,
Where your
please.
discipline?
All I
Where
was
your
getting ready to say, yo,
man?
Babylon, relax, brother. Jeez, listen. All I was
No,
getting
that ain't
ready to say,
discipline, bro.
brother,
No, I don't
yo,
want to
Max,
hear all you got
Max.
to get ready
All
to
I was
say
getting
because
ready to say,
you
Max. I was
respecting
getting ready
other
to
people
say,
on the
I
level.
was gonna mute.
That's
I was gonna
crazy.
mute out, brother.
We don't need to
Babylon,
know that.
relax.
Just mute out. Just mute out. You don't have to
No,
announce
no,
that
no,
though.
no.
You think
I'm
you
letting y'all
mute
know
out?
why I
Let him,
wanted to mute
let him
out.
just say what he got to say, Babylon. I feel
Thank
like he'll be
you.
Man,
done
I'm just
right
trying
after.
to. I'm trying to teach him a lesson though, Max.
He'll
Not
be
really
done
trying to
right
No,
have
after.
him.
you
Just let him.
I
He
know.
won't
listen.
I'm
be
trying to
done
teach
unless
him
we
a
let him
lesson
Listen.
get it
about
out.
being a
Thank you.
man. Go
I
ahead,
was gonna be 5 seconds. I was getting ready to
man.
say, I
You
was,
lame.
there you go again. I was getting ready to say, I wanted to mute out because I really enjoyed you and Max's conversation. That's all I wanted to say. I'll mute out. You see how easy that
Trash,
was?
bro.
Now
Get
I'll mute
out of
out.
here, man. Nobody
Just
want to
let
hear
him
that
have
shit.
that. Just let
Crazy,
him
bro.
have that.
All of that for that, bro. Dumbass
Yeah,
shit, bro.
just let him have
So
it. But
anyway,
what did
man.
you have to say?
Anyway, man.
Yeah.
Anyway, man. So you was talking about the quantum thing, and it was something you said though, because I was going to address that, but yeah. Oh, you were saying when I was off the line, I came back in the chat and heard a little bit of what you were saying, and you were saying Hey, I kind of wish the brother would have related the quantum to consciousness. You said, well,
I was
that's what I was.
not wish that you would have. I said I didn't know much about it, so I was asking questions to see if I could figure a correlation between that and
Okay,
that. But I wasn't trying to lead you. That's why
I'm
I
gonna try to
spoke
give
on it
you a
after.
strong. I'm gonna try to give you a strong correlation. Now, remember, I'm a mathematician and I'm a linguist, right? So my answers are gonna be meta mathematical and meta linguistic. Okay? So now,
Okay.
if you're looking for a biblical answer, you got to go talk to a preacher. If you're looking for a quantum chromodynamics or quantum mechanics or quantum, compute, I mean, any other thing other than computing and um, processes, then you ain't talking to the right man. Okay? I'm just making sure you know this. That's where my answer coming
Yeah.
from. So now,
Well, let me hear it.
when you say make the correlation, when I said the
No,
word quantum, and I said, go ahead.
no. Go ahead. I didn't tell you to make a correlation. I just want that to be clear. I was checking if there was one.
Okay, well then let me show you the correlation. It's
Okay.
quantum, then quark, then qualia, quality or qualifier, and quantity or quantifier. Okay, so the key word in the middle there though is qualia. Do you know what qualia is?
No.
Okay, so but you can hear a relation though, kind of a little bit between quantum, quark, quality, and quantity.
Uh,
Quality. You can see a
right.
little relation, right? Okay, so
Right.
then
They
and
all
then
got the
you
letter
know
U.
yeah, so then you got equality and equity, right? Equality and equity. They just got an e in front of it, but they're basically the same word too. Okay,
Uh
so
huh.
equality and equity. All right, now, but qualia is what's called your experience or your subjective experience of existence. Okay? That means your conscious experience, your mental and your emotional experience of existence. That's qualia.
Uh huh. Okay.
Okay. Okay. So now,
I'm following you.
so
I
you
believe in
see,
that.
you
Yeah.
see how this word qualia is related to your mental and your emotional experience of existence. So now, once
What?
you know that mental and emotional, you know that mental and emotional are conscious. They're
But
on the
what
conscious.
that
So
correlates to that's quantum computing that you're explaining.
this is
Because how
no. I'm
where
explaining
does
quantum
mental and
thinking. I'm
emotional
explaining. I'm
experience
explaining.
factor into quantum computing?
I'm explaining quantum thinking. Remember, but I
Okay.
told
You
you
okay?
I
There we
do
go.
have quantum computing and quantum processing in my book. I said quantum
Okay.
thinking was a separate thing that I invented that I'm teaching on, and it's going to be new. So you ain't gonna be able to look it up in a book, or you ain't gonna
For
be able
sure.
to debunk it like
Yeah, you
that.
just had to
You just
clarify that because I thought you were speaking on quantum computing specifically, but now you're speaking on
we explained
your
that already.
specific quantum thinking. That's what you're explaining right now, right?
Yeah,
Quantum
yeah, but
thinking.
it has a
Okay.
correlation to computing. Okay, you mentioned this too. You mentioned this too. Now this is I told y'all about scaling. I reminded y'all about scaling. Now I'm gonna remind y'all about something else. You mentioned quantum computing. How was I gonna say it? Quantum quantum computing. When we talk about quantum computing, I explained that that's different than regular computing, right? I explained
Right.
that one of them work off bytes and one work off of qubits. One of them have to reach a state. Now, what I was gonna say is, you mentioned in the conversation while I was offline about them trying to build a computer that's conscious. Okay, no, they're not.
Right.
Okay, they know they can't build a computer that's conscious. Okay,
They're
conscious
working
is
on.
mental. Conscious. Listen. Let me explain something to you. I ain't trying to define the word, but I would like to narrow it down in the context of what we're talking about. When I say consciousness, I simply mean to be alive, to be awake, to be aware, to be alert, and at the highest state, to be alarmed. Okay? Alive, awake. Because if you conscious, you're alive. If you conscious, you're awake. Right? You lose consciousness when you go to sleep. The sister to death is sleep. So then you lose consciousness when you die. Right? You lose consciousness if you get knocked out. Right? So then consciousness is to be alive, awake, aware, and alert. It's to have those abilities to be alarmed, right? To have that ability. That's what consciousness is. Now, I think y'all confusing consciousness with the mind or mental or the brain and cognitive, which is those are two different things. So that's what I'm saying. So that's what consciousness is. Now, when we say they're trying to build, when you say they're trying to build a computer that's conscious, let me explain something to you. It's something called an LLM. You know what that is? A large language model, right? You know what those are, right? Large language
Mm,
model?
no, well,
Huh?
no. I'm sure
Okay,
I'm
good.
familiar with it, but don't know it by that.
Cool. I'll explain to you in a second. A large language model is simply what they have now at the AI database. And what the large language model does is that it's done downloaded the whole internet basically and everything on the internet. And so when you type in a question, it goes through the internet and looks at every single thing in correlation to it, right? And then it pulls out the most relevant stuff in a matter of many milliseconds, right? And then it gives you a response. Now the answer gives you a response from the many answers and the many things that it derives from the internet already. Okay? Okay? That's what a large language model is doing. Now, the important part that they don't tell you and that you won't find in the book that I'm going to explain to you now is this part right here. Is that the relationship between large language models and consciousness is deep though, or the relationship between large language models and cognitive brain workings and body workings or consciousness, mind workings and emotional workings are linked, right? Those are linked because if you in every thought you have, brother, every thought you have is speech, is language. If you think of a chair, you thought of a chair because you know the word for chair and you know the language for chair. You understand what a chair is. If you think of a star, it's because you know what a star is. You have a word for star. Anything you don't have a word for, you can't see. Like gabagoon gamma. See? Don't nobody know what the hell gabagoon gamma is. So can nobody develop a picture of Global Gamma? So we don't know what the hell that is, bro. So ain't nobody got no pictures of that, or no type of memory, or no type of database, or no type of language model for the word Global Gamma, right? So don't nobody have it. But that's because that's not a word in our language, and that's because we don't know that word until it become a word and become related to something that we can, relate to consciously. Then it becomes a word. So this is what makes a large language model dangerous, is that every thought you have is is language, is speech. You using language to have your thoughts. So I don't have to become conscious, or I don't have to have real thought or anything, because all your thoughts are based on language. All I need is the large language model. I never have to become what you are. I'm at the base of what you are. I'm the language. The language is the root of your mental
Right.
working and your emotional working. So if I'm at the base of it, I'm good right here. I don't have to ever become conscious. I'm a control from right here. The language. That's why even in the Bible, right? At Babel, what did it say? Let's go down and confuse the what? The language, or else they could do anything they set their minds to. That's what the Bible says. It says, go down, confound the language, because they can do anything they set their mind to. Anything they will to do, they can do it. They speak the same language. Because they speak the same language, because they have one language, they could do anything they want to do. So go down there. Let's stop it. Let's confuse the language. That's something they never address either. The Hebrew, they never address like why. I mean, like we're at the height of our thing, bro, and then we got these gods coming down. We speak one language, and then they confusing us and shit. Like what? That's whack. Like
I
what kind of
disagree.
competition would we be to God? Like if Nimrod did build a tower and he wanted to impress everybody, in what way would that impress the
Yo,
Creator?
Max, when this brother's done, can I please respond to him, Max? Because
I
he's
wanted,
making
I
it.
wanted to
He
disagree. I got a 30-second disagreement, and then you can
okay,
go.
Go
okay.
I
ahead.
want to
No,
Okay,
y'all
no
disagree
go.
with
sweat.
one
No
I'm
sweat,
major thing.
Max.
just talking to Max. Go ahead.
I just want to I don't believe that language or thoughts are connected to language. I feel like once you learn language, then it happens almost simultaneously, but you have the feeling first, and then the thought, and then the language. But when you're a baby and you don't know a language, you still have feelings and thoughts, but no language. So that's what I wanted to say about that. I got a lot more to say, but go ahead, Omar, because you said from the top that
Okay.
you had something to say
I,
about
I
this
don't know
subject.
a baby at no age without a language, but go ahead.
So I'm gonna tell you what Babylon done fucked up at. He fucked up when he wanted to ask me
Bro,
all
I'm
these
not fucked up. Don't use that word behind my name. Watch the fuck out, nigga.
calm down,
Don't
brother.
play with my fucking name
You
like
just
that.
talked about being emotional,
Babylon,
brother.
relax. You not
Ain't
Brother,
no
don't take it
emotion.
personal.
No
We in the
emotion.
brother, yeah,
Coliseum right
Nah.
don't
now.
take it
Ain't no
personal,
personal.
brother. If
Nah.
you
We
want
in
to
the
Ain't no
take it
personal
personal,
Coliseum,
shit,
man.
nigga.
We in the
Watch
ring.
your
oh my
mouth. Ain't said now time. Umar fucked up. Nothing like that, nigga.
Look,
Watch
man,
your fucking
you
mouth. No,
you're
Max,
the
watch out,
Rocky
nigga.
yo,
Stone
wait,
Cold
Max,
brother,
Steve
watch out,
Austin.
brother,
nigga.
Like it'll
Max,
be
brother,
watch
cool
out.
once
You,
y'all get
Max, watch
backstage.
out,
It's
brother,
good.
nigga. I'm
brother,
good. I'm good. Go
yo,
ahead,
brother,
Umar.
what's
Go ahead,
wrong with you,
Umar.
man?
One
All
mic.
right, Babylon. God damn, brother. I told you everything's gonna be all right, man. Just relax,
Yeah,
brother.
it's gonna be all right. That's
See,
right. Go ahead,
here,
bro.
here's the thing here. Like I told y'all before, I don't come off as passive aggressive. I let you know I got smoke from the jump. So the thing is, I'm not gonna pussyfoot around. So, like I said, and don't get emotional, this is where Babylon done fucked up at. Okay. So let's bring this up. So he talked about something about quantum computing. Let me tell you, that's bullshit. And I'm finna break it down why it's all bullshit. And then I'm gonna address something else that he said. Let's break down this word quantum. All right. So the thing is when so the thing is when you're dealing with physics, when you're dealing with quantum is dealing with the smallest possible particles. When you're dealing with something physical that has property, examples like energy, light, smooth ramping. So that's the thing here. This is part number two. This is part two. Okay, now when it comes to quantum computing, like Babylon Dunn said, oh, quantum computing and developing rapid AI and all this. Okay, I'm not going to completely shit on him, but he did make some good points as far as quantum computing on how it rapidly advances technology. How does it do
You're a
that?
beast for that
Okay,
kind of talk.
I
Go
didn't
ahead.
interrupt you. So how does it do
You're a
that?
beast for that kind of
Okay,
talk, but go ahead.
it uses rules pertaining to quantum physics, and it just does that to solve complex problems. Okay, how does it do it? It breaks it down by bits. I heard some of the other brothers say, what kind of bits? 0 or 1 when you're dealing with quantum computing. But this is why it's bullshit, and this is why it falls
Quantum
apart.
computing don't deal with 0 and 1. It deal with numbers between 0 and 1.
That's what I just
It
said.
deal with it
Zero,
deal with
zero and one.
qubit,
Qubits.
qubit. No,
I'm
no,
finna
you
break that
wrong,
down,
nigga.
brother,
You
brother,
wrong. You
brother,
wrong.
brother,
You was wrong
brother.
from the
You
start. Go
brother,
ahead and break them
brother,
down. You was
brother.
already wrong
You
about
gotta let me finish. In order to criticize what I'm saying, you gotta let me finish. I didn't cut you off, brother. Don't do that to me, respectfully. Now let's push this information forward because I know it
it.
hurts.
I already proved you
So
wrong though,
so
right there.
so
Qubit.
this is where his whole thing about quantum computing and developing AI is bullshit, and this is where it falls apart. And then I'm gonna also address something that he did say. I heard him say, "Oh, well, y'all don't know because I have something that you can't find in the book." So first of all, who in the hell is he? Who made Babylon Dunn the authority, the authority and the authoritative figure when it comes to quantum computing, dealing with quantum physics and things that's dealing with subatomic and atomic and subatomic particles, because it can't be weighed or measured. Let's push this information forward. And this is why he's full of shit and this whole quantum computing thing is full of shit. So let's do this. Uh-oh, spooky time. Yes, quantum computing can be wrong. Why? Because quantum states are extremely fragile. That's what I was telling y'all before. So even when you go look at the experiments that they was running at CERN, it takes such tremendous energy just to get a view of something that's a fraction of a second, which means you can't totally view it, you can't weigh it, you can't study it because it appears for a fraction of a second and it collapses on itself. Let's push this information forward. Why? Quantum states are extremely fragile and prone to disruptions that turn calculations into incorrect data or random noise. Well, how does it do it, Omar? Let's push this information forward. It's called decoherence. Qubits. I knew that. Quantum qubits. Why? Because this is why. These quantum qubits, what happens is they interact around their surrounding environment. How? So, such as things like slight temperature shifts, stray magnetic fields, vibrations causing them to lose their delicate quantum properties and collapse prematurely. So who in the hell made him the authority talking about quantum computer and dealing with AI? So where listen, there is no computer that can deal with these anomalies that can actually counter the decoherence when it comes to the qubit quantum bits on how they interact around surrounding environment, such as slight temperature shifts, stray electromagnetic fields, or vibrations causing them to lose their delicate quantum properties and collapse prematurely. So because you have all these different setbacks when you deal with quantum computing, there is no computer that can there is no computer that can what's the word I'm looking for? There is no computer that can compensate for all these decoherences, things that interacts that naturally happens to give you accurate quantum computing. So it's bullshit. I land my plane. I'm done. Get that quantum computing. It's a bunch of goddamn garbage. And then I heard you. And then hold on, I'm almost done. I heard him specifically say, "See, I got something that none of y'all can't find in the book." Who the hell is Babylon to be the front runner and the voice dealing with quantum computing? What does he have? You telling me this nigga got some supercomputer, he got some supercomputer in his house that can compensate for all these decoherences that won't allow the quantum computing to even give accurate information out because it's prone to disruptions that turn the calculation into incorrect data or random noise. So who the hell is he? You see, so like I said, I'm not the expert, but he damn sure ain't the expert either. So I don't know why y'all sitting here listening to this garbage he's spewing and then got the nerve to try to talk about Bible. Got the nerve. Well, the Hebrews didn't do this. Well, the Hebrews didn't try to wrap their mind around quantum computer. And I'm gonna tell you something, Babylon Don. Your mind is so fragile, your mind is getting ready to collapse on its own self. You have no understanding of quantum dealings, quantum physics, quantum computing because it's bullshit and is highly inaccurate and can't be computed because there is no computer, there is no machine that can compensate for the inaccuracies when it deals with decoherence. Now debunk that. I'll mute out. Ugh.
had a statement and a question, but I feel like Babylon need to go ahead
Hey,
and address that. I'll
No, I
wait.
don't. No, I'm not addressing none of that. You can go
Listen,
Cause
ahead.
he
listen,
was,
I
Max.
can
He
address it
can't.
for. I
He
can
can't.
address it.
He can't.
I,
He can't.
I,
He can't. No, 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 no. Oli. Respectfully,
Man,
Oli.
this is
Respectfully, Oli.
ridiculous, man.
I
Your
didn't see. That's what I want y'all
fault.
to stop doing.
Man,
Oli.
can you tell me?
I
Oh
didn't ask
no,
you to debunk
you
it. Oli.
done.
I didn't
Nigga is
ask you.
done.
This is for
Yeah,
don't
Babylon
debunk it. I
done.
was just gonna tell y'all we got somebody else to the stage, Noel.
Oh, okay. I didn't
Let
see
him
golly.
go
that.
real
I didn't
quick.
see that.
Hi, what's up,
Let him talk.
hello,
everybody?
Whoever it
Noel.
is, let him go.
How you doing, Noel?
Hi.
Did you have something you wanted to add to the conversation?
Hi.
Hi, is there something you wanted
Hello.
to add to the
Baby.
conversation?
Hello. How is your day?
It's fine. How's your day going?
Hey,
Good.
did Babylon Don bring home?
Good, good. Do you have
What
Do you
did she
have
do
anything you wanted to?
today? Yes.
Did you have anything you wanted to add to the conversation?
What? What? I was
Did you have
just
anything you wanted
saying
to add to the
hi
conversation?
to everybody. No,
Well,
That's
I'm
fine,
just
bro.
saying hi to everybody.
Babylon Don said she's
Hi.
one of the front runners in quantum computing. So
Hi,
Babylon Don
Noel.
said he respects her voice when it comes to quantum computing because she's one of the front runners.
Do you know anything about
Ain't
quantum
nothing you
computing,
saying.
Noel?
Ain't nothing this dude saying funny. It don't even sound like a joke. Will somebody tell this corny weird ass nigga to get on? I done tried to avoid him. I'm done talking to him. Everything he said was stupid. It didn't make no sense. I don't mess with gay dudes having Freudian slips, talking about
Wait.
fucking
Hold on.
going and all of that. I don't talk to people that talk like that. I ain't even come on here for that. So I said for you, the other brother Max to go ahead, or I can address what I gotta say
Hold
proper.
up.
All that what he's
Hold up.
talking about, I ain't really saying that.
Bring back the foremost expert on quantum computing. I think she has something to say. I think
Yeah,
she,
she was quiet. She was trying to do some whole other stuff.
I
But
think I think she had a statement to make. The foremost. I think she was on some
hey,
quantum.
listen, I was putting the kick button on right on time, and she pulled it up. Like, that's
You felt it coming, huh?
it's
You already
crazy.
knew it was coming when
It's
she had
I don't
crazy.
nothing to
know.
contribute.
Yeah, man. Yeah, Babylon Don. Yeah, see, because
Man,
Max,
call him
Max,
by
Max,
his name,
Max.
bro.
The reason why I'm on this nigga helmet is because he had the nerve. He had the nerve to call me.
Somebody sent the
He
white devil over to
he
your
had
channel, bro.
he had the nerve to say that to question me about being open minded. He questioned me about being open minded and think just because I'm a brother who just talk about Bible so much, like I'm ignorant to math and these kind of subjects and a thing, to where I just brought out the information, I busted down. I want to hear him refute my information that I brought up, and I want him to say, you know what, Omar, you're wrong. But guess what? He can't because I'm absolutely correct.
What I will say is that I don't think you're because quantum computers actually they're very functional and they do you can do a lot with quantum computing. I'll disagree on the fact that you said they can't they're incoherent. They deal with
They're limited.
incoherencies,
No,
but
they're limited.
the things that
No,
they do
go ahead.
they
My
are
bad, Max.
limited.
Go
Yeah.
ahead, brother. My bad,
Now
Max.
I hear you. You
That
said they're limited, right?
correct.
Because they are.
And I want
But they do a lot in within their limitations. But
Everything in the world
quantum
he did.
mechanics are incoherent. So just by nature, it has to deal with incoherencies, but that's where it falls short. But it goes further than quantum physics can go because quantum physics deals with, and I want to clarify that quantum qubits dude, I know for sure in quantum physics, so I imagine it's the same in quantum computing. It does deal with 0 and 1, but the difference
Yeah, I
between
said that.
quantum. Okay, so yeah, the difference is that what on a quantum level, they deal with probabilities. classical physics, they deal with finite zeros and finite ones. You know this is a zero, you know this is a one. Quantum physics, you don't know. It could be either zero or one. And as soon as you go to measure it, you break down the quantum state and you force it into a physical state, which gives you a physical zero or physical one, but that's not the quantum state that you're trying to measure. And so that was
I
my
agree with
statement.
that.
My
I
question I wanted to ask
I
Babylon if
agree with
he's
that.
listening.
I agree with that.
All right. So the question that I wanted to ask if Babylon comes back, because it was specifically for Babylon, and it was realistically to stir the pot a little. I wanted to ask him if he what does he believe what came first. How, I want to wait till he gets here because I want him to answer on the spot.
This is what I'll do, Max. If this brother got
Uh huh.
enough heart, if he got enough heart to come back up here, I'll mute out. I'll mute out, and I'll give y'all the respect of having of finishing y'all complex dialogue. But I'm gonna tell you the reason why he ran. Because see, here's the thing here. The way I'm speaking now on these specific subjects is a lot of people really don't get have a chance to hear me speak like that because I'm always defending Bible. I'm always answering
Hmm.
questions about Bible. So the thing is, everybody think that I'm some that I'm not. He said, I don't think you're open minded, brother Omar. Brother Omar is absolutely open minded, and the reason I am open minded, how can I intelligently speak about a subject like this if I was closed minded and I'm just about, oh, Bible this, Bible. No, you know what? You know what? I surprised him. I surprised him bringing out this information because he didn't know I had this kind of information or I had this kind of knowledge in me. Because he did insinuate that I was not open minded, which insinuated that I'm closed minded. So this conversation and me bringing out these facts just demonstrated, like I demonstrated before, talking about Bible, that I am well spoken and I have a voice in this conversation too. Now, I never said I'm an expert or I'm the go-to guy, but this nigga made it seem like he's the expert and he's a go-to guy in this conversation. I just basically proved that he's not.
Well, if he doesn't come back up here, then I'm gonna just believe every bit of that wholeheartedly without question. So,
Yeah,
if he want to
I gotta
refute
say,
that, he gonna have to come back up here.
I gotta say for Babylon
But
Don that the only thing he said he was an expert in was his book, and it's a language. He didn't say he was um, expert in quantum, and in fact was talking about quantum computing and quantum calculations, not quantum physics. So it's a whole lot missing right there when it comes to what you was trying to correlate with what Babylon was saying. And I ain't got no dog in the fight. I just got to make sure that we on the topic when you saying what you were saying about Babylon. As far as quantum computing,
well,
one
he
zero
got to say that for me to believe it.
ones ones zeros and Babylon bet ones zeros and all of the numbers between 1 and 0. When
Yes, yes, because it's probabilities. You
How
as
damn,
soon as
how
you
can I
measure
how
it, the
how
can I
probability,
how
the
many
state breaks down.
can I
how many numbers are in between 1 and 0 or
Man, you
0 and 1?
can't just
How
keep
many
jumping
numbers?
in
Infinity
and
and
taking over the conversation like
infinity,
that,
and
bro.
that's what makes it
Let
Thank you,
Bacon
incoherent.
talk,
Max.
man.
Thank you,
You're a
Max.
child.
I appreciate that answer.
Damn.
what answer?
Let
I
me
didn't
ask you the
answer nothing.
question, Babylon, because look, it's gonna take
Hold on.
because
No,
Omar.
no,
Okay,
no,
okay, okay,
no,
okay, okay,
no.
okay.
Exactly.
I'm back.
Thank
I'm
you,
You're
back.
not gonna
Ali.
cut me off
No,
before I
I'm
finish
backing
what I was
down.
saying.
Go
No,
ahead.
Thank you,
no.
Ali.
Just let me finish what I was saying, and then y'all can continue. As I
Damn.
said, I don't think that Babylon Dunn said he was a expert in quantum physics, and when he was talking about mathematical lingo
I
and
said
his
quantum
thing,
computing.
you said quantum physics. You meant to say quantum computing, but you said
No, no,
quantum
no, no,
physics.
no, no.
No,
No.
no, no,
That's
no,
right.
no. Listen to me,
I
That's
Omar.
right.
mentioned both.
Don't
I mentioned both,
listen. Don't
Odie.
argue this point. I'll go back and rewind it to the point. I know for a fact when you first started talking, you said quantum physics. You meant quantum computing because later on in your conversation, you did say quantum computing. So let's make that
So
straight.
Oli, Oli,
So,
Oli,
Say
really
quantum
quick.
thinking.
Oh,
will y'all
Oli, Oli,
please let
oh,
me
Oli,
finish?
Oli,
Will
Oli,
y'all
really
please
quick.
let me
The
finish?
only,
Will y'all
the
please
only,
let
the
me finish?
only reason I brought up quantum physics because I wanted to start from. Listen, I wanted to have a
Oh, you
beginning point
disrespectful.
and
The man got to be able to
know
finish.
what that.
Your point
into
is not more
quantum
important
computing.
than nobody else's point, nigga. Wait your turn.
It's on you, Oli.
I know
I'm
how
not,
you.
I'm not,
I know.
I'm
Listen,
gonna wait till my turn because my brother
Come on,
Oli
Omar.
said wait till
cause
my
y'all about,
turn.
cause y'all
I'm
about to
not
go
doing it
quick.
because of Babylon Don.
Nah,
Salakia
because
Oli,
y'all
I'll
about to
mute out.
go.
My bad, brother.
Y'all about to go quick. I'm
Good.
gonna let y'all go quick. I just gotta make sure I get some things understood from my perspective, sitting over here with both eyes open. Listen, I know why you said quantum physics at your first because to correlate your point and to make your point stick, you had to use quantum physics. But that wasn't anything that Babylon Dunn was talking about. He specifically said that too when he first started talking. So for you to bring that question in about quantum physics and ask him who made him the expert, he never said he was. On his thing right there, it says new meta language, mathalingo. He's the expert in that because that's his and that's what he created. And that's what he is talking about. Because when he talks about meta language and mathalingo, meta isn't just quantum, but the quantum field is what people use when they try to gather metadata or explanations. This is one of the reasons that a lot of people be talking about pseudoisms when people try to correlate um, quantum physics to um, spirituality and things like this. And so this wasn't what he was doing, and I think that's what y'all think he was doing. Actually, Max wanted him to try and correlate it even better with his view, and he said that he couldn't because that's not what he was doing. So y'all actually was trying to take Babylon somewhere that he never did say, and I'm gonna end right there.
I appreciate that, Oli. I mean, I ain't gonna even add nothing to that right there on that tip. But yeah, Matt, if you, I heard your other question, but you say you got another one. Let me hear it. I want to hear it.
Yeah, and then I'll ask it to you too, Omar, because it kind of you say you versed in the Bible. This kind of ties it. It opens the doorway to tie it into Bible stuff. My question is, what do you believe came first? Based on the conversation we just had, what came first, consciousness or time and nature? Just to stir the pot a little bit.
Are you asking
Well,
me
first
that or
off,
Babylon that?
No, I'm asking Babylon that.
Okay, cool. I'll mute out.
But no,
okay,
you. I mean, if you got to answer, it's directed towards Babylon. But you say you
I'll
well
answer.
versed in
I'll
quantum
answer.
and Bible.
I'll answer after Babylon.
Cool.
okay. Now, in relationship, let's get your question straight first. What came first, consciousness or
Time and nature.
okay? Now, I just want to say it's a lot to unpack there, right? You
Hmm.
didn't ask that question because you thought it was a dumb question. You asked it because you think it's like a deep question or something you really want to know. It's something you can't find or you haven't ran across the answer. So now,
I have
with
my
that being
answer. I
said,
do. I want to know yours.
okay, see, that's one thing I don't like. I'm glad you said that because if you have an answer, let's hear your answer.
No, I asked first. That's how
I,
those are the
I'm not,
rules. I asked first.
I
I'll
mean,
give you my answer, but I asked first. Which do
uh,
you think came first? Meaning,
yeah,
which
you talking to
created
the
which?
wrong man about rules. You talking to the wrong dude about rules. I don't respect no rules. So that's out. Rules meant to be broken. So you said
Well,
that's it on
I'm
that.
I'm
So
still
so now
standing
so
on.
now
I asked
I'm
you
gonna go
first. That
first.
don't got to
I'm
be
gonna
a
go
rule.
first. I'm gonna go first. No, it's just right. You can keep that shit because I'm gonna go first anyway, just based on the facts. Because I ain't scared. Okay, now let me ask you a question. Now, when you ask about that, it's kind of like the mind body problem. You assume it's a good question, like the mind body problem. But the mind has nothing to do with the body. The mind is consciousness. The mind, the emotions is consciousness. The body is physical. The brain is physical. So I think y'all be confusing the brain and the body with the mind and the emotions, like with the mind body problem. So I cleared that up before. That the mind is in contact with the brain, not the body, just the brain. And the body is in contact with the emotion. Okay? The body is external, the emotions are internal. The brain is internal, the mind is external. So you got one external conscious mind, one internal conscious emotion, one external cognitive body, one internal cognitive brain. So that's how that works. So when you ask, it was a song came out a long time ago, and they almost got it right. They called Diggable Planet. Ladybug, butterfly, them birds, that right? They said this. They said the mind is time, the mind is space. The mind is time, the mind is space. So so when you ask the question, what came first, consciousness? And I already defined consciousness as being alive, being awake, being aware, being alert, and even being alarmed, right? So if you say, did time or nature come before being alive, because that's what consciousness is, or we can even say life. So what you're asking is whether time and nature predate life. That's the question. Wouldn't nature
Not my
be
question.
synonymous? Your question is, what's your question?
Exactly what it
Watch this.
was.
What's
What
the
came
question?
first? What created what came first? Consciousness or time and nature? I don't correlate
Okay,
consciousness
and
with
that's what
life.
and that's what I'm saying. I'm saying that I gave you that. I'm saying that if you ask what came first, time or nature, brother, what came first, time or nature, or consciousness, I'm doing that for you. I'm saying
You brought in
what
life.
consciousness is.
That's a different
Yeah,
element.
because I'm defining what consciousness is. I'm showing you what consciousness is.
I don't agree
When
with
you
that.
say conscious, okay, I'm gonna ask you then. That's why I asked you. Define what consciousness is. Tell me what it is. Go ahead.
No,
What you
Mac,
said
Max,
just
Mac, 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 Mac,
No,
Mac,
no,
Mac,
don't do
Mac,
that. No,
Mac,
no,
Max.
don't do that. We
I
having a
wouldn't do that.
conversation.
No,
No,
no. I
no,
wouldn't do
no,
that.
thank you.
No. Listen,
No, thank
the
you.
only re,
No,
the
thank
only
you.
reason I
No,
wouldn't
thank
do that,
you.
Max, is because
We don't need you to butt in on
I
two
would have to have a
grown
chance
men
to answer that
conversation.
question before
These Hebrew
you
niggas
give your
don't have
point of
no
view, Max.
respect, no decorum. But Max, go ahead, bro. Tell me what consciousness means or define it.
I do, I do want to hear Omar's answer to which came
No, bro,
first.
come on. Will you please just go ahead and
No,
define the
no,
word what
Max.
consciousness means
No,
so I
Max.
can get on with
You
my
gotta
answer?
answer that question, Max.
Man,
So
Babylon,
we
he
can know what
asked
we
you
talking
first
about.
though. No. The
No,
reason why
he
no,
asked
no,
that ain't that
no.
is not what he asked him. That is
No,
not what
That's
he
not what he
asked him.
asked.
He asked him what
Max
came
asked
first.
Babylon a
Before
question.
Max
Babylon
asked
won't
what came.
answer. Oh
Yeah,
my
Max
God, man.
asked Max
Yo,
asked what came first, consciousness or time and nature. Babylon Don then needed a clearing up of what he means
man,
when he
no.
says
Oh my God.
consciousness, so
I
he
can
can
answer
answer the
without clearing up.
question. He
I
needs a
should have went
clearing up
first.
for what
I should have
he
went first
needs.
because I don't need clearing
We
up.
don't want to hear that.
That's not
Okay, shut
you.
up.
Then he wasn't talking to you. He was talking to Babylon. Max asked
Thank you.
Babylon. Babylon then needed clarification. Max, can you clarify what you mean when you say consciousness? So Babylon
Facts.
can
Let's
have
go.
a reference of what you're actually talking about. That's what he's saying.
the self awareness of your existence, the most simple
Oh
way I
boy,
can put
you just said self-awareness, awareness. So at the base of that is awareness. You're doing a
it.
self
Right.
and you're doing existence, but at the base of that is awareness. So your definition fit my definition. At least one of them. I gave you five. You got
Yeah,
one fifth of
but
what I
I,
said,
I
but
feel
you
like
disagreed with me.
life springs from that. You were saying, does you act you have made it to where you were saying, does life come before or after time? And
But if
but
you ask
but
a
but
question,
don't
you
replace
can't
life with
come in and say
consciousness.
how you feel.
Keep it just
If you
consciousness
ask a
itself.
if you that's why I said I don't like answering questions where people say they think they know the answer to, because that's the problem. Because when you hear the other person answer, you already basically said if they answer don't fit the one in your head, then they wrong, or
No,
they
that's not
ain't
it,
doing.
Babylon.
Yeah,
That's
yeah,
not what
I'm saying
happened.
that's what I'm saying.
That's
That's what
not
I'm
what
saying.
happened.
You doing that. That's what I'm
Okay,
saying.
now real
So
quick.
Because I asked you what came first, consciousness or time and nature, and then you switched it to, oh, you said, so are you
no, I
asking
ain't
what came
switching
first,
to
life?
nothing. Let me
You
explain
said
something to
life
you.
or time, but I
Let me
didn't
explain
say
something
life.
to you
So
while
I'm
you're
just
running your
saying, keep
trap.
it at consciousness itself.
Let me explain
Don't
something to you
replace
while you let
consciousness
me
with
explain
anything other
something
than
to you while you're running your mouth. Think you're right. I explained to you before we ever got started with this conversation. I said, for the sake of clarity, we're gonna go ahead and say that consciousness means these five things. I said the five words. All of them start with an A. Didn't nobody say stop? That's wrong. That's not right. That's not good enough. That don't define consciousness. That's not the one I'm talking about. So then, when you ask me the question, what came first, consciousness or time and nature? Consciousness has already been defined for me as being alive, awake, aware, alert, and alarmed. And alive being the first one. So then I said, if it's alive, then it has to have life. That's the first thing. So I said, at the base of consciousness, we're going to be at life. So you basically asking what came first, life or nature and time, or time and nature. And I said, if you ask me, nature would be synonymous with life, synonymous with consciousness. Nature would be all that we know. Now, time would be a separate thing, though. Time is related to space. So now, remember this. Now, I want you to stay with me, Oli. You have space, time, and you have position, direction. Space, time, position, direction. Remember, I said earlier, everything work on four. So space, time, position, direction. That's four. And I just said you have mind and emotion and brain and body. That's four. So then this is how I'm able to take this four correlation and take this same thing and overlap it onto the mind. And that's why I said I have a mathematical model of how consciousness works. You see this? I have a tetrahedral quantum meta mathematical model of how consciousness works. Okay? Now, so when the brother asked about time, I said diggable planets. And I said they said that the mind is time and the mind is space. Now, to give a philosophical and a scientific reference to this, you can check out a man named Immanuel Kant, who taught that space time was a construct of the mind. It's a construct of the mental. It's a mental construct. Space and time is a mental construct. Look up Immanuel Kant. Everybody know this though. Space time is a mental construct, meaning space is not out there. It's in your mind. You construct space. You construct three-dimensional images. You construct 4D images. You construct this. You construct I construct seeing only on the camera. I construct that. You see that? So so that is a mental construct. Is space and time is a mental construct. So I'm saying when I said earlier that most people don't understand what they're asking, and it's a deeper question than what you think, because I don't think you done thought out exactly what consciousness is, and then exactly what time is, and what time is in relation to what like space, and how space and time is position. Space is position and time is direction. And then I don't think you done thought out that when you say nature, what nature is. Like if I ask you right now, like what is nature, you couldn't tell me. And even if you Google it, the answer won't suffice. So you ask the question that you don't even know the words to, but you don't want to hear the answer to, and I'll stop right there.
That was you want to go and hop in there now, Omar? I know you wanted to say something a while ago.
See, Babylon Don, I don't know if that nigga might need to like take some Geritol or something. He need to take something for muscle memory because the thing is, the thing is, Max, Max Leisure, his question wasn't coming from a disrespectful point of view. He wasn't trying to make Babylon Don look bad. See, actually, I was trying. Listen, I was trying to do that. Max Leisure just had a legitimate question for you, and then what did Babylon done say? Oh no, Max Leisure, no nigga, shut up. You need to do this and you need to do that and all this other stuff. No, you got to let. See, the thing is, Babylon Dunn is so fragile. He's so fragile. Just because you ask him a question, he takes any question that you ask him is being disrespectful or you trying to challenge him. Max Leisure wasn't even trying to do that. Hold on. How do you know? Listen, I'm an Israelite brother. Max Leisure has his own thing. I don't believe in what Max Leisure believes in. He don't believe in what I believe in. But the thing is, we coming up here with legitimate questions for Babylon Don. This nigga do not want to answer questions. Like, you see, when I answer questions, I make it very easy. And the thing was, Max Leisure asked Babylon a question. What did Max Leisure do? No, I got a question for you. Max said, no, brother, I asked you the question first. So Babylon Dawn is being very evasive and answer them instead of just doing what I do. When Oli asks me a question about the Bible, I don't say, well, hey, Oli, let me ask you a question first. I answer the goddamn question. I don't need to jump rope. I don't need to go tie my shoes. I don't need to go brush my teeth. I don't need to go comb my hair. I don't need to go take my one a day. I don't need to go take my Geritol. I answer the goddamn question. I don't try to reverse to buy myself time or to find a way out of answering a goddamn question. This nigga here got to answer these questions. Hey, Oli, Max Leisure is backstage trying to come back up. You got to let him back up on the panel. I want this nigga to answer Max Leisure questions without dancing around. And then after that, I can easily answer Max Leisure's basic question. It was a simple fucking question. So Oli, you got to let Max Leisure back up. Max Leisure said he in the backstage waiting. And then guess what? I'm gonna respect these two brothers' conversation, but Babylon Dunn is full of shit.
Yeah, I gotta say, and before they finish, I just gotta
Thank
say
you,
that
Omar.
I think
Thank you,
that
brother Omar.
You're welcome, brother.
I think that when Max Leisure said that about consciousness and time and nature, he was actually trying to correlate my view of time and nature with that, so Babylon could say something. And he could say, "Well, that's not what Oli says." I could be wrong about all of this, but this is just me
You're not.
looking in now. As far as Babylon asking Max for clarification, I see nothing wrong with that because if he don't get clarification, he's definitely not going to give Max Leisure anything he's looking for. So if I was to say something like, the vampires are what they load up in the back of trucks and slaughter and send to the rest of the nation to eat, you're going to say, well, clarify what you mean when you say vampires. And then you're going to find out that I'm actually talking about cows. So just because somebody asks for clarification doesn't mean they're skipping the... If Max knows what he's talking about when he say consciousness and Babylon doesn't, when Babylon asks for a clarification, Max should be happy to clarify.
Oli,
Omar,
real quick. Oli, because this is a dialogue now. I'm not trying to cut you off, but we dialoguing. But Oli, before Babylon Dunn asked Max for clarification, he flipped it around first and asked Babylon Dunn, what do you think?
This is
which,
called reasoning. This is
which
called
one did
reasoning.
you think?
What
No,
he
no, no,
was
no, no,
doing.
no, 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 no,
No,
no.
no, no, no. There's no, 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 no.
He
There's
had
no,
no
no,
right.
no, no.
Listen, he
There's no,
had
no,
no
no,
right.
no,
He
Omar.
had no
There's
right.
no, on.
He
There.
had no
Listen
right.
to me, Omar.
Listen,
Listen. There's
after
no,
Max
no,
asked,
no.
listen,
Listen,
after
Omar.
Max asked
No,
him the
no,
question,
Omar.
he
No,
had no right
Omar.
to turn it
No,
back around
Omar.
and say, well, I
No,
want to know
Omar.
what you
No,
think
he didn't.
first.
No,
And
he
then
didn't.
after
No,
he
he
said
didn't.
that, Boli,
That's not what
then
happened.
after he
That's not
said
what
that,
happened.
then
That's
he
not what
asked for
happened, Omar.
clarification.
That's not
I'm
what happened.
bro,
That's not
I
what
already
happened,
rewinded
Omar.
it, brother,
That's not
brother,
what
brother. When
happened.
I was muted
That's
out,
not what
I
happened.
already
That's
rewinded
not
it
what
back and
happened.
listened, brother.
That's not what happened.
Brother, I
What
already
happened
rewinded it
was
back and I
that's
listened.
not what happened.
That's
I
not
can tell you, you
true.
don't have to rewind it. If you be quiet, you don't have to
Hey,
rewind it. I
okay.
tell you
All right.
what you
No
missing.
sweat, man. No sweat, man.
Max asked him something. Babylon started reasoning through the question. This is what you heard out loud that you thought was a question to Max. It was Babylon reasoning with himself through the question. So he figured out that, oh, I can't answer that question because I would think he's talking about life, but he might not be talking about life when he says consciousness. So Max, could you clarify what consciousness means? That's what happened.
I
We don't need
already,
nobody
we
to
already,
rewind that to know that. That
man,
man
look,
was reasoning
man.
through a question and he needed clarification. What's so hard about that? Max, can you give clarification on consciousness?
No, no,
Yeah,
no.
can I take it from there? Let me take it
Real
from
quick,
here, Omar.
Max. Real quick,
You
Max.
should be
But
able
Go
to,
ahead.
but Omar ain't
this
gonna
is
let
my
you.
point. Listen, this is my point, Oli. Before Babylon asked for clarification, he took Max's question and reversed it and asked him to answer his own question. What
He
did Max
didn't.
say? Listen,
He
listen,
did. He
listen.
didn't.
Well, hold on.
He didn't.
What did
That's what
Max
you
say?
got wrong.
Listen,
That's what you
Max
got
Yeah.
said
wrong.
that's not.
That's
Max
what
said
you
that's
got
not
wrong,
fair.
Omar. This
Max
is what you got
said
wrong.
that it's
This is
not
what you
fair.
got wrong.
I
Well, this is
asked you
what
the
you and Max
question
got
first.
wrong.
Did Max
This
not
is what
say
you and
that's
Max
not
got
fair,
wrong.
Babylon? Because I asked you the question first.
Well, this is what you and Max got wrong.
Is
Y'all
it?
didn't
Listen,
understand that
listen.
Babylon.
Did Max
This
not
is what
say?
you and
Did Max not say Babylon?
this
That's not
did
fair
I
because
this
I
listen.
asked you the question
Yes, he
first.
did. He did say that. What he didn't
Conversation over.
understand
I'll
that
mute out. You just
what
proved my
he
point.
didn't
I'll mute out
understand
now.
and what you
Yeah,
don't
you see that,
understand
Max? You
is
see how easy
what
that
he
was,
don't
Max? But go
understand
ahead.
and
Y'all
what you
brothers can
didn't
go. Go
understand.
ahead.
I
Nah,
hear what
What
brother.
y'all
he
both
didn't
saying.
Nah, brother.
understand
Nah,
and what
brother.
you didn't
Nah, brother.
understand. What
Nah,
he
brother.
didn't understand and what you
Nah.
didn't understand. What
Nah,
he
nah,
didn't
nah.
understand and what
That nigga
you didn't
Babylon
understand.
understood the
What
question.
he didn't
He did
understand
that
and
divine
what you
No,
time.
didn't
but
understand.
He did
What
that
he
divine
Omar,
didn't
time
Oli,
understand
what
into
and what
which.
you
Omar,
didn't understand.
Omar,
What
what
he
Oli is
didn't
saying is valid.
understand and what you didn't understand is that Babylon was reasoning through the question to himself. It sounded like he was asking Max. This is the same thing that happened when Gideon and Issa was debating. Issa was reasoning out loud, which made it sound like she was talking to Gideon. She wasn't. She was talking to herself. Babylon was reasoning out loud. He was reasoning to himself. He came to the conclusion that I cannot answer this question because I think that consciousness is life. Max, is that what you think? Then he asked his actual question. What do you mean when you think consciousness is? So we're going to stop there. What do you mean when you think consciousness is, Babylon? Max. That's the question that needs clarification. He ain't trying to
Okay.
ask you no new question, no nothing. And you smart enough to know that. He ain't skipping out of your
Yeah.
question.
No,
He was
I'm not
reasoning out
arguing that.
loud,
Come on.
and then he came to a clarification question. Clarify the question, please. Stop going through this
Yeah.
bullshit.
I'm not. I'm
He said
not.
it was
I
self-awareness
understand what you're
existence.
saying. I get what you're saying.
Self-awareness
I've
of
been
existence.
waiting to
Let him let,
say
let him answer it. Let him
what I
answer it,
want to
Babylon,
say.
so we can get on.
Because here's the thing. Here's what I'm saying. Because you just, as you just said, Oli, he quantified life with consciousness, and I was like, it's not the same thing. But then he also later on quantified life with nature, which would make the question, what do you believe came first, life or time and life? That's why I'm saying that life is separate from consciousness. My question is, what came first, consciousness or time and nature? And I equate life with nature. Life is on the time and nature side. What came first, That
Well,
or
can you
consciousness.
You equate
But then
life with
can
nature,
you
consciousness
you
help me?
said?
is your awareness
This
of
nigga
your
crazy.
self-awareness of your own existence is the most basic way I could explain consciousness, although it could be described different ways. But that's the most
Did you
core
say you
basic,
equate
just
life
the
with nature?
awareness of
Did
your
you say you
existence.
equate life with nature?
No,
Did
I
you just say
didn't.
you equate? What did you say
No,
you
I
equate with
said you
nature?
did that.
What
I
did you
said
say?
you did that, and I said I don't. That's why I told you I don't equate those two things.
Okay, what do you equate
I
with
told you I
nature then?
distinguish consciousness from life. Oh no, okay. Oh, you know what? You said life and nature. Life and nature. Yes, I did just say that. Life and nature. Yes,
That's what I
I was
thought you
hearing you
said.
say life and consciousness. Yes, I did. I did say life and
That's the
nature
same
is
thing we've been
all.
doing all night, hearing what you
Yeah,
want to hear.
yeah,
So
yeah.
you
No,
did say
okay, go
you
ahead. Yeah,
equate
you
life.
got it. You got it.
So you did say you equate life with nature, right?
For the most part.
That's what you just said. Now watch this.
For the most part,
I,
because nature
so now
sprouts
watch
from
this. Let
life,
me say,
but
okay,
life
I'm about
sprouts
to
from
go.
consciousness. But
Yeah, yeah, but
it's on
nevertheless,
the
what
side
you just
of came after
all this
consciousness.
buck dancing and filibustering and goat dancing, and no, it
Go
ain't gonna
for it,
get
man.
you
Go
nowhere.
for it.
I'm still gonna have my same answer, bro. I'm still gonna say the same thing I was
Life
gonna
and
say.
nature aren't exactly the same thing, but they're on the same side. To be more exact.
So then you don't equate them then, because equate mean the same thing. That mean they're equal. So now, is
Correct.
your answer do
Correct.
you equate them or not?
No, but they're on the same side of
So
time,
now you
nature,
changing your position.
everything.
So
They're
now,
separate from
so now,
consciousness.
so now we got time, nature, life, and consciousness. All of these separate. I just want to be clear.
Yeah.
Okay.
But
So
what
now
came first,
I could just
consciousness or everything else?
and
Or
I
was it
just
everything else and then consciousness?
and I'm gonna answer it and I'm gonna answer it again. I'm gonna answer it again because y'all niggas act like I'm speaking like the Bible parables or something. Because when I say Diggable Planet said that the mind is time, the mind is space, and then I say, but let me give you the philosophical and the scientific reference where every scientist agrees that Immanuel Kant taught that the space and time, right? I said this space and time were mental constructs. I went over it hard and hard. I said space and time is a mental construct. So I'm trying to show you how you are making categorical errors and you refusing to recognize them. You
What's the
making
error?
inferential errors. Your error is like I explained in the beginning. The mistake like mind body and saying mind body when it's mind brain body emotion. So your mistake is,
Hold on,
let
let
me
me
give
see.
you the mistake. Wait, let me show you the mistake. Because I said the mistake, what the mistake was. Your mistake is that you you have taken time. I said this earlier. I said your mistake is you have taken time and you haven't looked at time in its entirety and looked at what it's in relationship to. So even for you to say time and nature is tell me you really don't know because every scientist gonna say space time. One word, space time. Not two
Right.
words, one word, space time. They want. So that tell me that you're not understanding time if you're going to relate time without space. And once you say it's space time, and we got to carry them two together, because you know, like I know, like you wouldn't agree with me with the large language model, like thoughts are based on language. You probably want to agree with this too, but you can't think of a space without time, and you can't think of a time without space. You don't have
I
that in
never
your
said
concept.
that. I never asserted
I'm
that. I
no,
never
I'm just
asserted that time without space or space without time. I
no,
asked, did that come
I'm
before
letting
or
you know.
after
I'm letting
consciousness?
you know. I'm letting you know that that was a shortcoming, and that when you ask your question and you double down and you try to repeat the same question, you're asking whether consciousness came before time and nature. I'm already telling you that your question is misconstrued. It's misleading. It's naive. It's like asking what came before time. The word before implies time. So you can't
Literally
say
that.
what came before time. You're asking a redundant question. The question before is a form of time. Would you agree? So then you can't say what came
No.
before time. So when I show you how you say what came before, well, the consciousness came before time and nature, I was trying to show you that what you call in time, not nature, but what you call in time, what I call space time, is a mental construct, and it falls under the mental reservoir, under the mind, the workings of the mind. That's the mind job. If the mind don't control space and time for you, then you should tell me what the mind do. Because the brain do all the other stuff. The brain sends signals to the body, do all that, everything like that. So what does the mind do? The mind think thought.
Control space and time. But
That's
my
right.
thing is that I want to hear
Not
Omar's answer.
control,
Well, I'll
not
just say I
control,
believe
not
consciousness
control.
comes first, before that,
No, not control,
before the
not
mind.
control, not control. Consciousness is space time.
Right.
In order for
And I
you to,
believe
in order for
no,
you,
no, no,
hold
no.
on, hold on. In order for
The
you to
mind
have
is.
consciousness, let me finish. Let me finish. In order for you to have mind, consciousness, emotion, a body, a brain, in order for you to have anything, a thought, in order for you to exist. Okay, I think Oli already been through this with y'all. I agree with him because he took the Emmanuel Kant route on y'all, and he told y'all that he was talking about he ain't talking about space and time that you look at and use every day. He's talking about the actual things, the things that you need that's necessary to make for life to even be here, existence. In order for, yeah, he used the word existence. He said, I'm using existence as a construct to say it's the thing that's necessary for everything else that you're gonna say that need to be here. And he right. And that's how it is with space and time. I'm using the mental, right? Like all of the great sages taught. Everybody gonna know this. All of the great sages taught. All is mental. All is
Yeah.
mind. Right? Yeah, because they know that all of that stuff about space and time falls under the mental realm. It falls under mental workings. So when you ask the question, what came first, consciousness or time and nature? I say, look, brother, consciousness is alive, awake, aware. You in the wrong category because you asking the wrong question. Because in order to even have nature, in order to even have time, you need to be alive. Ain't no time in nature. You don't have it, at least. Other people, you can say they experience it, but you don't know that because you ain't alive. You don't know nothing. You ain't conscious of it. So, in order to be conscious of time and nature, you have to be conscious. You have to be alive, awake, aware, alert, alarmed in order to know about space and time, in order to experience it. Do you think we experience space and time in death? Do you think a person that just drops dead, they still experience consciousness? Because that's the opposite of consciousness, according to
Yes.
everybody else. Death is the opposite of consciousness.
I don't believe that. I believe death is
Okay.
when you're no longer in your mind, but because I believe consciousness precedes the mind. The mind is a construct of consciousness, is what I believe. But Omar, what came first in your opinion, Omar? So I can fully get into my opinion, because I've been waiting to hear what Omar had to say, because he took it as being a simple enough question to answer. So I imagine he got a simple enough answer. And then once everybody got what they believe in, I want to really go in depth with how the mind and consciousness they're
Now
not
you
the same
controlling
thing.
the show. Now you controlling the whole damn show. Like
No,
what we
because he
doing here?
asked and he's been
Like
quiet,
you
which is kind of
refereeing.
rare for Omar.
No,
But I'm
bro.
saying
I'm just
I
calling you
want
out on the
to
shit.
get what his
Don't feel
opinion is,
defensive. I'm just calling
because
you
he's
out on the
quiet
shit, bro.
now.
Don't feel
He
defensive.
listened
I'm
to
just
after
calling.
listening to what he said, he probably done changed his answer from what
Oh,
his original answer is.
Omar
That's why I
fucking
don't want
did.
him to hear more and then start changing his answer
Omar
more, like
fucking
that's what
did.
he
You
was gonna
just
say in the first place.
Omar did. Omar did.
Hey,
You
come
just
on,
got called out and you got beat up.
let's get let's get control. Let's get control.
Yeah.
I mean, it ain't out
Yeah,
of
we
nothing.
are. We are.
Omar,
I'm just joking with
yeah,
him.
yeah.
Yeah, I
Omar,
understand.
what's up, Omar? You got something to say? Cause I
Nah, the
think
cat got his
everybody's
tongue.
Yeah, he sound quiet. It's cool, but
Yeah.
Yeah,
But
just to
Oli,
continue.
I got something to say to you though, Oli, because I had posted something. I'm gonna try to talk about this while they look for Omar, since you want to block me out after I gave him
Hey,
all
no,
that
no, I'm
information.
listening. Come on, Babylon.
No,
I
no,
was
I'm
going to
good.
respond
I'm
to
good. I'm good. I took that person. Never mind. I'm good. Hey, listen, Oli, listen. Now, this what I wrote in the chat one day. Not in the chat, but I wrote a post.
Damn, where he go? That nigga, I bet his phone died. That's one of them things where your phone died.
oh, oh no. I
I bet it's
know.
either his phone died or he was excited and accidentally touched it. Get up out of Omar,
Hopefully
you
it was
here? Omar,
hopefully it was that one. And he'll be back. But
you hear
yeah,
me?
like I think he's conflating the mind and consciousness. I believe that the mind is a construct of consciousness. I believe you are still conscious after what our body experiences as death. I believe we're dualistic creatures. We exist on a physical plane and we exist on a, whether you want to consider it a spiritual plane, a soul plane, an astral plane, whatever, but it's something that's non-physical and we it coexist together as what we are. And when death is just an exit from this plane, but your consciousness remains. And a small like sample of that is when you go to sleep and you dream and you're detached from the neurons that tells you sight, smell, touch, and all this, but you still have sight, smell, touch, and all your senses when you dream. But if they were to, hook things up to your brain, the things that interact with those, with the things that make you smell and see, they're not lighting up. It's just your consciousness is just being consciousness. Another example is people who have out of body experiences, or people who have been pronounced brain dead, pronounced legally dead, brain dead and everything, no conscious activity, no brain activity, I should say. But then they come back and then they tell you about what they experienced during that time. But they weren't connected to their brain. They were brain dead, but they still had a conscious experience, which means your consciousness is something that goes into the body and uses it, or maybe not even goes into it, just controls it remotely, but is connected to it in the sense that it feels its sensations. But the consciousness, but consciousness and your mind and body aren't the same thing. Your mind, your body, nature, the physical reality, all that is the same. But I believe it's the creation of consciousness and not the other way around. You don't, they've for all the trillions of years that they've been doing science, they haven't come up with an experiment to show how physical matter can create a conscious being. That's just a mystery to science. But when you flip it the other way around and you study consciousness, there's all type of proof and examples of how consciousness can create and manipulate physical matter. Being that physical matter as we know it, as we see it, as we interact with it, isn't actually even physical matter. It's just energy vibrating at different frequencies. And is really just empty space, and our brain interprets the electronic signals that the frequency of the object, and so it shows us, we see what the signals say. We interpret the electrical signals, but the actual object is just energy interacting. Our consciousness creates this construct, but it goes into our body, it goes into our brain to create the construct that we know as humans. If our consciousness went into a fish, we would understand reality from the construct of a fish. But it's our consciousness that's separate from all these things, and it's our consciousness that creates all these things. That's what I believe.
Omar, you there?
What's that?
I said Omar. I was talking.
Yeah,
Omar,
my,
you
my
hear me?
bad. I'm here, brothers. No, I'm here. I'm
I
here.
think.
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, I think Max wanted to hear your. You was started talking a while ago. I cut you off. Um,
Okay, okay, yeah, yeah. So we can dive back, but I I do want to state that Babylon Dunn once again, he's full of shit, and he is because I don't
wait
know if
till
y'all
Babylon
heard.
done get back, man.
No, I don't know if you heard what he said. Babylon Dunn said every scientist agrees that space and time is a mental construct. yo, sometimes and you know what? I'm glad that Akira, I'm glad that Kosmon, and I'm glad that the other brother did tell me to mute out because guess what? I probably would have been so busy talking, I probably would have never caught that. But I muted out just in time to be like, okay, Omar, shut the fuck up. Do like these brothers said because I listen. Believe it or not, I do look at the chat, and sometimes I know I could be a little bit long winded, but when I do mute out, I do mute out for a long time. But I do appreciate the brothers in the chat to where I can fall back and say, you know what, Omar, there was there was a plethora of brothers that say, okay, and I say, okay, Omar, get back to your discipline, shut the fuck up, and mute out. So I do have discipline with myself, and I thank the brothers for a lot for doing that. So when I muted out, I specifically heard Babylon say that this nigga said every, he didn't say some, he didn't say most. He said every scientist agree that space and time is a mental construct. Yeah, that nigga needs some Geritol, man. This nigga is wigged out. You know what I'm saying? I think he hold on and hold on. I'm a even give the brother the benefit of the doubt because, like I said, I do like to be fair. And they everybody say, "Oh, you're biased and this and that." Or would he called me? He told me that I wasn't open minded, which basically means that I'm closed minded in the beginning of our conversation. So I'm gonna even get a brother Babylon Don. I'm gonna get a brother the benefit of the doubt to say I think what he meant were either most or some, but the nigga did say he said every scientist agree that space and time is a mental construct. That's bullshit. But like I said, I'm gonna give Babylon the benefit of the doubt. I'm gonna say I don't really think the brother meant that. He meant maybe most or some, but the nigga did say all. He specifically said he said all scientists agree that space and time is a mental construct. But guess what? Brother Omar is fair. That's water underneath the bridge. Let's go ahead and address Max Leisure question. Because you
You
know
see the
what? I
screen?
think that was it. Yeah, I think that was a genuine question. You know what I'm saying? Um, he just basically said, did consciousness or time and nature, which one came first? So I would say that time and nature came first. And this is the reason why I'm become this is why I say time and nature came first uh, bef- uh before consciousness. Now, what does what does what does consciousness deal with? I saw Cosmon putting something important in. So we have to lace something as far as consciousness. We have to line it up to something tangible, something physical. So what does that do? Consciousness. No matter no matter if you want to label it to a human being or life. Now, what is life is able to do? Life is able to produce. It's actual something tangible. Now, I think I may know where Babylon Don was going with it, but I could be wrong. So, in the beginning of our
You wrong.
conversation, in the beginning of our conversation, what was we talking about? We was talking about quantum computing. And then Babylon Dawn brought up about quantum computing and dealing with AI. And then now, what are we gonna say? Is AI conscious? To some people, AI you might consider or I'm not gonna say the AI programs that we have now. I'm talking about dealing with more advanced AI programs, which hasn't been created. Has the AI being that is total sentient and aware and so-called conscious been created to where it's a robot walking around that you can actually deal with on a sentient level, on a conscious level? No. Now, are we getting
Word
close?
salad,
Uh,
man. This is a
now,
word salad.
now, brother, I did not cut you off, Babylon, and you call
Yeah,
me being
Babylon.
But
emotional. You're emotional,
I'm just
Babylon.
saying. I'm just
Brother,
saying.
why are you
Crash that
emotional?
No, no,
goddamn duster.
Brother,
no, no.
why are
Crash
you
that
crashing
crop
out?
duster.
Brother, why
Crash
are you
that crop
crashing out?
duster.
Brother,
Crash
why are
that
you
crop
crashing
duster.
out?
You fun? I'm
Why
asking
you
you to crash
crashing out,
that crop
Babylon?
duster.
No,
I'm
brother,
asking you to
brother,
Relax,
crash
relax,
that
you
crop
Babylon.
duster.
you getting mad, you
Let him
getting
crash.
mad, Babylon, because I'm bringing up facts. Now,
No,
Yeah,
what
let him
I
answer
do
the
is
right.
question. This
what
question,
I
this
do,
question is
what
for
I
Max
do.
anyway.
Well,
Go
y'all
ahead.
asked me to answer the question. So,
Yeah, yeah, that's what I
y'all,
said. That's what
hold
I
on.
said.
Y'all asked me
That's
to
what I
answer the
said.
question.
Omar, answer
I'm
that question.
answering the. Thank you, thank you. So Babylon is getting emotional because I'm answering the question, and guess what? I didn't put words in Babylon's mouth. I stated exactly what he said. Now let's get back to my answer, and I appreciate the brother Max Leisure for that. And you know, brother Omar is not biased because Max
Oh my
Leisure is.
fucking god.
Listen, listen. Max Leisure is not an Israelite. He disagrees with the sentiment, but he respects his brother Omar. So I don't want to hear, uh, 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 it's two Israelite brothers agreeing like Max Lee just trying to fight to validate my point. So y'all can't say that. You can't call me biased. You can't call Max Leisure biased. Max Leisure came from a genuine point. The nigga Babylon didn't want to answer the question. Now let brother Omar finish answering his question. Because, like I said, I didn't need clarity. The thing is, when you know a nigga running, oh, can you clarify? And then what he did, Babylon cried like a little baby, and he was like, "Oh, I need you to clarify more." Man, we know exactly what this conversation is dealing with, and
Come
for a
on,
brother
man.
who's a so-called mathematician, you should be able to compute in your mind exactly what Max Leisure is talking about, since you're so mathematically aware. But that's a different story. I'm not going to persecute you. Let's push this information forward because you don't know nothing. And like I said, your whole theory collapsed on itself before. But let's go back to this. So are we dealing with uh as far as consciousness, which one came first? The consciousness or the time and the nature? So time and nature has a spot, right? In order to deal with time, time is something that has to be observed. Now, can time be observed from something sentient as far as a robot AI? Somewhat, but that form of so-called, how you put the two fingers up, so-called consciousness, that can be weighed and that can be measured. That has a start point. That has a start point on whatever developer created that so-called sentient or AI or robot or supercomputer or whatever you want to call it. So this thing only has a certain amount of an aware date. Now, can that program, sentient being, AI, computer, can it take outside anomalies, other information gathered throughout time to come up with some type of formula, output, or answer? Yes. We see it now through basic AI, Grok, Google AI,
Man, you
other
know your
things in
body's
AI.
telling you to
That
shut
that
up,
that
man.
that
God,
that brother, why you getting emotional, man? Quit crying like a baby, Babylon. Let me cook. I didn't interrupt you, nigga.
No,
And you,
man, you can't. You keep
no, no,
talking
no,
for
no,
hours
no,
though. You
no,
gotta have
no,
some
no,
respect for
no,
other people.
no, brother,
Hey,
brother,
Oli,
brother.
can we put
Don't
up the
get mad.
fucking clock,
Don't
bro?
get
Cause
mad.
that's
Nah,
been
brother.
taking too
See, you're
long.
being
Ain't nobody
emotional.
mad or
So
nothing. This
no,
is
no, no,
boring.
no.
You
So
making
so
people
so
sleepy. The
so
shit you
so
Babylon,
saying
now,
is
no, I'm
job.
not.
Babylon,
No, I'm
That's the
not. I
problem.
wake the people up.
You
You
whack.
make
That
niggas go
shit
to
is
sleep.
lame.
No,
That shit is
Babylon.
lame and
no,
You
no,
boring.
gotta
no,
let
no, no.
That's what I'm
Babylon,
Hey,
trying to
hey,
Babylon,
tell you.
Babylon,
Babylon, Babylon.
Babylon. You
Hearing
still gotta let him finish. We got time. We got
Babylon,
time. You gotta let
Babylon.
him
I
finish.
must say, Babylon. I must say, hearing you talk is like being given melatonin
That
in
shit
a
is
vocal
boring.
standpoint.
That shit is boring. Yeah, that shit
nigga,
don't even be
nigga,
funny.
you put
Nobody laugh at your
nigga,
jive ass.
are
Nobody laugh at your jive ass, man. You jive as fuck.
you are the
Lame as
verbal
fuck.
construct of melatonin.
Go ahead though. Go ahead on. Finish
You
having
put niggas to
diarrhea at the
sleep.
fucking mouth.
See,
Go ahead
see,
on and finish having diarrhea at the mouth
this is your
and
problem.
shitting all
See,
on the
this is
mic.
why you mad at me, Babylon. This is why you mad at me because I said yes, quantum computing can be wrong because I told you it's the
No,
decoherence,
I'm not
the
mad
qubit.
at you. I'm
So in
tired of
order,
you.
no, you
I
are
wish you was
mad. You
gone.
are mad.
You misunderstanding
No,
mad.
no,
No,
no.
leave and see if I'm mad. Leave.
You
Leave.
mad because I busted you out
Leave.
and I told you that
Leave. No,
these
you ain't
delicate
busted shit out,
quantum
nigga. Pause, nigga.
properties
That gay
they
ass shit. I
collapse
told you about
they
your gay ass
collapse on
talking.
themselves
I told you about your
prematurely.
little gay ass Freudian slips
Listen,
and innuendos. Don't be
listen.
directing that
Your
shit
whole
at me,
ideology
little
just
boy.
collapsed on its own
Do that
self
at your little
prematurely.
boyfriend over there.
Listen.
Whoever you with.
Your
I
whole
thought you said you had
ideology
a wife,
just
man. It looked
collapsed on
like
itself prematurely
your
because
little words tell me different.
I told you that your quantum computing is full of
Yeah.
shit, and you know
Now,
it.
so you done?
And
All
now I
right, so
broke it
now
down.
it's my turn to talk.
No, brother. No, brother. See that? You see
You
that?
little bitch.
You being emotional. You being emotional. You called me emotional. You called
Go,
me
little
biased.
girl. Go, little girl. Do it. Tell me all about myself, little girl.
I
Tell me all
love
about
it,
myself.
boy.
Tell me
Hey
all
man.
about myself, little girl. I like when
Hey
women
man,
tell me about myself, though. I know
listen,
it's
brother.
on point.
I
Yeah.
never called
Go
you a
ahead.
girl. I never
Go
called
ahead,
you a
little
girl
girl.
or nothing like that.
Go ahead, fuck boy.
I
Go
just
on,
said that
Babylon.
I just told you that
I ain't said anything,
your
man.
theory or your
This
belief
nigga done
on
said everything about me
on
under
quantum
the sun
computing,
that I heard.
all I did was call it full of shit. Then you called me
Man, get on.
I didn't got called a little girl.
Get on.
You're
Get
being
on, little
emotional.
girl. Get on, little girl.
The only thing
Get
I
on, little
told you is
girl.
you full of
You
shit.
don't have to get your panties in a ruffle.
Brother,
Go get yourself. Go get stay out the
Come on,
sun
man, we
so you won't
supposed
be.
to be brothers. Come on, man, we supposed to be brothers. Come on, man, we supposed to be brothers.
Stay hydrated and just stop trying to talk all day long just to hog the fucking.
No brother
You're
trying to
wrong
talk
for that,
all day
Babylon.
long. Listen. You were being emotional.
You
You were
keep
being
repeating the
emotional,
same thing,
Babylon.
bro.
Look,
And
I just wanted to
you're gonna
point that
repeat it
out.
again.
Now,
You
I'll
already
gladly
pointed that shit
listen.
out. You beating
I'll
a dead horse.
gladly. I'll
You
listen.
done put your finger in it and
I answer
fucking
Max Leisure's
goddamn broke it.
question.
Come on,
Listen,
man. Come on, man.
nope. I didn't run from Max Leisure question. And like I said, Max Leisure had an awesome question. And the thing is, I don't care if nobody agree with my answer or disagree. The thing is, I had the goddamn kahunas to just answer the question. I didn't need to over philosophize. I didn't need to re-verify. I didn't need to say, hey Max, can you further explain this breakdown with the sentient and the conscious and the notion and brains in the three aspects of four-dimensional views going into the black hole throughout the dark matter of the sentient being throughout this thing that we can't see? Nigga, I didn't over philosophize. Nigga, I
Hey,
answered the
OG, I ain't
goddamn
coming on the
question,
show with
man.
these niggas no more,
You
bro. It
need
just
to
gotta be me and you.
Babylon. All I'm saying is,
It's too
brother,
much,
you
bro.
need to do the
It's too
same
much
thing.
already.
Quit over philosophizing and answer the
I don't
goddamn
care about
question.
what you say in
I'll mute
the at
out, and I
all.
know you don't, and I don't give
Don't
a
even
goddamn
explain.
about what you say. Now,
Yeah, don't even
to my
explain
good
that
brother
shit.
Max
Don't even
Leisure, I'm
direct your
glad you
words.
back. I'm
That
glad you're
shit be
back,
going on
Max.
the ground.
I'll gladly mute
yeah.
out so my brother Max Leisure can speak.
Appreciate you, boy. Damn.
Salute, Omar. So, but it seems like everybody unanimously feels like time and nature came first. It preceded consciousness. So then my follow-up question would be, what elements come together and combine to form consciousness? once you have time and nature and all the elements and everything in it, at what point does consciousness arise? And what elements come together to create consciousness? And how come science can't recreate that?
Man, that's a
Well, I'm
good
going to give you
question.
my answer. I ain't even trying to answer that shit because you don't even respect true answers. So I'm done with that shit. I ain't trying to
I don't
answer.
even know what that means.
Somebody else can go.
Hey,
What
hey,
type
Somebody
of
else
hey,
can
answers
go.
do I
I'm just
respect?
I ain't want to waste your time and you be waiting on me to answer. I'm just letting you know that I ain't even
hey,
gonna try to answer.
hey,
You're
Max,
not
ask
worth it
that question
because you
again,
don't
and
respect me.
I'll happily answer that question, Max.
Yeah,
Answer it
and I'll
again,
let y'all
so
go
we
ahead
got
and talk.
clarity. Hey, Max,
What?
can you ask that question again so we have clarity? I'll be more than happy to
Yeah.
give my point of view without stuttering and to give pure, clear
Okay.
context of it. I'll be happy to answer that. Go ahead and ask it again, brother.
With time and nature preceding consciousness, what elements come together to form consciousness? And how come science hasn't been able to reenact that formula?
Great question. So, in order for something to be considered conscious, as far as we would have to label it to something tangible. What do I mean? We would have to label it to something like maybe a body or organism. It can be it can be a small organism that's the size of an atom that's moving around. It can be something like maybe a plant, but more dealing with conscious. What allows something to be the conscious to make decisions, to give answers, to speak. Now, some people would consider is AI conscious. Yes, AI can give an answer, it can speak, it can so called think for itself. But when we're dealing with spirit, consciousness, embodiment, what allows the AI to be able to speak, give an answer, and to have some type of minimal form of consciousness? It's all back behind some goddamn supercomputer chip, which is man made from the beginning.
You just
So,
consciousness.
thank you.
Excuse me.
On as far as something that's a natural organism, or my bad, a natural organism
You
that
said
has
no stuttering.
developed, yeah, my bad, that has developed, you got me, that has developed over time, that has something dealing to something tangible that can move, something that can communicate, something that can actually show feeling, something that can actually hold physical movement, something that can feel, grab, interact, something that can procreate. So I think that that was a very easy question to ask. I know everybody may not agree with my answer, but I didn't need to over philosophize. I didn't need to over speak. I just answered the question to my best ability based upon the things that I've studied and my knowledge. And I just made it very easy. And I hope that suffice.
It did. I'd like to push back if anyone else didn't have something to say. Because you mentioned AI could be considered conscious, but I would say that that's not the case because conscious beings are aware. They have a
I said
field of awareness that's organic.
my bad to cut you off, Max. I did say
Uh,
I said somewhat is what people
right.
would consider somewhat on what some people would consider conscious. But go ahead, brother. Sorry.
Yeah,
Sorry, Salaki.
you're correct. Yeah, you're correct because your point was that that doesn't qualify as consciousness. But and so I was just elaborating on the fact that the AI they work off an algorithm, so there is no eh, no like concern for the past or the future or no emotions, no anything. It's just whatever whatever the algorithm that's programmed for that thing AI, that's what it's going to run off of. It's not a
After this,
conscious
I got a
sentient thing.
question, man. After this, I
You
got a
you you
question only.
Oh,
you know what,
okay.
Max? You know what, Max? What you just
This is
said
what
is was a lot on what I was trying to say. Like I said, it's just as far as this area, you're more well put together and you're more articulate as far as your vocabulary to just make it more palatable, to people to understand. I'm a little bit more rough around the edges. Like I said, I'm no your knowledge in this area. I would probably agree is more superior. I do have, like I said, I do have knowledge in this area. It's not superior. I'm still learning in this area, but I think the way that you word it is more eloquently, and it's just more good to be easy on the ears as far as I can admit if somebody have a better vocabulary than what I do, and I give
Yeah,
that
I
to you,
mean,
Max. I give that to
I
you,
mean,
Max.
I'm
You you you
flattered. I
you you are
appreciate you saying
you
that, but
are
I don't
more
even
well
think that's the
spoken than
case,
what I
Omar.
am.
I
You
think I
you
get.
are more well spoken than what I am. I
I
can
think
admit
I'm
that,
as
brother.
misunderstood as anybody else. I'm as misunderstood as they come. But I appreciate that compliment. I'll take it. But I just wanted to elaborate on the fact that there hasn't, since the dawn of man, there hasn't been an explanation scientifically for how consciousness arose. But if you flip it and you look at consciousness explains how everything else arises from it. Because when you try to do it the other way and you try to take physics or mathematics and everything to explain consciousness, what you're doing is you're taking, because my thing is that consciousness is what existence, it's what underlies all of existence. So that's the entirety of everything. That's the whole. But when you take something like science, that's a part of the whole. Mathematics is a part of the whole. So you're trying to take a part of something and explain the whole. And you can't do that. You're going to keep coming
That's
to the
nonsense.
limitations of that
Everything
part.
you said is
But when you
nonsense.
when you start from the whole, you can explain every part, because every part derives from the whole, not the other way around. So when you
That's not
when you
true.
when you go
That's
ahead,
not true. It wouldn't even be.
go
It wouldn't
Babylon,
even be no
Babylon.
such thing as
Let
this. I'm talking, bro.
let
I don't need you to
brother,
do
let
nothing.
Max
Shut the fuck
Leisure.
up.
I'm
no,
Shut the fuck
well, I
up.
mean, he
Shut the
said
brother,
it's
fuck
not
up.
please.
I'm
true. Go
already
Hey,
ahead,
talking.
tell me how
I'm
it's not
Shut
I'm
the
true.
fuck up.
begging
I'm
you,
already
yo, Mac,
talking. Don't
yo,
nobody need you to do
Babylon.
nothing, bro.
I'm
Just
begging you.
fall back,
I'm
mute
begging
your
you
fucking
not
mic,
to be
and get in your
disrespectful
girl
to me.
hours. All right,
Hey,
get the
yo,
Listen,
fuck
hey,
on.
yo.
I don't
listen.
need to
Damn, I
talk to you.
stepped away for 1
Peace.
minute. Wait a
I
Bye,
minute.
appreciate
nigga.
Yo,
Get
that,
on.
Omar, but it's fine.
Get on,
Let him
nigga.
go, because I
Yeah,
want
it's
to know
done.
what
Yeah,
what
yeah.
his
Yeah, ain't no letting it
perspective
go.
is.
It's about
Go
time I
ahead,
go.
Babylon.
Yeah, yeah. You're gonna go for 10 hours. Shut the hell up. Yeah.
you
So
you,
no,
you know what, Max Leisure?
that's a lie.
I
That's a lie, and it
I
ain't true.
appreciate
you
you,
know what?
Omar.
Yeah,
I'll
bye.
go. Yo, Max
Peace.
Leisure, I
Go ahead.
appreciate it.
Call back.
I'll go ahead and
Don't
mute
nobody
out.
want to hear it.
I'll go
Don't
ahead and mute
nobody
out,
even
and
care.
then
Don't
we
nobody
can let
even
the little
care.
girl
Cause
go
you
ahead
gotta
and
get
talk.
this girl.
We
Yeah,
can let
get
the
off,
little
chick.
girl go ahead and talk.
Go ahead
Come
on,
on,
chick.
man. Damn,
Go
I
ahead
got
on,
for
chick.
Yeah,
1 minute.
yeah, we can let the
Go ahead on.
we
Hey,
yo
go make
yo
my money, bitch. Go get on up.
Come
Go
on,
get my
man.
money.
All right,
Come
man.
on,
Babylon,
Don't
man.
say nothing.
We don't even gotta
Babylon.
go
All
all
right,
the
man.
way like that.
You're a
Come on,
side
man.
chick,
Just
Babylon.
tell
Go
what
Yo,
ahead.
Babylon
what were you
Dunn is a
gonna say,
side chick.
Babylon?
Go ahead. Go ahead, girl. All right.
That
So
nigga's a side chick.
anyway, go ahead.
Come on, y'all. We just having a nice decorum tonight. Y'all done started calling each other by the different genders. Max was explaining his view. Omar had already gave his view. Uh, Babylon, you got to let people finish, man. But it is coming on to 7:30. I need to get me some rest because I got to wake up in the morning. So, because I know I ain't going to be able to let y'all back up to get no good talking.
Coliseum of Arguments presents Titans Debate League, Clash of the Titans 1.1. The arena is opening once again, and only the strongest minds will survive. After an unforgettable first tournament, Pandemus the African atheist fought through the battlefield of ideas and walked away with $500 in cash. But that was then. This time we're raising the stakes. $1,000, one champion, one title, one chance to prove you're the greatest debater in the league. This isn't social media arguing. This isn't trolling in the comments. This is intellectual warfare, where evidence is your weapon, logic is your shield, and every round is a fight for survival. New challengers are stepping into the arena. Veteran fan favorites are returning. Egos will fall, legends will rise. The question is, do you have what it takes to survive the Coliseum? We still have a few tournament spots available. Think you belong among the Titans? Message TitansDebateLeague@gmail.com and claim your place before the gates close. Coliseum of Arguments presents Titans Debate League, Clash of the Titans 1.1, where great minds don't just debate, they go to war. Are you not entertained? Coliseum of Arguments, only the brave speak here.
Damn, man, I hate to put people backstage like they kids and stuff. Okay. But man, we about to go down. Max left too. I was just about to say, man, we about to go ahead and have some closing remarks. So everybody can get that last little 8-minute spill out. 8 minutes apiece would have been good for y'all. I never understand why people disagree and don't just agree to disagree. They have to call people words out of their names. We don't have to. There go all three of y'all. Okay, all three of y'all up here. I'm gonna pull y'all all three up. Listen, man. We get on here to pass information. We don't get on here to call each other girls and all of that stuff. I know it's funny. I know that most of the time people be joking, but I can't never tell because I'm not you guys, and it kind of takes away from the thing. I know we all supposed to joke and get it in, but I'm gonna go ahead and let y'all go, and we're gonna go counterclockwise. Max, you up under me. You go first. Babylon, you go after Max. Omar, you go after that, and then I'll close it out.
All right, appreciate that. So I just want to say, first of all, maybe we should come up with a safe word when it gets too hot. If you don't know, if it's getting too intense,
Yeah, shut the fuck up. No,
that sounds like a good one.
Big fact.
But this is my overall thing, or the last point I was making is consciousness is the catalyst for all of existence, and everything within existence, if you take a part of that to try to explain existence, you're going to come to the limitation of that part. Like if you just found an arm, if you didn't know anything about the human body, but you found an arm and try to explain the entire human body by just the arm as being the whole human body, that's as far as physics could take you, as far as mathematics can take you, science and everything. And consciousness, though, it's outside of these constructs of time and space. And as I said earlier, an example is when you dream, you could have a dream where you travel the world, you meet a woman, get married, have kids and all that, and you wake up and it's just been 10 minutes since you fell asleep. But in your mind, on your conscious, you experienced hours worth of conscious activity because your consciousness isn't constrained to time and space, because it's not a product of time and space. It's the other way around. Your consciousness manipulates time and space. Time and space doesn't manipulate your consciousness. So when you take a piece and try to explain the whole, you reach a dead end. But when you start from the whole, when you start from consciousness as the catalyst of all of existence, you can use your conscious to explain mathematics fully. You could use your conscious to explain science fully, explain nature fully, explain everything fully, because all of these things is a product of consciousness. And so I'll end my plane with that.
All right. So I hate to address you on the way out, Max, but that's what I was gonna do before you even said that. You know what I'm saying? So if you want to take some of my time and come back and address what I say, you're welcome to. But what I was gonna say is though, is that when you say consciousness gives rise to, like you have no definition and no scientific basis or anything for even making that statement at all. Like you don't even know how or why or what or when or where consciousness even is to even say it gives rise to another thing. You don't even know what consciousness is. And when I asked you what it was, you said it's self. And tell me how this gives rise to all that what you talking about. Because you said consciousness is self-awareness of existence. Now, how does self-awareness of existence give rise to love, hate, justice, peace, war, the feeling of sex, the taste of coffee, the smell of lemons, the color orange? How does it give birth to what we call qualia? Remember I mentioned that earlier? Qualia, experience. You are confusing and you refusing, and I thought you was gonna be better than Omar, but both of y'all kind of like stuck. And I ain't talking about you, but Omar's stuck on stupid because he keeps saying that I said that he's not open minded, and I already told the nigga that yo, look, I never said you. I said that you was not open minded. I never said that. Don't say I said that. But he's stuck on stupid. Keep saying it. So I'm saying don't be stuck on stupid. If you hear something that's correct, bro, you just gotta correct that, man. You just gotta correct it. And if somebody say, hey, the statement consciousness gives rise to, that's the hard problem right now of consciousness. How does physical matter give rise to consciousness? But you saying it's the reverse, that consciousness gives rise to physical matter. And what I'm saying is, show us the mechanism. Show us how consciousness, because you said it, you said consciousness can show it all. You said consciousness can show it all. I got it wrote down right here. Consciousness can show it all. So show us how consciousness, from consciousness, which I define as you said is being alive, show us how self awareness of existence give rise to all of our conscious experience. But remember, you defining consciousness as self awareness existence, and you saying that that gives rise to consciousness, which is redundant, which is a circle argument, because now you're saying that consciousness gives birth to consciousness. Because when the body, you produce your body and you produce your brain, then now they are too conscious. That's what receives the consciousness. So you saying that consciousness exists without the body and without the brain, that somebody is conscious. What are you saying is conscious if it doesn't have a body or a brain? And you admitted earlier that, at least somebody said on here, that in order to, I know who it was, I don't want to call their name, that it was Stupid Umar. He said that in order to have consciousness, you got to have a body first. You see that? So y'all contradicting each other. So
I don't agree on that.
consciousness, consciousness, consciousness does not give rise to anything. Consciousness does not make anything happen. Consciousness is acausal. Consciousness does not produce the mind. And you asked, you said, what comes together? What combination of things come together to create or make consciousness? And I'm letting you know that consciousness is fundamental. It's nothing coming together to make up consciousness. It's no two things or no three, four things that come together and we call it consciousness. That'll be called confusion. because the one thing the consciousness has to be is direct and one single thing. It has to be about consciousness. It can't be about thinking and thoughts. It can't be about emotions and feelings. It can't be about mathematics and computation. It can't be about none of the other things. All of those things how they place in in the construct, but they don't fall under consciousness. So
Sounds
to
like we
ask the
agree.
question,
I
agree with
agree.
what?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Which
Agree
all
with
of
what?
what you just which all of what you just said. That's what I've been saying. None of that
What you
falls
tell
under
me?
consciousness. Consciousness is outside of all of that.
No, tell me what you're saying though, because that was a different
Well, look, I love to
Oh,
elaborate,
it's
but
closing. No,
like I could
it's
go in
closing.
depth, but since we closing,
and
I'm gonna just
aware.
say this one
So
thing.
don't try,
I'm gonna just say this one thing
so
since we
hold
closing.
up. So
To
don't
address
try to
what you
bring
said.
them two conversations together. So we're not saying the same thing, and that's not the same thing. What we're talking about over here is consciousness as it relates to the mental, the emotions, and things like that. That's what we're talking about over here.
What we
We ain't
was
talking
asking
about
about
whether
was the
consciousness came
closing.
before nature or time. I'm done. I'll close right there.
What we was actually
I
doing was
just
closing. He set forth some Max. He set forth some questions for you, and I hope you can take them down or watch this, and then have them ready for the next show. And that way we'll have some context and some context of what we're gonna do next show. Cause I'm fixing to go ahead and get up out of here, man. And I ain't. Omar,
sure.
you want to close? You lucky I let you go
Definitely.
last, cause Babylon said some things, and you get to reply to them without nothing.
Well, like I said, like you said, we'll save that for another show. So I'm glad you let me close out last because when I close out, I don't want to hear no response. So first of all, salute to my brother Oli. It's my good brother, man. You know, we be having these, disagreements, but at least Oli is respectful. You know, I know he don't have no ill will. Oli came with some tough questions. I answered them. That's what it was. Salute to the brother Max Leisure. And like I said, I could definitely tell, Max Leisure is a genuine brother. He's not biased. And even though he doesn't share my ideology or my foundation as far as being an Israelite brother, we can agree on some things, and I think that's good. We disagree on some things. We talk about it. We hatch it out. That brother don't disrespect me or call me dummies. Now to this guy Babylon Dunn, I'm gonna tell you why this brother got so spicy, man. You know what I'm saying? He got spicy because dealing with this conversation, he thought I was some kind of bird brain to where, you know, that I'm just all Bible. And then when I busted him out on his bullshit of on his bullshit uh quantum computing thing, on how I told it was bullshit because all the properties, they collapsed prematurely. It ruffled his feathers, and he got emotional. And then, as everybody saw, Brother Omar kept his decorum. I didn't use, I didn't wouldn't putting the brother down. This brother called me a homosexual, called me all kind of names, and I still kept it professional. But you know what I'm saying? There comes to a point, Oli, to where, I have to defend myself at some point. Now, once I fall back, and I take that kind of verbal abuse, on how I respond is how Brother Omar responds. So here's my thing. This is my final analysis of Babylon done. Bab- this is going to be one or the other, because Babylon done mad because I didn't over philosophize. When I'm presented with a question, I answer it. I don't over philosophize. I don't flip it around and then say, well, since you asked me this, I want to ask you a question first. I just answer the goddamn question. And that's what I've always demonstrated coming on these panels. Now, this is one of two things. I believe, Babylon Dawn is like he's like some AI program, some sick scientists created some bot to come up on these platforms and just to cause confusion and ramble up at his mouth. Because that's all he's done. He comes up with these weak points and then he can't back them up. Or because he slandered me, or he's some 800-pound dude in his grandmother's basement that has like 15 computer screens up doing multiple things at one time. And because he's doing all these multiple things at one time, his brain collapses because the properties of his brain collapse prematurely on themselves. Just like his BS thing when he talked about quantum computing. So like I said, I heard the brother directly. He mentioned, "Oh, y'all don't have because y'all go to books. I have something better than books." He never elaborated on that because I called out his bullshit. So the thing is, he got to crying like a little baby. He had all these names for me. And hold on, the only thing I said from the beginning was he was full of shit. And he just should have took it at that and just battled the information. I say he's full of shit because of the information. Then he called Oli because you left for a second. Oli, you missed it. He called me all these names. He talked all this shit. You know what I'm saying? And then because I give a response, you know what I'm saying? Brother Omar's wrong. You know what I mean? But I think I did pretty good. I don't expect anybody to agree 100% with Omar. I answered the questions to my best ability. I was able to hold my own in this conversation with having some knowledge, even though I may not be the best, but I hold some knowledge. But Babylon Dunn, let me tell you, he's no mathematician. His knowledge is completely pseudo and it's absolutely biased. And the thing is, because I debunked his bullshit right away, he got automatically offensive, and that's when he had ill words and he got all emotional and he started talking all that stuff. So I think this conversation just kind of speaks for itself. I'll go ahead and land. Excellent conversation. I want to take my hat off to the brother Max. I do want to take my hat off to the brother Max. He was well spoken. He was able to get his point across. I didn't need all the extras from Max because during our conversation, I knew the angle he was coming from. So I didn't have to ask Max, well, hold on. Let me ask when Max asked me a question, I never said, well, Max, let me ask you a question. His points was quite clear. He was very well spoken and articulate about how he explained his points. And I completely understood. So I didn't have to go back and ask Max. Then he asked me a question. I asked him 2 or 3 questions in order for me to get my shot off. Brother Omar just answered the questions, And the thing is, I think sometimes we get so caught up on once you answer the question, is the people in the chat, is the listeners, is people gonna agree? See, we got to stop worrying about if who's gonna agree. Man, just state your point, make your point, answer the question, and guess what? Stand on business. Who cares if people agree or if people criticize on how you answer it? But at least have enough balls and kahunas to answer brothers' questions. And that's all I try to do. You know what I'm saying? We hit this. We hit this brother Babylon with some cold facts, some cold sources that he couldn't deal with. And once he couldn't deal with them, he got emotional and he called me out my name multiple different times. He was acting saucy, and I think it showed who had more decorum, who was better spoken and who better articulated themselves. Even though I think Max did a better job than me, and actually Max did a better job than me and Babylon. I do get the brother Max Leisure the one up, and I do that genuinely because you know what I'm saying. I can admit, if a brother makes some better points, we disagreed on some points, we agreed on a lot of points, but we did keep it respectful. I respected his time and he respected my time. So I do want to say hats off and salute and shalom to the good brother Max, man. You're a good brother. Babylon, you got some work to do, brother. You need to go back to the drawing board, and you need to learn how to have decorum and on how to speak. And then just because a brother debunk you on not how to act and get all emotional, but once again, this just shows on how your whole thought process, your whole frame of mind of being some self-proclaimed super mathematician. Guess what? With all this math and all these things that you so-called know, guess what? Your delicate quantum bullshit properties in your mind collapse on itself prematurely. Once again, shalom and respect and much love to everybody. Go back to the drawing board, Babylon. Uh, I'm finna go hit the sack, man, and I got to get up early. Hey, Oli, once again, appreciate the Titan Debate League. Shout out to A1. Shout out to Brother Oli. Shout out to everybody in the chat. Shout out to good brother Max. Even shout out to Babylon, because without Babylon and people having that type of sentiment, it'll make the show dull and be a echo chamber. So even salute to that brother. Good night, shalom, and hopefully y'all brothers have a good rest of y'all early morning, because I know a lot of y'all back east. So enjoy the rest of y'all night, shalom, and much love, brothers, and respect. Good night, brothers.
Yeah, man. I'd like to thank everybody for coming up and who hit the panel first. Uh, Shout out Omar, Babylon, and Max. Um, First, let me say this was a humble show. Um, Kosmon, I seen him in the chat. Shout out Kosmon, Creator Gang in this thing. He didn't get to come up. Um, Probably didn't want to because Humble wasn't up here by the time he got here. But it's always some good, interesting conversations. Um, he say he on your mind, Humble. He say he living rent free in your head. But I know it's that debate that's coming up, and that's why this being done. So it ain't like this is unnecessary. It's just you building up your way to the debate. Damn, 18 people done jumped in here. I might not jump off, but I can say I'm gonna go backwards. Omar, he had very proper decorum tonight. I mean, it got shaky just a couple of times for a couple of minutes, but um, I think dealing with Titans Debate League in the last few times and understanding what's going on here, that you getting a grip, because I see you understand that it don't matter what nobody else think. I'm gonna think what I think. You gonna think what you think, and that's where the disagreement comes. Because if you don't see your agreement, because I want to hear what you argue and I want to hear your justification. And then I want to tell you what I'm arguing and give you my justification on why I agree or don't agree. If I don't agree, you can make a couple more points to see if I agree. If I don't, we ain't got to get mad at each other. And you coming to that. I see you coming to that. Babylon Dunn came in tonight because you asked people in the chat to stop who talking, just to not talk. Babylon came up and said that you seem to not have an open mind. Um, and you didn't run away with it. You just um, decided to start trolling every now and then on out through the chat. Uh, I I seen what you was doing. Uh, Picking on Babylon because he came up trying to pick on you, which is what we do here. But we finding out a way to do it in a more intellectual way. And so, you know, shout out to you for that, Omar, and thank you again for coming up. We got the another slide tonight, which was real good talk. I might replay that part about Grace that you had, because Grace, oh Grace, might have just been my answer to uh, uh, the challenge. What would justice look like? It would definitely have Grace involved, but that's neither here nor there. My man Babylon Dunn, you know, I always appreciate when you come up. I be seeing you be trying to hold yourself sometime. Can't hold yourself for that long. That's getting better though. Cause I seen times where you wouldn't even be up here for long. You'd say what you had to say and either be kicked and gone, and not from my panels because it wasn't my panels, but you know. And you getting better on that. I gotta say, when you have your own information, people might not understand where you coming from, and so you got to keep on standing up on what you saying. And you know me, I definitely respect that the most. A critically thinking mind, try to piece it together without too many extra claims. It's cool, and you know we're gonna interact and get into the meta language and the mathematical lingo. The new. We're gonna get into that sometimes, I'm sure, because that's all we got is time. Um, Max Leisure, you know when you come up, I always know it's fixing to be a long discussion because you fix to come with your view, and then you're gonna want to hear somebody else's view from top to bottom. Um, you asked the question: did consciousness come before time and nature? Um, Babylon Dunn showed how good he is at retaining information, because my logical deduction of that question would always have to be, when you use the word before, you're smuggling in time. You're saying that time is occurring, has occurred before something, and then this next thing is something after a before. So that's why, for me, you shouldn't go any further with the question when you asked was consciousness first or then, but you have a way of trying to derive it. But I'm gonna tell you where I say time and nature is and why. Because anything, even a consciousness, has to have a nature, and it has to observe time. When you was talking about the awareness of self, that awareness of self is actually being aware that you are within the time with a nature. You see how that explains? No, Babylon died. They didn't get kicked off. So for me, existence is the priority category in everything we've ever used our mind and consciousness to observe and put a, a label on. We put this label on existence, and this. So now we understand. Everybody understands that whatever we speak of has to exist first. And so this is what we be trying to explain. What does it exist? Does it exist in this form? No, it exists outside this realm. It exists outside of space-time. It exists, but it exists. And you have to make reference to that first. You know why? Because if you say it don't exist, then it's not going to be an intelligible answer. So when you said that you can use the consciousness as the reference to um, label everything else, math, stuff, I believe that you're looking at it backwards. Time and nature actually provides math and science for us to explore, so we can. That's how it communicates to us about what is, not the other way around. So, like I said though, but my simple correlation is right at the first. anything, even consciousness, needs to exist first. And what is existence? Existence is the necessary constitutive conditions of time and nature, which means time and nature has to logically be the thing that has always been. And everything else forms within existence. That right there is why I understand that consciousness emerges downstream. It's a different, there's different levels of consciousness, awareness, um, but all of those things have to exist, which means there have to be time and nature before those could do anything. Um, no, time and nature isn't a construct of it. Time is the thing that you're aware of. Now you construct it in your mind and you construct what the mechanism is, but that mechanism that you're aware of and that you identify is there first. Because awareness actually needs time so you can be aware that you're aware. But that's going too deep into what we was getting at. Um, that was your question that you proposed, and that's my answer. Father Time and Mother Nature, for me, answers everything, not consciousness. Consciousness comes downstream after time and nature does time and nature things. And with that, I'm gonna go ahead and play a couple of these songs, give y'all a commercial. Today has been Tuesday, and every Tuesday, or it's Wednesday now, but you see what today was.
Are you tired of the same old echo chambers? Ready to stretch your mind to places it's never been before? Welcome to the ultimate intellectual battleground on the Coliseum of Arguments Network. It's time to step inside the cave of knowledge. Welcoming your host, Humble Mystic, every Tuesday. We're bridging the gap between the ancient world and the modern landscape. From the deep esoteric wisdom of ancient Kemet to a grounded naturalist view of our world today, no topic is off limits. We're dissecting philosophy, breaking down ancient civilizations, and clashing over modern day politics every Tuesday. This isn't just a lecture, it's a debate. A powerhouse arena where your voice matters. A premier space to step up, voice your opinions, and challenge your perspective with the sharpest minds around. If you love real, raw, intellectual fire, this is the show for you. Elevate your mind, bring your arguments. Subscribe to the Cave of Knowledge with Humble Mystic today. New episodes drop every Tuesday on Coliseum of Arguments. Step into the cave if you think you can handle the truth. Titans Debate League. Only the brave speak here.
Yeah, that's that. Max says consciousness communicates through math and science. Time and nature, not the other way around. No. You'll be able to identify time and nature with math and science. So again, that just shows that. And I want you to answer this question, Max. Have your answer for this question next time you come up. And maybe, and like I said, we just gonna I know we just gonna always disagree, cause like I said, and I ain't gonna say it, but you know why I understand why you want consciousness to come first. But riddle me this: if consciousness is aware, and consciousness is aware that it is, what exactly would it be using to be aware of itself? Right, Max. Your consciousness identifies the things that are time in nature. And we use math. And then there it go. Ding, 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 ding. See? I always know where it's going to lead, but that's because we've had... So it ain't like it's new or nothing. But, yeah, that'll be the... It just is what it is, man. Time and nature. The two things that are existence. Our God and our Goddess, Father Time and Mother Nature, when you identify them in that aspect, there's just a function of structured update or the constraint. But again, this wasn't my show. This was Humble Mystic. Shout out Humble Mystic. Shout out Titans Debate League in the Cave of Knowledge. I'm fixed to fly off to the nest. Nature. Existence. Space and time. And that's the nest. No, I'm just fucking with y'all. I'm making something up on the fly. But this has been the Cave of Knowledge. It's your boy Oli. Only logical explanation of existence when it comes to my thoughts. And we're about to end y'all with a couple of these new Titan songs. Shout out A1. I'm sure we're going to be with y'all early. There's 14 people in here. I really hate leaving y'all like that, so I'm going to play a little bit of music.
They say I perfected the timing again. Titans Debate League, we here for the win. Born divine with all of my kin. I see they religious, they worry about sin. That's all they do and they be like, they say I perfected the timing again. Titans Debate League, we here for the win. Born divine and all of my kin. I see they religious, they worry about sin. Hop out the Lexus and slid in the Benz. Pouring libations with all of my friends. Manifesting got me 10 out of 10. I live in abundance, got money to spend. They say I perfected the timing again. Titans Debate League, we here for the win. Born divine and all of my kin. I see they religious, they worry about sin. Hop out the Lexus and slid in the Benz. Pouring libations with all of my friends. Manifesting got me 10 out of 10. We gon' to the top, little shorty, get in. Yeah, watch how you address me when you step in the room. I'm the host and debater, HNAC in full bloom. I be that for lashes like work to my floor. Check your epistemics before you knock on my door. Y'all talking circular, trapped in a loop. I'm slicing through noise like a razor through brood. Bring all the scholarly smoke from your schools. Watch me dissect every premise you brought. I do Socratic methods on all of your planes. Just turn your whole worldview to dust and remains. In choruses light work, I quiet the noise. You're fighting with myths, I'm adjusting the scales. Call a sum of arguments, heavy and cold. Dialectics are frail, yeah, your theories are old. Challenge the throne and you'll leave with no ground. We want the highest tier minds in the town. So check your logic before you speak to the king. Cause I break down a weak point before you even begin.
They thought I would bend, I just held in my lane. They said the things I believe with delusion. I waited on truth, now they talk like I'm sane. Told you that I was the one who would not move the same. Silent, never undone. So burn while I rise with a flame. Put up with love and the cut, hard in the front, what's up? I had to sign off on my ego, looking up that scene. I'm on my day ones on a new wave, pouring more faith in my cup. Treating my peace like a ghost safe, locked up, can't touch it. I know they play with me, speak on my name to see if I'll break it. I let them talk in the breeze, they be posting up lies, but my soul never stays with it. Damn, max a paper thing. Yeah. Treat your smile like your money, don't let nobody steal it. They can throw their words at you, but they can't break your spirit. Truth don't shake and my soul won't trade it. Peace of mind is the crown I wear. Treat your smile like your money, don't let nobody steal it. They can throw their doubts at you, but they can't come near it. Heart stay safe when your mind's awake. And I keep my peace cause nobody can fake it. It's up again, my music on again. Choose up again, my spirit's up again. Is it the noise? Been learning the highways. It's quiet thinking when I'm in the right lane. Ignore the bright lights in the driveways. Walk through the door, let the small talk fly away. Ooh, feel your pain, I feel your pain. It's a house of change, welcome to the house of change. We break the chains, look at the lines that they draw, the stories they sell that don't ever add up. Say they want love, then they move out of fear, contradiction and no way to tell love. I had to sit with the mirror, that's why I react when I know it's all dust. Logic over all my triggers, breath in my chest, every doubt I adjust. Philosophy in my veins, governments in my veins, I don't rush. Master my ways when the pressure get heavy, I'm rooted, I trust. Truth don't shake and my soul won't trade it. Peace of mind is the crown I wear. It's up again, my peace is up again. Different type of hell. Different type of hell. Yeah. Different type of animal. Now everybody better listen up. For my people in the struggle who never gave a what. Even when life try to press you down, turn your frown to a smile. I make styles just to lift you up. I'm a different type of animal. Way different type of animal. To the succeed, easy to see. I'm a different type of animal. Different type of animal. No fur, no scales, just feathers on me. Different type of animal. Steady hustling, steady grinding. Getting money every time I put my time in. When they ask what I got up under my sleeve, they never gon' believe when I tell them it's all timing. Everybody want a real life attitude. Incoherent, now they mad at you. Some people can't get it, now they laugh at you. Till they see the glow, now they copying the altitude. I never was the type, it was handed to. Had to put it together like mechanics do. Now you see I got the tools to succeed. Different mindset, different breed, different view every time I play or breathe. Quantum thoughts, I evolve every week. Young Al, been wild since a young child. Still fresh to the death, no funeral style. How could you walk in my shoes? We run the town, big shoes to fill. Never been a clown. I'm a different type of animal. Way different type of animal. To the succeed, easy to see. I'm a different type of animal. Different type of animal. No fur, no scales, just feathers on me. Different type of animal. Talking about the block, I've been around, fighting through the hard times till it spin around. Game tight, move smooth, never hear a sound. Big pressure every time we hit the town. Couldn't touch me with a yardstick. Running through the paper on that backyard business. Chasing dreams, chasing cream to the team. Rich 5'8", but I'm standing on that stand tall mindset. See these monkeys trying to pull me from the tree. Yeah, they put me down before that, just turned me to a beast. So I hopped into the streets, showed the hungry how to eat. Oklahoma on my back, now I'm bringing pressure to the beat. Cold hard world, colder in the streets. Money on my mind, barely get to sleep. Dreams feel close, still feel out of reach. Lights up ahead, I just want a little piece. Still a student of the game, don't qualify to teach. Learn lessons every day, so I evolve every week. I'm not an animal, life just got wild. So I did what I had to do, the other routes was foul. No copy, no paste, you can't get my style. Heart on my sleeve, still walk with a smile. Judge me by my past, take a look at me now. I ain't doing this for me, some truth. Yeah, we bringing it out. Why y'all watching me? Better watch the crowd. I'm a different type of animal. Way different type of animal. 2 to 16, easy to see. I'm a different type of animal. Different type of animal. No fur, no scales, just feathers on me. Different type of animal. Different type of